I am Huri Berberian, Professor of History and Mehruni Family Presidential Chair in Armenian Studies, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the second Feminist Armenian Studies workshop, Gendering, Resistance, and Revolution. The first was held at MIT co-organized by Lerna Ekmekçioğlu and Melisa Bilal. Both of whom have also been the co-organizers of this workshop. And I'll say a little bit more about them later. So our workshop is in memoriam of Anahit Derminasyan, who passed away in February of this year. She was a formidable scholar of the Armenian revolutionary movement and revolutionary ideologies. Now, it takes a village to put together a conference or a workshop, and there are many people who help make this weekend happen, some of whom have worked behind the scenes and are not listed on the program. First, thank you to my co-organizers who are listed on the program. That would have been a huge mistake. Lerna and Melisa, and for whose leadership and input throughout in terms of the idea, the organization were instrumental. And so I thank them for making it a pleasant experience to work together on this workshop. Second, thank you to History Department staff, in particular Cynthia B., whom the participants know via email, and also Mark Kanda, who facilitated behind the scenes, lent their expertise, and did so with utmost professionalism. I also would like to thank our social media intern, Erica Higby, who has gotten our Facebook likes up to now 994, I think. So there'll be a big celebration at 1,000. And third, thank you to the workshop participants and others who could not make it but expressed immense enthusiasm for the two-day program. We couldn't have done it without you guys. Fourth, we'd like to thank our recording team. Thank you. They might not be here. They won't be here tomorrow, but they're here today. So they're filming the whole thing, so I would ask that you be on your best behavior because other people will see it. So it's one of those physician heal thyself moments. I have to be on my best behavior. We are also grateful to the Department of History, Nasser, and AWA LA for their co-sponsorship and support. Last but certainly not least, we owe a debt of gratitude to the Mehruni family, especially Vartan Armine, who are right there, for their support of the workshop through the endowment and through the Vartan Armine Mehruni lecture series. So we hope this will be a productive and pleasant two-day of panels, roundtable and public discussion organized by FemARC, Feminist Armenian Research Collective. We will focus on resistance and revolution from gender-centered perspectives from the 19th century to the Velvet Revolution to today. And I would just ask that you silence your phones. And as people come in, tell them to silence their phones too. And last but not least, when panelists have all spoken, we will then open up for questions from the audience. I would ask that you keep your questions brief and perhaps one at a time in order to allow others to have an opportunity. So thank you and welcome. This is very exciting for me and for all of us as well. Thanks for coming. Arnold Alaverdian, who is a graduate student at UCI, will introduce the next panel. The first panel.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all here. It is my honor to introduce the three organizers of this workshop for our first panel, titled Redefining Resistance and Revolution from an Armenian Feminist Perspective. Our first speaker is our very own Professor Berberian. Huri Berberian is Professor of History, Mehruni Family Presidential Chair in Armenian Studies, and Director of the Armenian Studies program here at UC Irvine. She is the author of a number of articles, including 2 on Armenian women, one focusing on women's activism and education in late 19th and early 20th century Iran, and the other on the early modern New Jolfman women's lives and the laws that govern them. She is also the author of 2 exceptional books. The first is titled Armenians and the Iranian Constitutional Revolution of 1905 to 1911, quote, "The love for freedom has no fatherland," unquote. Her second book, Roving Revolutionaries, Armenians, and Connected Revolutions in the Russian, Iranian, and Ottoman Worlds, was recently published by UC Press. Her talk today is titled, quote, "Hysterical, wag look, pronounced and hooked nose, thin, bloodless lips," unquote. Revolution, Resistance, and Recovering Rubina.
Thank you, Arnold. A 131-page report issued by the Ottoman Special Commission investigating the attempted assassination of Sultan Hamid II in July of 1905 describes Rubina, who helped plan and carry out the act of political violence, as, quote, "Armenian, originally from the Caucasus, 32 years old, hysterical, short, skinny, brown, large black eyes, vague look, rather pronounced and hooked nose, thin, bloodless lips, oval chin, speaks Russian, Armenian, and very little German," end quote. Similar depictions of Rubina as hysterical, emotional, prone to nervousness, and easily roused and distressed are echoed in contemporary Armenian accounts by her own male comrades. Some comrades even attempted to blame her for the failed assassination, citing her unsuitability of her crisis-prone character and bouts of fits, which may have threatened the operation. Are these kinds of depictions a reflection of Rubina's actual character or state of being? Are they a reflection of the inability to come to terms with the critical role she played in an assassination attempt that did not have its intended result? Was the falling back on old tropes of the frailty and hysteria of women a way to address a revolutionary woman who defied beliefs concerning her gender and therefore was viewed to be in a state of tension with the nation? There's very little written about Rubina. Most recently, she appears in a chapter of a collection titled To Kill a Sultan as Rubina Aghechian, a mangling of her name. Other than a few minor mentions and an important several-page treatment by Sona Zetian, Rubina rarely receives attention, unlike many of her male revolutionary counterparts. In this presentation, which is the first stab at a budding project, I make an attempt to recover Rubina from obscurity by summoning her voice through bloodless lips and turning our gaze toward the vague look and into her black, large eyes. I do so within the context of a male-dominated revolutionary world and narrative, by juxtaposing her own words and positions with those of male comrades through an exploration of documents from the ARF archives, as well as Ottoman reports of the operation. I argue that the portrayal of Rubina by her contemporaries and others has produced a highly gendered narrative at the cost of appreciating her truly revolutionary role, not only in the conventional sense of her participation in a revolution, but also revolutionary in terms of gender. However, before I do so, it is imperative to address what we mean by resistance briefly and by revolution, with which my own work has engaged more directly, to start our workshop on the right foot. What do we mean by resistance? As scholars on resistance have shown, resistance, quote, is plural, malleable, evolving, a phenomenon with many faces, end quote. While it has often been associated with destructiveness, reactionary or revolutionary ideologies, and violence, Resistance varies according to context and may also be productive and part of the everyday with the potential to affect positive and constructive change. Resistance takes many forms, as we shall see in this workshop. But essentially, it is against power or powers, explicit or implicit, that produce, sustain, or stipulate subordination through, for example, hierarchies and stereotypes. So resistance is a set of practices or acts that attempt to challenge or disrupt such subordination. What do we mean by revolution? Even more difficult. Debates regarding the definition of revolution, the role of structures and ideas, the question of why individuals take part, outcomes, even theories to predict revolution still continue. No single definition applies to all types and cases of revolution. Social scientists' dizzying array of definitions range from narrower ones that insist on regime change accompanied by mass mobilization, to more open-ended ones whose focus lies in the attempt to overthrow or transform a regime, that is, the process rather than the outcome. Ultimately, however, as political sociologist Eric Selbin notes, I quote, "While definitions and explorations of revolution come and go, decades of social science research have done little to bring us closer to understand why revolutions happen here and not there, now and not then, among these people, but not those," end quote. Throughout the 60s and 70s, scholars sought causal explanations for revolution by focusing on the uneven development between traditional and modernizing elements within society and attributing the occurrence of revolutions to society's modernization. They were quickly challenged and critiqued by the giants in the field of revolution studies, Charles Tilly and Barrington Moore. Theda Skocpol entered the conversation with a focus on the effects of social and political structures of society on revolution. Skocpol's conclusions were in turn challenged by new revolutions in places such as Nicaragua, Iran, and Eastern Europe, and by scholars who reminded us of the significant role of actors and ideology. Some scholars have considered agency, the role of individuals and actors, to understand revolutions. In a rather recent analysis that offers an antidote to the privileging of structural theories, Selbin emphatically contends that revolutions are, quote, created by people, led by people, fought and died for by people, consciously and intentionally constructed by people, end quote. To this, he adds individual stories and how the stories contribute to the making of revolution. These aspects of Selbin's analysis relate to the aim and approach of this study, which focuses on recovering and inserting Rubina's story into the larger Armenian revolutionary narrative. Rubina, like other women in revolutions worldwide, was a fervent revolutionary. Women revolutionaries fought and died for their causes and even, as in the case of Rubina, contributed to the events of revolution. Therefore, the conventional assumptions that women were excluded from political and revolutionary movements is a thing of the past, I hope. As recent scholarship has not only paid attention to women, but also gender in shaping the discourse and structure of revolution. One example is a recent interest in the history of revolutionary masculinity, which explores, quote, homosocial worlds as sites for articulating and experiencing masculinity, a field wide open for those who might want to pursue a novel approach to the study of revolutions among Armenians, past and present. More analytically sophisticated and empirically grounded work on Armenian women in the world of revolution, however, still needs attention. This project on Rubina, I hope, is a small step in that direction. Now to Rubina. Who is Rubina? Rubina was the nom de guerre of Sophie Areshian, born in 1881 into a wealthy, landowning, Russian-speaking family in Tiflis, today's Tbilisi, Georgia, an Armenian cultural and intellectual hub at the time. In the 1890s, she lived with her sister and brother-in-law in Baku, today's capital of Azerbaijan, a bustling urban environment and magnet for local and foreign investors, oil refiners, as well as migrant workers and revolutionaries. It is in Baku that Rubina met at least two of her future comrades and co-conspirators, Christopher Mikaelian, co-founder of the Armenian Revolutionary Federation, here on ARF, and the brains behind the assassination attempt, and Martiros Margarian, known as Safo, who was also her neighbor. According to Rubina's own account, her initial meeting with Mikaelian was eye-opening, as she learned for the first time about the plight of Armenians in the Ottoman Empire and the work of the ARF, which had taken up their cause. She writes, I quote, "I was shaken. All this was a new world for me," end quote. When she heard about Operation Najuk, the code name for the assassination, she expressed her commitment to join the mission. She herself must have left a lasting impression on Mikaelian, who months later took her up on her offer. With a newly acquired passport, she left Baku, passing through a number of places, including Greece, where apparently she became an excellent shot, and finally arrived in Istanbul in 1904 as Rubina Fine, daughter of Jewish merchant Samuel Fine, one of Mikaelian's many pseudonyms. They used these pseudonyms throughout the operation. In fact, the Ottoman authorities did not know her real name, as indicated by the Special Commission's 1905 report, which refers to her as, quote, Robina Fine, fugitive, an Armenian from the Caucasus, whose real name could not be established, end quote. The original plan agreed upon after some debate between Mikaelian and Safo was for commandos to enter the pavilion from where diplomatic delegations watched the Sultan's Friday procession to the Yildiz Mosque, and as soon as the Sultan arrived, to throw bombs at him. In case the Sultan somehow escaped death, then one commando would explode himself, as well as set off a bomb placed in a carriage parked as close as possible to the mosque. After Mikaelian was killed along with a young comrade in front of Rubina's eyes, while carrying out tests of explosives loaded with melanite, Safo took leadership of the group and, against Rubina's judgment, forsook the first part of the strategy, favoring the carriage mode instead. Thus, a coachman named Zare drove the carriage loaded with explosives near the Sultan's usual Friday route to the Yildiz Mosque. What you are watching now is a filming of the Sultan's 1908 Friday procession. It would have been what Rubina saw 3 years earlier. Rubina, the only other person in the carriage, detonated the explosives. Most of the conspirators fled Istanbul on that very same day. A few, including the Belgian anarchist Edouard Joris, were arrested, testified, tried, and found guilty. Rubina, along with others, was sentenced to death in absentia. The Sultan survived, but dozens were killed and seriously injured, as well as more horses actually were killed than people. As you can see, there are lots of horses in this filming. The failure of the attempt set in motion a number of rather acrimonious and fierce disagreements and discussions in ARF circles and official meetings and congresses about who or what was responsible for the failure. Without getting into the lengthy details, after much deliberation, reports, and responses, in May 1907, almost 2 years after the assassination attempt, the Fourth ARF General Congress held in Vienna found that the operation's failure to meet its intended goal of assassinating the Sultan was due not to technical reasons, for example, the timing of the detonation, but to serious problems with leadership. Throughout this process, and even after, despite the role Rubina played, or because of her role in a failed mission, she was consistently portrayed by most male comrades, contemporaries, and those who came after, and the Ottoman Special Commission, not as a revolutionary equal to her male counterparts, but as a young woman, a girl, either to be handled delicately or cautiously, in both cases, like the explosives she detonated. Just a few examples should bear this out. According to the Ottoman Special Commission, Rubina was guilty of not only participating, quote, in the preparation of the criminal enterprise, including taking part in all the deliberations, taking an effective part in the tests of explosive devices, the study and the preparation of the infernal machine and its detonation, but also of, quote, this is the interesting part, lending herself as an inspired virgin to the attempts of the organizers to garner followers, to excite revolutionary ideas, and to stimulate the activity of the members of the committee, end quote. This is quite a provocative interpretation of her role, as Rubina's power is viewed to derive from her virginity/purity, which serves to inspire at the same time as to excite and stimulate men into revolutionary action. Armenian sources, while not addressing her virginity directly, we draw the line sometimes, have nevertheless often referred to her as Miss Oriort, as a designation of her unmarried status during the operation and therefore her presumed virginity. Others have focused on her personal motivations for her sacrifices in the service of revolution. An article published in 1971 after her death describes Rubina's transformation from, and these are all in quotes, delicate, delightful, coquettish, and beautiful girl to a patriot who put aside her spoiled fancies and committed herself to the operation with the intent to sacrifice her life in the process, but not for political and ideological reasons. According to this author, Rubina, quote, wants to die. She has decided to die because Christapur, Mikaelian, is no more, end quote. So purely personal reasons. We encounter references to her zeal for self-sacrifice in other places as part of her perceived general hysterical disposition. According to one of Rubina's comrades, Ashot Yerikian, Rubina insisted on being in the carriage and having the responsibility of detonating the explosives. She objected to lots being drawn for that position. According to Yerikian, she, quote, again in quotes, implored, entreated, cried, then became indignant and demanding, was beside herself from anger, and even threatened her comrades. Quote, if you don't entrust it to me, I will kill myself, end quote. Apparently, her comrades gave in to her supposed fit and maniacal behavior, portrayed very much like a child's temper tantrum, and handed this supposedly hysterical woman the metaphorical keys to the carriage for what was to be one of the greatest and most consequential acts of political violence taken on by the party, the attempt on an imperial sovereign's life. Similar language appears about Rubina by the leader of the operation, Safo, in a report to the ARF Western Bureau, one of the party's highest bodies, as well as a letter to the same body. The letter, written before the operation but after Mikaelian's death, expresses concern about Rubina's nervousness, and how important it would be to include her, how imprudent it would be to include her in operations. Although he finds her, quote, fearless and devoted, end quote, he calls her unpredictable, writing, quote, one unforeseen circumstance could shake her involuntarily and make her lose consciousness at a critical moment, end quote. In a written response to the General Congress's investigation into the failed operation, Safo again refers to Rubina as, quote, often losing consciousness, and cites her sickly system, adding that not only did he not consider her suitable, but deemed her threatening to the success of the program, of the operation. It is unclear whether these are references to an actual malady or neurological disorder. We have no evidence for such a thing. However, the picture that emerges is of a dysfunctional working relationship, fraught with rancor on the part of Safo along with some others, and quite accusatory of Rubina. In his testimony in the Fourth General Congress about the workings of the responsible body responsible for the assassination, Sappho, joined by another comrade, again refers to her nervousness and fits and consistently, and I might add aggressively, impugns Rubina, even blaming her for having detonated the explosives before their scheduled time and thus missing the Sultan. Rubina, however, challenges and confronts Sappho at every turn, calling him out as being mistaken, misrepresenting her words, or outright lying. In a statement toward the end of the many sessions of the Fourth Congress, Rubina goes further by calling into question Sappho's report on behalf of the responsible body. She states, quote, "I always refer to your report with derision, heknank, because that, as I have always said, is not a report, but a mark of Sappho's character," end quote. In the end, Sappho was exiled from the party, 3 other comrades distanced temporarily, and Rubina vindicated. In conclusion, nearly everything of the little known about Rubina is written or uttered by contemporary detractors who are men, or men who have in hindsight constructed a particularly gendered narrative. Rubina's voice is muffled at best. Agency depends on recovering voices, and voices are best preserved in what we call ego documents, that is, memoirs, personal correspondence, journals, and so forth. These kinds of documents are rarer to come across for women, and especially for revolutionary women. The evidence I have so far is fragmented. As historian Ranajit Guha has noted, quote, "History is a torn fabric," end quote. I'm still hopeful that I'll uncover a memoir or personal correspondence in the care of perhaps Rubina's descendants, in an effort to mend, or at the very least patch, the torn fabric of Rubina's history. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Berberian, for that wonderful presentation. Our next speaker for this panel is Professor Bilal. Melissa Bilal is Assistant Professor of Humanities and Social Sciences at the American University of Armenia. After receiving her PhD in ethnomusicology from the University of Chicago, she taught at Columbia University, Boğaziçi University, and the University of Chicago. Together with Lerna Ekmekçioğlu, she co-edited a volume in Turkish titled A Cry for Justice, 5 Armenian Feminist Writers from the Ottoman Empire to the Turkish Republic, 1862 to 1933. She is now collaborating on Feminism in Armenian, an interpretive anthology and digital archive, which is both a book and a digital humanities project. Her recent publications are Lullabies and the Memory of Pain, Armenian Women's Remembrance of the Past in Turkey, in the forthcoming volume titled Dialectical Anthropology and Voice Signatures, Recordings of Russian Armenian POWs in German Camps, 1916 to 1918. With Professor Ekmekçioğlu, Professor Bilal launched the annual Feminist Armenian Studies workshop and founded the Feminist Armenian Research Collective, or FemARC, in 2017, while she was a visiting scholar of history at MIT. Her talk today is titled, What Was Radical About Zabel Asadur? Professor Bilal.
Thank you. So I allow myself 2 extra minutes to thank Huri.
You need 2 minutes for that?
So thank you very much, Huri, for putting this together, organizing this so wonderfully and hosting us here. When I was listening to your talk, not only like I admired your scholarship and Rubina, but also felt very proud that we have you as the chair of Armenian Studies here. So, really. To her, not me. Okay. So, yes, I mean, thank you, and thank you for the sponsors and the Megruni family and Nasser and Iva, and I'm not going to repeat the thanks, but I want to thank, of course, to Lerna and all of you who are here today, and all the students and staff who made this possible. So, I will be talking about Zabel Asadur, and then I will tell you why I'm talking about Zabel Asadur. To put my talk in like creative dialogue with Huris. So Zabel Asadur, better known by her pen name Sibyl, was born in Constantinople in Istanbul in 1863. She attended a local French kindergarten in her native Üsküdar and had private tutoring at home. From early age, she was fluent in Armenian and French. After a couple of years at the Surpkhaç Elementary School, Zabel entered the legendary Gemaran, where she mastered her knowledge of Armenian language and literature under prominent Armenian authors of her time. Zabel was from a well-to-do family. Her father, Hovannes, was the imperial watchmaker. Her mother, Zerafet Khanjian, spoke Armenian, Greek, Italian, appreciated literature, and played the guitar. As early as in 1879, at the age of 16, Zabel engaged in a debate with Püzant Keçyan, the well-known editor, around the issue of whether Qrapar or Ashqarapar, classical or modern vernacular Armenian, should be used as a literary language. Using the pen name Anahit, Zabel successfully defended the former, Qrapar, but within the next decades, she would be convinced to accept the victory of the latter, Ashqarapar, and author the very books that set the foundations of modern Armenian grammar and masterfully use the language in her literary output. In 1879, how do I go? Oh, here, sorry, it's here, okay. In 1879, with a group of her female classmates in Gemaran's graduating class, and with the help of her mother and aunt, Zabel founded Askanover Hayuhyat Engerutun, Patriotic Armenian Women's Society. The purpose of this society was to raise money to open girls' schools in Armenian populated towns and villages of the Ottoman Empire. It says like Hayastani Evgiligyo, Hayapunak, Kavarderomech. With its first school founded in Kri in 1880 to the 1915 genocide with an interruption in between during the Hamidian period, Askanover, in collaboration with the existing three major Armenian education societies, opened 39 girls' schools, took care of their financial needs, prepared their school curricula, and got them approved by the Armenian National Assembly's Education Council. In 1881, Zabel married lawyer Garabet Donelian, and the newly married couple left the capital to live in central western towns of the empire, where Zabel worked as a teacher. While Zabel was away from Constantinople for about 8 years, she regularly contributed to the Constantinopolitan Armenian press, and when in 1889 she published her novel Akhjigan Masirde, A Girl's Heart, in Ceride-i Sharkiye, and then in Arevelk, and then a separate volume, and then this is the second edition. She was already a famed author, but for some reason she refrained from using her real name and signed her novel as Oyrort Alice. In 1896, Zabel began teaching in local Armenian schools in Constantinople, a commitment that lasted for more than 30 years. To this day, she is remembered in my community, in our community, as one of the most influential Armenian language and literature teachers and teacher of translation at Esayan and Getronagan schools. This is an undated photograph, but most probably it is for the Tebrotaser teaching board, Tebrotaser Hayazangeretun school that was founded by Sırp Vidusap. In 1909, and this is number 2 is her. In 1901, widowed Zabel married Hrant Asadur, and this couple, Hrant Asadur, her comrade in arms for the next 27 years, wrote textbooks together. With Krikor Zohrab, Zabel and Hrant Asadur edited literary journals and newspapers such as Masis and Arevelk, and Hrant and Zabel supported each other's intellectual and activist work. In 1902, Zabel's poetry book, Tzolker, was published. When in 1933, the 50th anniversary of her literary career was celebrated around the world, Zabel Asadur, Sibyl, was admired as a productive writer, especially a poet, short story writer, playwright, and columnist, as well as an educator, linguist, expert translator from French and Armenian, a persuasive public speaker, and the founding chair and tireless worker of Askanuver. Askanuver, a women's organization which, according to feminist writer and Askanuver activist Zarui Kalemkerian, was pretty much the first step in Constantinopolitan Armenian women's emancipation, Azadakrum movement. So I try to make it collage of Zabel Asadur's writings, like an unpublished and published work. Here. And her this is her translation notebook that I found in Hayastan in Charents Museum. So Zabel died in 1934, and this is the local Jamanak newspaper covering her passing away, and her daughter Emma committed suicide couple of minutes after she died. So her last year was a difficult one. She had a stroke that left her right hand paralyzed, and she tried to write with her left hand. She sent letters to the organizers of her jubilee around the world, and respecting her wish for not to be seen in public in poor health, her friends, students, and readers canceled their program in Istanbul. And this is from the jubilee, the 50th anniversary held in Egypt, and this is the minutes of a meeting that they held in Istanbul to put together a program, but they have to cancel it. I was in 6th grade when I first heard about Zabel Asadur. Zabel and Hrant Asadur were the authors of our Armenian language and literature textbook, Tankaran. But although this was the only Armenian book we used throughout the middle and high schools, I don't recall reading any texts written by Asadur herself, Zabel Asadur herself. I have a vague memory of hearing the opening lines of her poem Haylezvin to the Armenian language. I must have heard it recited at a community event. I also have a memory of this pioneering educator's memorable black and white photo hanging on the walls of our school, Getronagan, where she taught some decades ago. Getting to know Sibyl as a prominent women's rights activist was my job of the next 25 years. I gave my first Sibyl lecture in Istanbul in 2000, and since then I have been exploring multiple layers in Sibyl's work. It is the last couple of months in intensive re-examining and rethinking on Sibyl's feminism for the Feminism in Armenian project that Lerna and I are currently working on motivated me to talk about Sibyl today within the framework of revolution and resistance. Sibyl was one of the first, if not the very first Armenian to use the word feminism in Armenian. In articles she published in Masis and Arevelk as early as in 1899, around the same time the term feminism gained circulation in French language, Sibyl was using the word and commenting on the international feminist movement. In one of her articles in 1899, she writes that she had always regarded feminism as an extreme and vulgar thing, but after seriously considering the discrepancy between female students' proven success in school and the fact that after graduation they disappeared from public and intellectual life, wasting their knowledge and talent, she was convinced of the importance of feminism. And she states that recognizing this disturbing reality makes her declare herself a feminist. Hima feminist darsa, she says. She argues that the life conditions of Armenian women do not contribute to the improvement of their intellectual abilities. Thus, those women who express discontent and raise the most extreme demands are in fact right. Because, she says, if we don't ask for more, we won't get less. In an article published a few days after this one, Zabel defined feminism as European women's efforts to get organized around claiming their ignored rights. She criticized those who made fun of and complained about feminists and praised women for not giving up on their fight for equality. Due to a stupid conviction that women's place is at home, men domesticated, subjugated, and weakened women. Even when men began preaching for women's education, what they intended to create was an object to admire and desire, a satellite who is dependent on them. It was the feminists who demanded a proper education for women that would empower them to survive the hardships of real life. A woman can possess the honor of being a woman only if she holds the agency and power of acting on her free will. Only when she is self-sufficient and independent, she can preserve her dignity and her principles under any given condition. So in another article, published slightly later than these two, Zabel asserted that although the term feminism was relatively new, the idea was not. For her, feminism was the healthy and honorable dissent of a woman, not against men, but against herself, against her weaknesses that men preserved and worsened over centuries according to their wish. A feminist she would appreciate was not a nihilist, a violent suffragette, or a man-hater, but a woman who took issue with her subordinate place in the society. In a 1904 article, she revisited the issue of feminism, partial feminism, and defined it as demanding individual rights, which was something that a woman loved, appreciated, and respected by her family didn't actually need. But, in fact, because there is no such reality in the world that women are happy in their family, feminism is needed. Feminism was needed because the society was moving away from their natural state, and not every woman had the opportunity to have a loving family. Home was not a happy place for women anymore. Feminism, women's independence and self-sufficientness outside home, gave those women who lacked a loving family or happiness at home a chance to survive. It gave women the will and the means to own herself and thus be strong. At the end of this article, Zabel lands into a clear defense of feminism by saying that because there is no such thing in the real world today that all women will be happy and will the opportunity of being in a happy marriage, feminism is necessary. And yes, and this is really good, yes, it will damage the family, but this is lesser an evil when compared to women's oppression. It is true that some people will have to sacrifice from their comfort, but because there is so many women who need feminism, it is worth giving away those privileges. The tone of this article is rather sarcastic. If we delve into the multiple layers of Zabel's fiction too, we notice some sarcasm and irony. And I want to read the sarcasm and irony as a powerful criticism, as a powerful critique of toxic masculinity. Zabel is often criticized for being too sentimental, but in my opinion, what she did was revolutionary. Not only in the sense that she boldly brought women's desires, passions, and disappointments into visibility within a society where women's expression of their emotions in the public was perceived as a sign of lack of morality, but she also wrote about female sexuality in her poem Menastanin Guyse, where she portrayed a nun who cursed being locked in a convent and not having the freedom to consummate her desire. I think one of the most radical things in Sibel's fiction is that in her novel and short stories, she challenges the idealized portrayal of intellectual and politically active men as lovers. We come across educated and politically concerned men who are dishonest about their love, who do not keep their promises, who deceive women and thus disrespect their dignity. For example, in her story titled Serena, she talks about the disappointment of a young woman from Bursa when she comes to realize that Constantinopolitan intellectual men's discourse on the value of educated and honorable women are just fake, are in fact lies. Men only fall for an artificial notion of beauty, or they are beggars in front of a woman's wealth. In another story titled Oyrorte, Sibel writes about the romance between a young man and a woman, a young man who is a lawyer who risks his safety and life to defend the rights of a poor peasant from the provinces. But his fiancée catches him having an affair with his domestic worker who is a young woman from the provinces. In Sibel's portrayal of the scene where the woman sees her fiancé making an advance toward the vulnerable girl, it is very clear that Zabel wants to hint about abuse between intellectual Armenian women in the city with these vulnerable domestics from the provinces. And I think this is something that might have been a taboo topic in her time. Both Sibel's fiction and essays contain conservative statements, I agree. But most often we come across women who prefer to be alone rather than compromising their self-respect or happiness, or women who dedicate themselves to each other, to friendship between women, or to the education of other women. So, as in her novel, Akçigan Mısır'dı, Sibel's fiction often depicts the patriarchal world as a dystopia, which is pretty much inhabitable for women. In a speech she gave on Zabel Asadur, feminist writer and activist Hayganush Mark, that Lerna will talk about soon, stated about her mentor Sibel that Sibel was an extraordinary woman. Mark continued by saying that to define her in the best possible way would be to say that Sibel is Sibel. Mark praised Sibel for never bowing in front of preformed opinions, prejudices, and judgments. And Mark adds that Sibel believed in fighting for her rights and social justice and regarded this fight as an important part of intellectual integrity. So what motivated me to approach Sibel's life and work from a perspective that will allow me to recognize the radical in her was my search to come up with an informed response to the misconception of her feminism that we hear and read often. Those who wish to recognize the significance of Zabel Asadur's work but deny her feminism often argue that she was not a feminist, and I think I answered that. Or even if she was, her feminism could not possibly be confused with today's feminism, that radical viewpoint that cannot be allied with Armenianness. So they say, if you want to be like Sibel, it's okay. But if you want to be a feminist, it's not okay. So with this paper, I hope to put Sibel into this unexpected character, because I was planning to talk about Mari Beylerian, the Hunchak revolutionary, but then I said, maybe we can approach revolution as methodology and open up a discussion about how to bring revolution as methodology into our reading of historical text to develop a better understanding of Armenian feminist history and to see what was radical in them. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bilal, for that very, very interesting talk about Sibel, very interesting woman. Our third speaker for this panel is Professor Ekmekçoğlu. Lerna Ekmekçoğlu is the Macmillan Stewart Professor of History and Women and Gender Studies at MIT. Her books include a monograph titled Recovering Armenia, The Limits of Belonging in Post-genocide Turkey, and a co-edited volume in Turkish titled A Cry for Justice, 5 Armenian Feminist Writers from the Ottoman Empire to the Turkish Republic. Currently, she is collaborating with Professor Bilal on a book and documentary website project titled Feminism in Armenian, an interpretive anthology and digital archive. In 2017, Together with Professor Bilal, she launched the annual Feminist Armenian Studies workshop and founded the Feminist Armenian Research Collective, or FemARC, at MIT. Her talk today is titled Post-genocide mobilization of Armenian women for their rights. Professor Ekmekçoğlu.
Thank you, Arnold, for the introduction. And I'll also take my 2 minutes extra to thank the co-organizers, Huri Berberian and Melisa Bilal. It was really very easy and unprecedentedly joyful experience to co-organize something, really, with someone else other than Melisa for me, because I've been doing it for a long time. Welcome to the unit, basically. Huri, yes. And then you have proven yourself with the talk that you are going to be there. But most of all, really, I would like to thank the Mehruni family for this chair. We have 17 Armenian chairs in the United States right now, without which there would not have been any Armenian studies, period, in North America. And 3 of them are held by women, Armenians, and one of them is Huri Berberian, and thanks to this chair that we are able to organize the second workshop of Feminist Armenian Studies. Last year when we started at MIT was very generous, we had other funding, but we were very scared that we would not be able to continue it annually, since it requires a lot of time, assistance, logistics, administrative help, and the right brains, actually, to do it. So it is an immense pleasure to be here and to experience this, which gives me the confidence that we will be able to continue it one way or another, because we want to keep it an annual workshop, really. Okay, so what I'm going to do today in the next 20 minutes, and I'm starting my timer, is to take us to stay in Constantinople, really, where Zabel Asadur lived most of her life, but look at a more specific time period, which is the immediate aftermath of the genocide and World War I, and take the story up until mid-1920s, really, and look at this period both as a unique period in the annals of feminist history, really, but also in the history of Armenians in general. As it happens, Armenian feminism lived its heyday in the capital of the perpetrator state in the immediate aftermath of the genocide. This is weird, and there is no precedent for it, and as far as I understand from my feminist history studies, there's no equivalent to this. And I've spent a long time trying to understand what were the intersections of different factors that enabled this to happen, how did this happen, and how and why it ended the way it ended. So in the next 17 minutes, I'm going to try to give you a sense of it, really. Okay, so we are starting from the Mudros Armistice moment, 1918. The Ottomans accept defeat by October, and Armenians are extremely joyful, of course. A, the Ottomans are defeated. B, almost immediately in the aftermath of the signing of the armistice, the allies, the victorious allies, occupy the capital, Constantinople. Armenian life is resumed in Istanbul immediately, because very importantly, people forget this, during the genocide, Istanbul remained intact, right? Orphanages, schools, churches. Yes, the 250 intellectuals and professionals were deported, but the city's Armenian life and institutions remained intact. So in the aftermath, all these refugees, survivors from Mesopotamia were able to return, not all of them, but a significant number of them returned to Istanbul. So just to give an idea, 30,000 Darak Riyal refugees returned to Istanbul in the 1918-1922 era. And Istanbul's Armenian population at the time was 120,000 people. So it's a significant number, and they were able to receive these refugees and really take care of them, meaning extending shelters, establishing orphanages, expanding hospitals, turning everything actually into hospitals for a time period. This is the same time period that the Paris Peace Conference is going on from January 1919 on. Armenians are mobilized, delegations, territorial claims, secessionism from the Ottoman perspective. And in Constantinople itself, by June 25, this is 1919, less than a year after the armistice signing of the armistice, we observed the establishment of an Armenian Women's Association, Hay Ganant Îngerak Tutyon. Okay, these are some of the members of the organization. You don't have to worry too much about the names, but these are better pictures. Some of the prominent members were Zarui Kalemkerian and Anais. They were both, so this is a group of women. So first of all, many of them are students of Zabel Asadur, right? The leadership really, there is a chain, there's a genealogy here that she started things, and before her also there were people, and they were experienced in writing. As you see, they do have their pictures taken by books, they do self-pose as intellectual women. In the beginning in 1890s, they had women's section in one of the most important mainstream Armenian newspapers in Istanbul, Byzantion. But there were also others, just to give you an idea, Arshagui Teotik, sorry, this is misspelled here, Teotik, and Zarui Bahri were also. So Zarui Bahri, for instance, wasn't as experienced before in terms of writing, even though she did some philanthropic work. But the conditions in the post-genocide moment that I will talk about more gave her the enough motivation really to assume a public stance. And here is you don't have to read anything. This is just proof that it exists. It is the program, it is actually the program of the Armenian Women's Association, which has the following purposes. So I'm reading from the document itself. To establish a bond of solidarity among all Armenian women. Second purpose of the association is to contribute to the Armenian women's moral, intellectual, material, and physical development. Third, to serve as a mouthpiece for the Armenian women's social and political aspirations. And this is what the revolutionary comes into this talk and this period. Even without it, it would have been quite revolutionary, but this is the first time, and I'll read more, that Armenian Women's Association, of which plenty existed before from 1860s on really, has an explicit political equality goal. Political goals, KKGAN, and specifically equality goals. So I'm reading the program now, the title program. The union aspires to serve as a link between all unions of Armenian women, so they do think of themselves as an umbrella organization, to serve as the meeting place for all Armenian women who wish to encounter each other on the basis of friendly relations, mutual respect, and goodwill, because in the past, a lot of Armenian women's organizations actually had issues with themselves. To maintain a clubhouse, they did have a physical space called Clubhouse, with a reading room, library, concert room, foyer to organize gatherings, informative talks, and public lectures. Fourth, to have an organ, a publication, whose sections will be devoted to literature, science, aesthetics, social affairs, politics, and etiquette, for the purpose of developing and enabling Armenian women's mind and taste. 5, to establish houses in which women of the people will find an intellectual and moral environment and material assistance. So the 6th and 7th items are interesting and are in conversation with each other, at least in my work. The 6th one is to preserve Armenian women's traditional traits, to educate them as wives, mothers, members of society, and citizens. So preserve tradition and train them as citizens. 7th goal, to awaken in them the awareness of their interests and rights so that they can attain a position of material, social, and political equality with men. So where did this, this organization existed only for 3 years, basically, because the Kemalist Turks entered Istanbul beginning in September 1922. We don't have the archives of this organization. We don't even know where the physical space that their clubhouse was once. But this program was published in the first issue of this journal called Haygin, which was published by Hayganush Mark in Istanbul from 1919 to 1933, called Haygin, Armenian Woman. And in its own agenda, or like in the first issue of the journal, Haygin does say that it can be an organ, most likely it is the organ of this association. There is a little bit of an internal debate about it, but it does say that we will report on the actions of the Armenian Women's Association, and they do. So I know a lot about this association, mostly, but not exclusively, thanks to Haygin's reporting about it. And Hayganush Mark, who was born in 1885 in Istanbul, went to Esayan school and was trained by Zabel Asadur in Armenian language at that school. Zabel Asadur also served as almost like a sponsor, mentor for her. So Haygin is the second journal that Hayganush Mark published. Before, in 1904 and 5, she published the Zarik journal, monthly. And she turned it into a women's journal, actually. And in the first issue, it was Zabel Asadur, Sibyl, who wrote the first editorial congratulating Hayganush Mark to finally doing what they always have been wanting, basically starting a collective Armenian women's journal. This is the first time, I mean, not the first, well, I think we can call the whole journal presents itself as feminist. On the one hand, they know that there are many anti-feminist ideas, so there is some defensiveness in the sense that there is a constant need to argue that, oh, Armenian mothers can also be feminist. Feminist doesn't mean that you don't go to the kitchen and cook. They do try to neutralize that potentially threatening, non-Armenianizing feminist label, really, by doing a lot of accepting a lot of these domestic things, but at the same time, they are also playing with this idea of we will say whatever we want to say, right? That these two happen in the sense that they do report on women's suffrage movement globally. When the British women get the vote, this is post-World War moments, so women in general, in Europe, in America, are getting finally their political rights. So they report on them and they do ask for political rights. So beginning actually in 2 issues after by the 3rd issue of Haygin, the journal, there is a campaign on the part of women who contribute to this journal. So Haygin, it's not a marginal journal. There's a lot of Armenian men and women, well known. I mean, a lot of surviving Armenian men who were in Istanbul at the time did write in Haygin. Their goal is to have women's, so when they say political rights, what do they mean? Which will connect us to this idea of how could they exist in this existential crisis moment, really. Like you look at Jews in post-genocide, post-Holocaust Germany, you don't see anything. It takes up until 1980s for like Jewish feminism to arise, really, recover itself. So what happens here is that, let's talk about this map. Oh, sorry, did I talk about this? No. She was seen as a suffragette, right? This is Hayganush Mark. On the one hand, she's holding this Hayganant Îngerak Tutyungam Liga, the flag of it. On the other hand, Haygin's flag. Right? This is from a satirical journal, actually edited by Yervan Todyan. It's both sympathetic, but it is also it is a caricature at the end. A number of things is important to mention here. So when Armenian women in Istanbul are asking for political rights, they are asking to be represented in the Armenian National Assembly, to have the right to be elected to Askayin Zhohov, basically, which acted as a parliament for the Ottoman Armenians. Right? And according to the Constitution, 1863 Constitution, Sahmanat Rutun, anyone who was older than 25, Askayin Anhad, anyone who had this, who was an Armenian in the Ottoman Empire, they are arguing, the feminists, had the right to vote and be a member of the assembly and actually work in its commissions, right? Because this was really like a state within a state. Education commission, for instance, was very important. Jurisprudence commission was very important. These are people that are appointed by the assembly that will oversee the whole schools, for the whole school curriculum, textbooks that Armenians in the Ottoman Empire used. So women are trying to be represented in those commissions. So when they are arguing for it in 1919, of course they have the Republic of Armenia in mind, and they are explicitly talking about it, because at this time there already is a Republic of Armenia, Yerevan or Yerevan Republic, and it has extended political rights to women. And by that time, there are already 3 MPs, members of parliament, in the Armenian parliament by 1919. So they are making a claim that if the Yerevan Republic is doing it, why can't we do it in Istanbul? And there is this idea that one day this Mother Armenia will be established anyways, so let's try to be attuned to their rules already and start making changes. This, of course, is also the reason why the Armenian, it's not the reason, but it's the territorial aspirations also give a lot of, enable a lot of Armenian institutional and male support towards this movement. Let me read you from the second part of the Armenian Women's Association's program. They say that, quote, in consideration of the overriding demand of the present, this association sets itself the immediate goal of lending the Armenian women's voice to the defense of the Armenian cause, Haytat, and contributing to the task of reconstructing the mother-fatherland in consultation with the national authority. Its first goal for this, first goal towards this goal is to do propaganda, to make Armenians, their national traits, their culture known, to cultivate friendly, personal, and collective relations with the foreigners present in our city. They really were tasked, and they took it upon themselves basically to hang out with allied high officers in town and to throw parties for 4th of July so that they have this like second track diplomacy type of relations with the allied representative. Just to give an example about this, and they were not just hanging out and having drinks with guys like this, but they also published testimonies, like as you see here. This is a publication by Askanever, the same institution that Zabel Asadur founded in 1879 in order to open up girls' schools in the provinces, Askanever Hayuhiyat. Now, by 1920, is putting together and managing to get it published in Paris, of course, in French, so that the allies represented, who are the main target for this, read it. It is titled Unpublished Testimonies About the Atrocities Committed by Turks in Armenia, and a narration of the epic of Shabin Karahisar. And it is dedicated to the allied powers so that they would intervene in the fate of Armenians, which is, I think, a good example of like how genocide, the territorial mobilization for territorial goals, and in the future denialism affects these more radical gendered goals of the Armenian women's movement. So as this was happening, Askanever was doing this. They were also, this group of women who were Armenian Women's Association members, they were also engaged in local, in Istanbul, work sheltering, and they established an Armenian Red Cross, for instance. And they open up shelters for the previously kidnapped, Islamicized Armenian women so that they reclaim them back into Armenian. A lot of orphanages and actually daycares. But when the Kemalists entered, actually most of the women that worked for the association and in Haygin as writers had to escape. There is a big exodus in September, October of 1922 because of this territorial demands, because once the Turks entered the city, they were going to find them as collaborators with the enemy and pursuing secessionism. However, Hayganush Mark did not leave, but her journal was, so even though the association closed its doors, Hayganush Mark managed to remain intact. I think she was seen, the journal was seen as just a women's journal. I think this is the main reason why the Turks did not close it. But in 1933, the journal was closed by the Turkish government itself in accordance with the new press law that obligated that all who pursued the goals of the enemy during the Turkish War of Independence, they were now banned from publishing anything in Turkey. So even though after 1922, Haygin changed all of its discourse from anti-Turkishness to pro-Turkish, pro-Kemalist, she became almost like an admirer of Mustafa Kemal. Still, her past haunted her. They wanted these representation goals did not go away actually for a while. In 1922, 25, and 26, the remaining cadre in Haygin actually asked and campaigned for women's representation in the Education Commission and Jurisprudence Commission. Timer. And at one point, Zabel Asadur and Hayganush Mark themselves actually were invited. Finally, Armenian men gave in. They said, okay, the two women will be, this is a 6-7 people committee, education committee, right? And some of these men are students of Zabel Asadur, for instance, right? Like, it's a weird thing that their teachers can be there, but they cannot be, the teachers cannot be part of the commission because they are not men. But at the end, they had to resign because the commission told them that women can only be assistant, auxiliary members to and they thought this was dishonorable and it was not acceptable, and they resigned. They continued to push for it, especially for the Jurisprudence Commission, because up until 1926, yes, Armenians had the right to pursue their canonical law in matters pertaining to marriage and divorce, inheritance, all these things that, like, for instance, in Lebanon still they have, right? So the church had it, so therefore the Jurisprudence Commission had, the divorce issue was huge for Haygin and for these women, the right for women to get a divorce, if especially they were abused. They never managed it because the Turkish government really closed down these commissions. So this triple tragedy here is that feminists did not gain their, they weren't fully successful in their political goals, not only because Armenian men did not want them, and a lot of them supported actually, but also the Turkish government and its denialism really came on top of each other to crush this movement. At the end, Hayganush Mark, this is my last slide, rests in Istanbul. The grave is there, and it feels like it is Haygin who died because of the journal's title, but obviously it's well alive and going. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ekmekçoğlu. Very interesting talk, and we have a little more than 10 minutes for questions from the audience. Do we have microphones? Or? No. Okay, so yell it out. Just yell out the question, and our speakers will yell out their answers, I guess. Yes, sir.
Sorry, as a good Armenian, I won't ask a question. Just a comment on Huri's paper, because if I don't make it clear, possibly it will get lost in history. There's an Armenian terrorist or punisher, let's say, in 1919 in Constantinople. She makes an assassination attempt on an Armenian collaborator, Matiosian. But then the political party sponsoring the attempt tells everybody it was Shahan Natali, not her. Some would interpret this as, you know, covering her up so that she may not be arrested, but Shahan Natali too could get arrested. Now she polishes further her feminist credentials in France a couple decades later. This time assassinating her daughter's dentist because he had assaulted, possibly raped her daughter. She's arrested, and 10 months later she comes back liberated to her neighborhood with all French people screaming "Vive la mère," long live the mother. So that's a pretty good example of related, maybe.
Thank you.
What's the name? Is this the one that Eric Boğazyan mentions in Operation Nemesis?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
What's the name of the woman?
Anahid. No, Anahid is the daughter. I'm not sure about the name.
Something young.
You never know who it is.
She's famous, what not that famous, but good writer, Nigo Sarafian's wife.
Oh.
It's interesting that you don't remember her name.
Yeah, I don't have the name. I checked it in my
Boğazyan mentions it in the Operation Nemesis.
Thanks for your research.
Okay, questions, please. Yes.
Can you put this in context with the feminism in the Middle East, like in Turkey at the time, also in, let's say, Lebanon or the Arab world? You were not, Melissa, or, yeah. You talked about the feminism in 1910s.
Yes, I will say something that I wanted to say during the presentation. I'll take this opportunity. So, in the course of feminism in Lebanon, you said, so what happens is that after Hagin's closing in 1932-33, another Armenian woman in Beirut starts a woman's journal called Yerdasar Tayyogi Franseza. And she really continues it on and off until 1967. So it would be very difficult to, I think you're asking for like to situate it in global Middle Eastern feminism. It's difficult, but it's important for our purposes, I think, to know that there is continuity in between different diasporic contexts.
So I want to know, were we ahead of the Arabs, let's say, or maybe the Turkish in feminism?
Yes, it is. In the Ottoman Empire, the first women's journal was published by Greeks in 1949. It's called Kipseli, the Beehive. It is things like a very one person's project. In Armenia started in 1862, the first women's journal by Yelbis Geseratyan, one of the women that we are studying in our book. Turks, a women's journal started in 1869. In terms of charity, philanthropic, self-help groups for other women, basically, as expected, non-Muslims in the Ottoman Empire are ahead of it, even amongst Arabs, Christians are a bit ahead of it, because they are more well-versed in Western languages. They read, I mean, the women that we study, for instance, definitely are reading French women's activism, whatever discussions are going in Europe about women's rights.
Yes, please.
So, am I correct in concluding that the reason why the women in Turkey, in Constantinople, were so advanced in their approach to asserting themselves in society, because they were in a cosmopolitan milieu? Was that the reason? Because I have always wondered why it was that the Constantinople women were so advanced and so liberated in the way they went about life. Would you say that was the reason? It was the crossroads of civilizations and
Yeah, dystopia is a good case,
maybe,
Amira.
yeah.
But also, I want to add to that by saying that we talk about Constantinople, and in our project we write the history of Constantinopolitan Armenian feminists. Not to negate your argument, but we should also be very careful about silencing the women outside Constantinople. One thing is, like, we know, we have actually scanned copies of journals published outside Istanbul that published articles on feminism.
One of them is in Harpert.
Harpert, for example. And also
Very
the
early.
other thing is, like, so the relationship İzmir, of course, Izmir like was a feminist, and one of Vartan Kalantar was born in Bursa. Actually, she lived in Istanbul. But what I want to say is that the purpose of Askanover actually is to disseminate the idea of gender equality to the provinces. And it's obvious that there were women, and we don't have a lot of accounts of like what happened in the provinces, but we know that they found teachers there. They collaborated with women there, and all these Askanover schools, wherever they were, like 40 of them, it's a huge number. And coming from Turkey, when we grew up within the feminist movement in Turkey, with campaigns of like female education in different parts of Turkey, and now when I think that like there were girls' schools in all these places that later were shut down, is kind of revolutionary if you think about it, like 150 years ago.
So it's an effect of the genocide that we know more about
Yes.
Istanbul.
We know about Istanbul, and
Because
also it's the effect of the genocide that these schools were shut down, and these like movement of feminism in the provinces was completely silenced because there was no Armenian population left. Another thing is also, I am, and we are in our project very much interested in understanding, but we don't have the like sources yet. A few articles and accounts we have only, how these Constantinopolitan Armenian elite women related to the provincial population. If they were wanted there, like, of course we read in the accounts that like they want education, they want us to be there, but what were the conflicts that they had there? What kind of discourse they had? Because Zabel Asadur, after founding, like Zabel Asadur never actually went to the eastern part of the empire. Arshakli Teotik did in 1909, right after the Adana massacre. She went there to actually like supervise the opening of the girls' school and orphanage. And it was the first time that an Askanover representative from Istanbul was actually going to the provinces. Most of the time what they did was they raised money in Istanbul and they sent the money to either Miatsial or like Araradian, like all these like big Armenian education societies that had branches and schools already like some places, send money to them and the curriculum and the program and everything, and they received reports instead of like really going and being like hands-on activism. So that's why it's a very interesting question to the relationship between Constantinople and the provinces.
Yes.
I have a comment for Huri. Generally speaking, when someone from the past passed away, any of our heroes or persons who have made some kind of heroic action, they were kind of lionized and glorified in the obituaries. I was surprised to see that in Rubina's obituary, or whoever wrote that article after her death, this wasn't the case, or it doesn't seem to be the case. Can you comment on that?
I think in hindsight, it doesn't seem to be the case, but I think in 1971, he thought he was actually giving her due. Because, I mean, it's, for us, when I read it, all of the, Oriort, Chirain, nervous, all that stuff to me indicates something else. To a man writing in 1971, I don't think it means the same thing. And it reminded me actually of the article that was written on one of the Algerian independence revolutionary women. And the journalist, the first thing he says is, describes her physically. She's beautiful, she has long hair,
Jamila
cares?
Paris.
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
And the Palestinians.
Jamila Bourret, yeah.
It's
So
embarrassing.
I think that there was some lionization, but nobody called, Mr. Turo, right? Baron Turo, right? Turo. But she becomes Miss. She becomes Oriot Urbina. And they even get her last name wrong sometimes. So
And the depiction is very similar to how we read about Palestinian women fighters. Right?
Okay, we have only time, I believe, for one more question. You had your hand?
right there.
Okay.
That's my colleague. So
All right.
Collect questions?
Thank
I
you
think,
so much for
I
these.
think we're almost done, unfortunately.
Yes, thank you for these interesting papers, and I'm thinking across all of your talks about the multiplicity of women's political imaginary. So my question is for Huri. Could you say maybe just a little bit more about Rubina's political imaginary, and would she perhaps empathize with some of these feminist movements? Would we perhaps locate her within feminism?
It's hard to say because we have very little that she's written. We have some letters in the ARF archives. We have her words spoken at the General Congress where she defends herself and contradicts Sappho over and over again. I think in order for me to do that, I would need to know more about her. But there's no question that she objected to these descriptions of herself. In a letter to Abraham Gülkandanian, she writes, Sappho told Zade that I was hysterical and told me that Zade was a drunkard. And we soon found out that we were neither. Yeah. So she's aware of what's going on. I've also read and heard that she was incredibly modest and didn't self-effacing and didn't necessarily want to talk about what had happened or what she had taken part in. So it's hard to say. But thank you.
Where did she die?
She died in Canada in 1971. So she went, on that same day that the assassination failed, she went to Greece. She took like the last train, the last steamship. She got to Greece. From Greece, so the sources say she had another nervous breakdown. For a woman who's participated, who was given the responsibility for detonating the bomb, the amount of hysteria that's attributed to her is just amazing. But anyway, so she goes to Geneva to get over her nervous breakdown. In 1906, she moves back to Tiflis. In 1908, after the Young Turk Revolution, the party invites her to Istanbul. She goes to Istanbul. Then when her comrades in the Caucasus are arrested because of the Stolypin crackdown in 1908, she goes and visits them in prison and follows them along, one of whom was Armen Ohanian, who in 1915, while in exile in Siberia, becomes her husband. But she is also arrested during that time by the Russian authorities, but she's able to get out because her brother was a commander who later commanded the volunteer units in 1917, the Armenian volunteer units. So then they go to then they go to Yerevan in 1918, 1920. There's the Armenian Republic, obviously, and Armen Ohanian becomes part of the government. And then once that republic is Sovietized, they go to Cairo. They found Hamaskain, the cultural organization. And then when Hamo dies in 1946, I think, she moves to Canada with their son, Vigen. And she dies at the age of 90 in 1971 in Montreal, Canada. And her grave is there. There's an obituary in a Montreal newspaper, which is this small. Doesn't say anything about her life. It says she died.
How big is the son?
Begin apparently died a few years ago, so I missed it.
Grandchildren?
So I'm trying.
Okay, thank you. Please join me in the final round of applause.
I'm going introduce our second panel. Thank you all for being here, and thank you all for the organizers of this event. Our second panel is on resisting invisibility. I am pleased and honored to announce our first speaker, Ms. Sona Simonian Zeitlian. She is an author, educator, and activist. Born in Cairo, she has taught in Armenian schools in Egypt, Lebanon, and Los Angeles. She won the FemARC Melina Award of the Catholikoset of Kilikia in 1968 and 2013 for the role of Armenian women during the revolutionary movement and on the trail of Armenian women from ancient to modern times, both written in Armenian. Her Folktales of Musadagh, a compilation of illustrated folktales based on the oral tradition of Musadagh, was published by Hamazgain in Beirut, 1973. In 1980, Hamazgain also published her narratives about the heroes and heroines of Armenian legendary history in 4 illustrated volumes in Armenian. Her Armenians in Egypt, Contribution to Medieval and Modern Egypt, appeared in Armenian and English in Los Angeles in 2004 and 2006. In 2015, Zeitlian was recognized for her educational, cultural, and social contributions with the Saint Sahag and Saint Mesrop Medal by the Catholicos of all Armenians, Garegin II. Today, she'll be giving her talk titled From Oblivion to Visibility, in Search of Women's Role During the Armenian Revolutionary Movement and Beyond. I introduce.
Thank you, Melissa, Uri, and Lerna for inviting me to take part in this very important conference. Thank you very much. It means a great deal to me. From the start, researching the role of Armenian women in our recent history met skepticism, and the lack of resources concerned me. But my urge to learn and commitment to end the invisibility of women strengthened my resolve to persevere. My story begins in the early 1960s. My family moved from Egypt to Anjar, a village in Lebanon. Living with the unique culture of the Musadaghtis, I noticed that women did not participate in public life. They were submissive and worked hard both at home and in the fields. Their primary duty was to give birth to many children, preferably sons. Although they bore the weight of the family honor, they were mostly ignored. A husband would not even call his wife by her given name. Their daughter's education was overlooked if it interfered with household chores or the need to care with young siblings. My initial efforts through the local Armenian Relief Society to raise awareness about the marginalization of women were ineffective. The Musadagh resistance against the Ottoman government galvanized the society, and the resistance during the genocide against the Turkish army, that was the theme that galvanized them, kept them together. So, as the future of the community would surely depend on the way its past was understood, I focused on the contributions of women to the revolutionary past and wanted to make their stories known. In this respect, I was heartened by the testimony of my husband's nonagenarian grandmother, Vartan Zeytlian, who had participated in Musaddar's 1915 resistance to the Turkish army under the slogan, "Freedom or Death." Alongside few other women using hunting rifles, they had fought in the trenches, served as couriers between the posts, and supplied combatants with food and water. Vartan proudly described herself as a manly woman. Yes, erkek ginem. Comparing her participation in the defense of her native land to masculine behavior, which was seen as more valuable than feminine behavior. I could find no precedent, no documentary material, and no model for my research about revolutionary women. Memoirs of revolutionary leaders like Rupen Derminasyan and stories of freedom fighters, all written by men, had scant information about women combatants. Then I decided to interview the members of the revolutionary generation who were living in the diaspora. Foremost among them was Simon Vratsian, the last prime minister of the First Republic of Armenia, who was then principal of Gemaran, an Armenian school in Beirut. When asked about the three women ministers of the short-lived First Republic, Baron Vratsian was skeptical about their impact. He was also dismissive of the first woman ambassador, Diana Apgar, mentioning only her tendency to dispense advice to the nation's leadership, which he made clear was unwelcome. Before leaving, he commended me for my wish to reconnect with the past, but advised me to focus on the women's activities of the Armenian Relief Society, ARS, founded in 1910. It took some time to overcome my disappointment of how women were patronized and underestimated. It was my commitment to save women's stories from oblivion that gave me a sense of purpose and motivated me to persevere. Next, I contacted Heroush Yeryazarian Papazian, wife of revolutionary figure Goms, who was then living in Beirut. At the prospect of an interview, she was surprised and rather reluctant. She thought no one would care to know about the hardships and the dashed hopes of women long ago. I also felt a sense of bitterness about her loss of stature in the new diaspora reality. Still, I was able to draw her out, and her testimony revealed how she was influenced by revolutionary cross currents while studying medicine in Moscow. She had crossed paths with another revolutionary who would be known later as Stalin. Finally, she had chosen the Armenian orientation of the newly forming nationalist movement. At one time, she had served with Dolores Zohrab, daughter of Ottoman parliamentarian and genocide victim Krikor, the writer Krikor Zohrab. Heroush had made significant contributions in the provinces, then in the First Republic of Armenia, to the relief efforts of her decimated nation. With time, I was able to conduct more interviews and record eyewitness accounts. My former teacher, Montreal-based Nevart Tiryakian's testimony revealed how her mother, and I quote, "Red Revolutionary," end of quote, Iskui Baljian Tiryakian had organized under the watchful eyes of the Sultan's spies the transfer of arms and, for the first time, hand grenades for the planned attack on Istanbul's Ottoman Bank. That was in 1896. She was imprisoned for a time, where a daughter, Hermine, was born, then continued collaborating with her revolutionary leader husband, Hrach Tiryakian, who was arrested on April 24, 1915, and subsequently executed. Toronto-based Dikranui Tavitian Artinian's story was about her mother, Iskui Emirian Tavitian, who had organized militias in her native Talas, that is near Caesarea. Later, considering women's education to be as essential as daily, and I quote, bread and water, end of quote, she had engaged in combating illiteracy. In 1922, she had saved many children separated from their parents in the turmoil of Izmir, with the help of Armenian soldiers who had joined the Greek army to resist Kemalist forces. It took years to locate primary sources about women that were kept in families, mostly overlooked and gathering dust. For example, I located a handwritten letter by Dr. Armen Ohanian of Montreal about his mother. We spoke about her. Sophie Areshian Ohanian, known as Rubina, now in the possession of Haygush Kerinian Kohler of ARS. The letter added some rare personal information about Rubina, a doctor by training. She had participated in planning the assassination of the Sultan in 1905. After initial setbacks and the failure of the time bomb, she had insisted on confronting the target with a firearm. However, she would forever remember and always regret that she was overruled by her male colleagues. In the diaspora, she had devoted herself to the healthcare of orphans and raised funds for the establishment of Armenian schools. Among the primary sources that I found were handwritten recollections by Aguline Khanjian, a participant of Hajan's self-defense against the Kemalist forces in 1920. These pages are now in the possession of her son in San Diego. My research about the Armenian provinces under repressive Ottoman rule convinced me of the courage, resilience, and resourcefulness of uneducated village women involved in the protection of the nation. Many of them were imprisoned, and in spite of being tortured repeatedly, had betrayed none of the secrets they were entrusted with. They were all dedicated to the sacred cause, Surp Courts, freedom of the fatherland, and never sought public acclaim. Their only aspiration was to have their names memorialized in the National Register, Azki Daftar, or the annals of their nation's history. Both Eastern and Western Armenian women activists, were committed to have an impact on their nation's future. Eastern university students and young professionals showed remarkable networking skills, established Young Armenia Party, and prepared for armed resistance together with other parties. In their own homes, they printed and distributed revolutionary pamphlets. Special units carried guns across a dangerous border to freedom fighters in the provinces. In the provinces, women's militias undertook secret missions, reconnaissance and sabotage activities, engaged in guerrilla warfare against Kurdish raiders, and participated in the self-defense combats against the Turkish army. Their first aid units cared for the wounded with their own preparations of healing ointments, provided for the needs of prisoners, prepared secure hideouts for the freedom fighters, and dug tunnels in their own basements to secure and to store arms. During these turbulent times, there were even women who saved sacred manuscripts of the national heritage, like the famous Book of Homilies of Mush, from being looted or stolen, and carried the heavy load on their backs to safe havens. Western Armenian women writers active in public life were agents of change, such as Sırpı Dusap, Zabel Asadur, Zabel Yesayan, and Haygan Mushmak. Besides raising awareness about the plight of women through the media or their novels, they engaged in educational work to combat illiteracy in the provinces. Also, for the first time, they established channels of communication with remote areas, laying the groundwork for national mobilization against the oppressive Ottoman regime. After years of research, when I started writing, some were still skeptical and downplayed women's achievements by insisting that revolutionary women could not have equal value as the fedai. However, my research had convinced me of their dedication, women's dedication, to justice, equality, freedom, and human dignity. I structured my book by first documenting the individual narratives of Eastern Armenians, characterized by their involvement in the ideological cross-currents of the time, their tendency to organize political parties like Mariam Vartanian Nazarpegyan, one of the founders of the Hunchag party. Then in 1910, they all coalesced in the newly formed Armenian Revolutionary Federation, the ARF. From the provinces, I profiled revolutionary women of Daron, Vaspuragan, Urfa, Shabin Karahisar, Musadagh, and Hajan. Then came the educators, like Dirui Azarian Misakian, wife of the founder of Harach Daily in Paris. These women overcame not only the opposition of the patriarchal society's antagonism to women's literacy, but also countered the widespread use of Turkish by teaching the Armenian language through popular Gomidas songs. Finally, in 1918, just 3 years after the genocide, the Republic of Armenia was founded. It was among the first countries to give women the right to vote, nominated 3 women ministers, and appointed Diana Apgar, the first female diplomat in the modern world. I had just completed my work when in 1968, the Catholicosate of Cilicia announced the Kevork Melidinetsi Prize for an original work about Armenian history or culture. After some hesitation, I sent my work entitled The Role of Women in the Revolutionary Movement. The all-male Melidinetsi jury was unanimous in awarding me the prize, and I quote, for the first in-depth study of a previously unknown aspect of Armenian history, end of quote. The prize also entailed publication. There were positive reviews in the Armenian press from Moshe Rishkhan, Boris Sanabian, Kohar Tolelian, and other noted intellectuals. In 1992, the Los Angeles chapter of the ARS published an enlarged edition of my work and sent copies to Armenia. I was greatly encouraged and motivated to search for other aspects of Armenian women's history left unexplored. A second painstaking research entitled On the Trail of Armenian Women from Ancient to Modern Times was also unanimously awarded the Melidinetsi Prize and published in 2013. Having come a long way, reflecting on the past and in retrieving the history of Armenian revolutionary women, this conference, as well as the important work of each one of you, will redefine women's role and encourage engagement in all spheres of public life. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Saitlian for that incredibly illuminating talk. Our next speaker is Vartan Matiosian. He is the executive director of the Armenian National Education Committee of New York. He is a historian and literary scholar with a PhD in history from the Institute of History, National Academy of Sciences of the Republic of Armenia, and currently lives in New Jersey. He has published scores of articles, translations, book reviews, and essays, mostly in Armenian, Spanish, and English. He has authored 6 books, 5 in Armenian and 1 in Spanish, including a biography of Armen Ohanian in collaboration with Artsvi Bakhchinyan, published in Yerevan in 2007 in Armenian. He has also translated 19 volumes from Armenian to Spanish and English. Today, he'll be giving a talk on on Armen Ohanian, Art and Revolution from the Caucasus to Mexico. I welcome Vartan.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for including what we call in Spanish a mosca blanca, meaning a white fly, like me, into the program of a feminist workshop with female participants. Now, we'll come out from the narrow borders of the Armenian realm to focus on the wild world through the prism of Armen Ohanian, whom I have come to define as an Armenian woman of the world. This will be a twofold presentation, a biographical outline on the screen, and at the same time, a more analytical approach in my paper. And as you will see from the pictures, they will differ markedly from the pictures we have seen in the previous presentation. So you will see some less structured pictures here than you saw through the past hour. In the 20th century, distance had meaning. The shores of the Caspian Sea seemed farther away from the scene in France than they actually were. From the volcanoes of the Sierra Nevada in Mexico, the peaks of the Caucasus appeared, as Scottish traveler Fitzroy MacLean wrote, like the end of all the earth. The life journey of Armen Ohanian, 1887-1976, the dancer of Shamaha, bridged all those places and many more. She was an actress in the Caucasus, a theater director in Persia, a writer in France, a political activist in Mexico, and a dancer from Asia to Africa, from Europe to America. It is not commonplace to say that few of her contemporaries would ever live a life as fascinating and eventful or as cloaked in mystery as hers. She would be involved as a participant or a witness in historical events in times and places as diverse as the Caucasus in the wake of the Russian Revolution of 1905, the Persian Constitutional Revolution, the Belle Époque in France, Roaring Twenties in the United States, the early Soviet Union, and post-revolutionary Mexico. Her engagement in Armenian affairs is much less known, from the interethnic conflict in Baku in 1905 to the Persian Revolution in 1910, from pro-Armenian activities in France during the World War I to support for Soviet Armenia. By ethnicity, language, and religion, Ohanian was part of the Armenian minority that lived throughout history in Shamaha, an area on the southwestern shore of the Caspian Sea, today Azerbaijan, traditionally influenced by Persian culture, which fell under the domination of successive Turkic and Persian rulers since the 11th century, and was conquered by the Russian Empire at the beginning of the 19th century. Her rural childhood mirrored the ups and downs of a complex ethnic coexistence with the Muslim majority. The burgeoning milieu of cosmopolitan Baku, where she received a Russian education at the turn of the 20th century, contributed to the enrichment of her views. Still a teenager, she witnessed the initial scenes of a historical drama and experienced her own share of personal tragedy. Armenians who had reached a position of social and economic prominence were subjected to several pogroms by Tatars in Baku in 1905. Tatars, for whoever is not aware, are today Azerbaijanis, so they have a nice background from a century ago. So at that time, in 1905, she marries to her first husband, Armen Ohanian, an ARF activist, and she had been also active in ARF circles during her high school years too. And she separated in haste from him, with a daughter left to her. And by the way, it's interesting to mention that thanks to this research, on my side, I discovered that Armen Ohanian had participated. He was the unknown fourth leg in the Talat's assassination in 1921, helping Solomon Tehlirian. But his name was already recorded as Haiko and went that way for like 80 years until a few years ago I discovered that who this Haiko was. So we see here some information about her marriage and separation. This is a picture of her. She had just separated when she had her daughter, Nora de Ohanian, who later joined her in Mexico in the 1930s. And we have there Nora de Ohanian's Mexican card, where there is there are very valuable data about her and her mother by indirectly. And we have here a very interesting quote, which I would like you to read. In her first memoir, 1918, Armen Ohanian's first memoir, where she made the only reference to indirect reference to her own daughter and her having a child, where she nobody understands what she meant if you don't have the context of her own life. When she said that loved and loving, we should commit a sin. She's talking about we Armenian women. We should commit a sin in expressing with gestures and words our tenderness. And this modesty, the unpitying reserve of patriarchal etiquette, froze in a few weeks of marriage all our springtide dreams. Oh, the cruel etiquette to which all must submit, even the woman who is bearing a child. Surrounded according to our custom by the eldest of the elders, she must become a mother without one sigh or one groan. She briefly pursued an artistic career in Armenian theater. She played from 1905 to 1907 in Armenian groups in Tiflis and in Northern Nakhchivan. Until she went to study theater in Moscow and shifted to her actual vocation, dance. Her destination was the West, where authentic and orientalized dances had become a sensation. Ohanian belonged to one particular category of dancers coming from faraway countries that conceived of choreographies nurtured by the culture of origin. And as I mentioned there, she appears for the first time as Armen Ohanian in Tiflis in 1909. Note that she never used Armenuhi. She always went by Armen. She never explained the choice of her first name. I am guessing that, first of all, she tried to make it short and easy to pronounce. You can look into any other kind of interpretation if you want, but there are no facts so far to attest to any other interpretation. So, her close identification with Persia, and we have to say after her performances in Tiflis in October 1909, she goes to Persia, which at the time it's in the turmoil of the Persian revolution, constitutional revolution, and she is active there for almost the late 1909 and almost the entire 1910. She directs the first Western type play presented in Persia in 1910, which is Nikolai Gogol's The Government Inspector. She organizes an all-woman event on behalf of the ARF-sponsored Persian Women's Benevolent Society, about which Huri has written in her book. The only thing is that in the reports that Huri used, there was no mention of Armen Ohanian, but her name was mentioned in the newspapers, actually, in the Caucasian, in the Tiflis newspapers, only from there is where we learned that she had been involved in this. And the fact that she was there directing a play, and she directed and she also acted in that play. And the Armenians in Tehran, the small Armenian community in Tehran, opposed to her presentation, and this led her to an attempt at suicide, by the way. So of course it was the fact that how an Armenian woman could be, playing for Muslims, because she wasn't playing in Armenian. In an Armenian milieu, she was playing in Persian for everybody. So this was not well seen by the Armenian elite there. So her close identification with Persia and its culture earned her the label the Persian dancer, la danseuse persane, both in her lifetime and beyond, to the point that still today, sometimes she's considered to be of Iranian background or of Iranian origin. And she will help stress this mischaracterization, because in the first years of her career in Europe, she will always go as being Persian, until, of course, something happens that will change this. Her representation of the Orient, and then after Persia, she goes to Turkey. She plays in Constantinople, and then in Smyrna and Cairo. And then after Turkey and Egypt, she's seen by an English British impresario, and she's hired to dance in London. This is 1911. She's 24 years old. First time she's going to set foot in the West. So her representation of the Orient fit into the Western imagination, but the image she transmitted did not fit standard stereotypes and perceptions, since she sought to challenge what she considered to be an imaginary view of the Orient and its related cliches. And we have to say that she had a very successful presentation in London with a 20-minute sketch with Armenian actors coming after the name Ottoman Operetta, who presented the sketch taken from Dikran Chouhajian's Leblebiji Hor Hor Agha, but of course there was mentioned that Chouhajian was the author of the music, but it was something taken from a section of that operetta. So and the critics raved in London, in France, and even to Italy. And we have this picture, which is now at the National Picture Gallery in London by a famous German-British photographer, Emile Otto Hoppe, which shows Armen Ohanian in 1911 in London. Moreover, her first-hand knowledge allowed her skipping the inaccurate claim that she performed European-made Oriental imitations. American dancer and scholar Leona Wood has noted, quote, "Like Ida Rubinstein and others, she indulged a highly receptive audience in its fantasies about the East, but she differed from all of them because she was a genuine article, a real danseuse orientale. Her dances expressed universal feelings of love and fidelity, as well as a certain philosophy on life." Now we have here the entire program of most of her dances in Paris. And Ohanian carved out a niche for herself during the final years of the Belle Epoque, before World War I, and the early interwar period. The simultaneous absorption of several languages and cultures played a role in her interest in the other. And in Paris, we have to remember, she's separated from her husband. She's on divorce. So this is interesting because when not being divorced, she will have her own share of affairs. And she won't be that, reluctant to do that. And in Paris, she meets a famous French painter, Émile Bernard, who was married too, and so both of them, they engaged in an affair for almost 2 years, and she sat down for him for 2 dozens of paintings. This is one of the most famous ones, and she becomes his muse and his lover. And Émile Bernard wrote in his unpublished memoirs that truly Armen was not a woman, but the woman. not a foreigner, but civilization itself under all its aspects and all moments. Her complex nature had been touched by all cultures. She knew French, English, Persian, Russian, and had traveled widely. She looked like a summary of all civilizations and soul of all times. And of course, they broke up in 1915 and so on and so forth. In the meantime, she has a short affair with Natalie Clifford Barney, who, as you know, she was the preeminent lesbian in Paris. And this is why some people have considered Ohanian, or you will find everywhere, as a lesbian and stuff. But for me, it doesn't fit what I know. Even though she writes about this, she openly writes about this in her memoirs, but she's not. She then writes with quite a bit of denigration towards, the entire experience. So another of her lovers, French writer André Germain, wrote also that she was petite and perfect. The most brilliant esprit was added to her incomparable grace. So during World War I, she has a bunch of presentations because in Paris everything was practically finished because of the war. I mean, artistic activities. So she goes here and there, like London, Milan, and Paris sometimes to have presentations. But basically, her activities are come to stop during the war. And she, in the meantime, interesting one letter of her to Auguste Rodin, because she danced for Auguste Rodin at one time in his studio, and there was some talk about Rodin sculpting a sculpture of her, which didn't come to nothing, but the letters are there. So this was real. This wasn't like something that was fantasized. And we have a sculpture of a famous Belgian sculptor, Victor Rousseau, who saw her once dance in a performance in London when he was exiled during the occupation of Belgium by the Germans, and he sculpted her, and this is the sculpture which is now in Brussels. So in the meantime, she rediscovered her Armenianness, or she came out with her Armenianness in the World War I due to the impact of the genocide, and she participates in the biggest pro-Armenian event of the war, which was the Hommage à l'Arménie in 1916, in April 9, 1960, at the amphitheater of Sorbonne, where Anatole France pronounced those famous words about Armenia is expiring but will be reborn again, which is frequently quoted here and there. So at this moment is when a writer is born, and she had already published essays in Russian and French before the war, and she continues publishing during the war short stories, poems. She recited actually a poem during that Hommage à l'Arménie. And she reinvents herself as a writer. Her first book, La danseuse de Chamacha, the only one translated into English, and its sequel, Dans les griffes de la civilisation, revolved around her life. She wove no fiction and fiction into tightly knit fabric, even though her declared aim was to depict reality. Then in this way, she establishes her connections again as a result of the impact of the genocide and the Armenian independence, and the political uncertainty that dominated the West after the war, including the utopia of world revolution, nurtured by the birth of the Soviet regime, led her to get rid of any romanticism in life and in literature and to commit to communism. And this is something very interesting about her, as the Beauties of All Nations, an article published in the American press everywhere. So her first trip to the Soviet Union was followed by a travelogue, that the 6e Partie du Monde, and in the last few years she published her last works in French, the novel Le Soliste de la Majesté and the controversial memoir Le Rire d'une Charmeuse de Serpent. She moved to post-revolutionary Mexico in 1934 with her second husband, Macedonio Garza, whom she had married after the war, and achieved her personal reinvention as a Spanish language writer and political activist during the post-revolutionary years in the Mexican Communist Party. She published 9 books of her own, which established a reputation as a Marxist literary scholar, and a similar number of translations from Russian and French into Spanish, sometimes in collaboration with Garza. Although she retired from the stage in the late 1920s, Ohanian sporadically returned to perform in New York, Mexico, and Paris in the 1940s and 50s, so she was 65 the last time she performed. And interestingly, during the Ohanian's lifetime, a few Armenian women went down in history as recognized writers, actresses, and/or public figures, but she remained stranded in no man's land. After her death, her name would be relegated to the limbo of famous people of Armenian origin, an eclectic jumble of past and present names that have enjoyed some kind of recognition outside the ancestral fold and maybe somehow reclaimed through the flimsy thread of ethnic blood. In the 1950s, she visited the Soviet Union again and even sought to settle in Armenia. The first volume of her Spanish memoirs seems to have been her final book. By the way, the only copy of that book which we found was in the Charents Museum in Armenia. The copy had been unopened for 30 years until my colleague Armen Ohanian saw it for the first time and opened it and cut the pages and sent it to me, so I was able to read the memoirs and see what it was written there. Ironically, her political engagement and ideological stance did not suffice to make her a recognized name in the official culture of Soviet Armenia, despite being communist, where she only earned passing mentions in the last years of her life and afterwards. Nevertheless, the Armenian Soviet Encyclopedia featured her biography in 1986. In the end, and of course I had to cut it short a little bit because of my digressions, but I would say that Armen Ohanian maintained that the dancer was more than a woman. She was a dream whose preservation required showing only her unreal self to the world. Her writings and those of her contemporaries only revealed bits and pieces of her unreal self. Traversing the junction of reality and unreality, we have tried to approach the final frontier, reconstructing the novel of her life. And for mention then, in 2007, we published with my colleague Armen Ohanian, we published the first book about Armen Ohanian in Armenian, with summaries in English, French, Spanish, Russian, and Farsi. If you want the last copies, I have the few last remaining copies with me. An English version of that book, much enlarged one. It's around 300 manuscript pages. The book is 222 printed pages, so imagine it's much more. There is much more we have found in the last 10 years. It's forthcoming. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much to Vartan for that interesting presentation on the peculiar life of Armen Ohanian. Our final talk in this panel will be by Melina Mastropian. She was born and raised in Yerevan and initially earned her bachelor's degree in Japanese linguistics. She recently graduated this past month in March from Tohoku University's Graduate School of International Culture in Sendai, Japan. She has spent the last 6 years as a master's and PhD student researching the life and work of Diana Apgar, who we briefly heard a little bit about in the first talk of this panel. Her PhD dissertation, written in Japanese and making extensive use of Japanese archival data, dealt with the Japanese government's processing of Armenian refugees during World War I and Diana Apgar's role in that processing. She lives with her husband, a PhD student himself, and one-year-old son in Sendai, Japan, and is currently in the process of developing her dissertation into a book on the life and work of Diana Apgar. Today, her talk is titled Diana Apgar and Her Network, Efforts to Change the Armenian Situation in Turkey. Please welcome Melina.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, Pauline. I'm very honored and very happy to be here. I want to thank Melissa, Huri, and Lerna for having me here. It's really a pleasure, and I'm happy to discuss this topic with you. And so, let's start it. My presentation titled Diana Apgar and Her Network, efforts to change the Armenian situation in Turkey. So this is the table of the content. My PhD dissertation dealt with the processing of the Armenian refugees by the Japanese government and Diana's role in this. So when preparing for this presentation, I had to approach discussing Diana from a slightly different point of view. It might sound strange, but in my research, I rarely looked at Diana from through the feminist lens. So the big reason behind this is that Diana, in her own writing, never made special mention of her own gender. We know that she was aware of and supported women's movements such as the suffrage movement, but she was so focused on helping her own people that questions of gender and female empowerment just didn't occur to her. As an Armenian-American author of the same time Bertha Papazian mentions, Diana was a great, untiring patriot. She would do anything to help her people, those who were so far away from her and those who reached to her. She really was an excellent example of female empowerment. So this is the only quote I could find where Diana refers to the victory of suffrage movement in America. So Diana believed that if the women of Europe could have the right to vote, then smaller nations would have a greater chance to live in peace. So the strongest theme in Diana's writing is her unwavering stance against European imperialism. She saw Europe's imperialism as an evil and considered it to be the main cause of the Armenian people's suffering under Ottoman rule. Diana is a great example of a powerful Armenian woman who consistently fought for the visibility of the Armenian question through her writing and activism. So in today's presentation, I would like to focus on Diana's efforts to resist the invisibility of her people's struggles by using her network of influence. Her main goal was to draw the attention of the ascending international peace movement to the plight of the Ottoman Armenians and to change their situation. So let's see who Diana was. Diana Apgar was born in Rangoon. So her name was Diana Aghabek Apgar, and Gayana in Armenian, as it's based on her baptism certificate. So, but she also introduced herself as Anahit. She was born in Rangoon in 1859, and then later the Aghabek family moved to Calcutta, where she met her future husband and married Apgar Apgar, who was a merchant. After their marriage, they went to spend their honeymoon to Kobe, Japan. And they liked Japan very much, and in 1991, they moved to Japan. They settled to Japan, Yokohama, where Apgar founded his business company, AM Apgar & Co., first in Yokohama, later in Kobe, and later on, probably after Apgar's death, there was a branch in Nagoya as well. So Diana published 9 books, and 7 of her books were related to the Armenian question, and more than 100 articles. So during World War I and the Armenian genocide from 1915 to the 1930s, more than 1,000 Armenian refugees fled to Japan through Vladivostok and then to America or Europe. So here I included some pictures of the Armenian refugees that went to Japan. And here I included a map that shows the route that actually reached Japan. So here you can see, here. Yeah, this is the route of their Magardician family. Here is the family. So they were in Van. They left Van, they went to Yerevan and then to Georgia. After Georgia, they entered Russia, and all the way by the Siberian Railway, they went to Vladivostok, and from Vladivostok, they went to Yokohama and eventually met Diana Apgar, where they got her support. So Diana became a bridge between the refugees and the Japanese government, helped them with food, accommodation, arranging their travel documents, providing them health care and education, and eventually sending them to their final destination. There is much to discuss about Diana's humanitarian work with these refugees. However, there is only this much time, and today's presentation's focus is a little bit different. So, the young Armenian government took note of her activism, and in 1920, Diana was appointed as an honorary consul to Japan. So her appointment was widely reported in newspapers, but unfortunately, her appointment was not recognized by the Japanese government, and accordingly, she did not officially become a consul. But the fact was that she was the first female who was appointed as a consul. Diana dedicated her whole life to her people with a hope in her heart that one day the Armenian refugees, the Armenians, could return to a free homeland. She died in July 1937 and is buried in the Yokohama Foreign General Cemetery next to her husband and 2 sons. So next I will discuss about the I will talk about the peace movement at the start of the 20th century. So between 1910 and 1914, while Diana was active as a writer, the international peace movement was also in ascent. So to understand the significance of Diana's work and why she contacted these particular individuals and organizations, it is important to look at the historical background of peace movement that started in the mid-19th century and was reaching the peak of its influence by the beginning of the 20th century. So the peace movement was born at the start of the 19th century and grew in strength until it became a significant international issue just before World War I. So by 1914, measures for conflict resolutions were being discussed and debated around the world by specialists, political leaders, diplomats, and ordinary citizens. This resulted in substantial funding for the peace movement from philanthropists such as American industrialist Andrew Carnegie, which encouraged the formation of numerous peace societies and organizations. So it was within this atmosphere that Diana was hoping to build a supportive correspondence with influential individuals involved in peace movement. So here I would like to introduce 2 important figures in the peace movement with whom Diana had her main correspondences with. A lot of additional information related to Diana's broader network and her actions to protect the Armenians can be found in these many letters exchanged with these 2 individuals. So first is David Starr Jordan. So David Starr Jordan was an American ichthyologist, educator, author, and peace activist. He was the president of Stanford University, and he was the president of the World Peace Foundation. He had 14 years of correspondence with Diana, and they actually met in 1911 when Jordan visited Japan and Yokohama to give lectures about peace. The next individual is Charles Albert Gobat. Excuse me, I just want to have a sip of water. Sorry. Charles Albert Gobat, he was a Swiss lawyer, politician, educator, and philanthropist. He was the General Secretary of the Interparliamentary Bureau. He was a winner of Nobel Peace Prize with Elie Dokumen, Director of International Peace Bureau. He had 4 years of correspondence with Diana, but we can only read the letters between them from 1912 and 1914. So there are more people that Diana contacted. So I won't introduce each and every one here because of the time limit. So these are the people that will be in my presentation today. And so most of them are peace workers and peace activists. And here are more people, obviously, that Diana contacted, but maybe next time, I don't know, I can't discuss about them today. And you can see here, actually, the Woodrow Wilson and Johannes Lepsius is here as well. So Diana had correspondences or just contacted them for like shortly, or didn't even got a reply, or like very short contact with them. So Diana's actions through her network. I have divided Diana's actions to improve the Armenian situation and to prevent the 1915 genocide into 5 categories. The first category is Diana's appeals. I will talk about 2 appeals that Diana made. News of the terrible conditions in the Ottoman Armenia compelled Diana to write an appeal to the public. This news included regular raids on villages, abductions, and murders. She sent printed slips of the appeal to both Jordan and Goba for their perusal and for distribution. Unfortunately, we only have a description of the contents of the appeal that she sent to the Permanent Court of Arbitration at The Hague at the end of 1912. However, it is highly likely that the appeals she sent to Goba and Jordan are the same appeal she sent to the Hague Court. So this is the first this is the description of the appeal, and this is the first evidence of Diana trying to encourage practical action in helping Armenians. So the 12 demands of Diana's appeal. David Starr Jordan took up Diana's 12 demands and included in his book, which was published in 1913. So what are these 12 demands? It is uncertain whether these 12 demands were a part of the above-mentioned appeal or not, but it reached us through Jordan's book. So Jordan had significant social influence, and he would have helped Diana's cause a lot by supporting her so publicly. So this was a small but very significant event for Diana, for which she was very thankful. So here is the summary of the 12 demands of Diana's appeal. The right to bear arms, restoration of the Armenian lands stolen by the Turkish authorities, formation of judicial committee of 12 members, 6 Armenians, 6 Muslims, appointment of Armenian tax gatherers, establishment of their own courts and prisons, appointment of an Armenian governor in every province of Lesser and Greater Armenia, the right to send their own delegate to the Hague conferences. The reforms should not be left to the promises, control, or administration of the Turkish government. This was the first appeal. The second appeal was appeal for diplomatic protection of Armenia. It was in 1913. Diana was always looking for a country to establish protectorate over Armenia, but she never trusted the European powers. In 1913, she appealed for joint British and American protection with Swiss governors to supervise. She sent this appeal to the British Peace Societies, associations, and American Board of Commissioners for Foreign Missions that James Vartan was the president of, as well as to certain individuals, including Albert Goba and James Bryce. The responses about this diplomatic protection for Armenia, the overall responses were, especially Bryce's response, were not very encouraging, saying that, well, the United States will never interfere in your Eastern affairs. Barton agreed with Bryce's opinion, but wrote about his intention to raise the question in an unofficial way with the Division of the Near Eastern Affairs in the State Department, hoping to get some valuable information. Goba also gave Diana little hope, but said he would send an address to the diplomatic conference in London and speak earnestly to the British Prime Minister, Sir Edward Grey. This was the first category of Diana's appeals. The second category is efforts to gain Peace Congress's attention. Between 1910 and 1914, 3 universal congresses were held. Diana's goal was to draw the attention of those congresses to the Armenian question. Diana actively followed the congresses and knew who was going to be present. She contacted the individuals who had influence at these congresses, such as Albert Goba, Theodore Ruisen, and Baroness Bertha von Suttner. Theodore Ruisen was a member of the International Peace Bureau and the president of the most important peace organization in France, and Bertha von Suttner was an Austrian Bohemian novelist, pacifist, a leading figure at the peace congresses. Diana's requests were about bringing the Armenian question forward at the peace congresses. So regarding the 18th Peace Congress, Goba and Ruisen gave her assurance that the Armenian question would be brought forward at the Congress, which was very positive news for Diana. After the 19th Peace Congress, Goba replied to her that a resolution of the protection of the Armenians had been accepted by Peace Congress on his proposal. The resolution was forwarded to the Turkish government. However, he also wrote that if the Turkish government did not have the will to protect Armenians, the resolution would not matter. For the 20th Congress, Diana wrote to Bertha von Suttner as well, but no reply from her was found. A positive reply came from Ruisen, saying that the Armenian question had been brought forward before the Commission of Actualities at the Peace Congress. Diana thought it was a great step. So here we see that Diana's efforts through her network continued to produce small but hopeful outcomes, and she had been preparing a new case for the 21st Universal Congress, which actually never happened because of the World War I. The next category is arms for Armenians. So Diana and Gobat there were 6 letters found about discussing the arms for Armenians, and they were working. Albert and Apgar was discussing about how to actually send arms to Armenians to protect themselves. So Goba suggested the creation of a committee for self-defense organized by Switzerland. And Diana agreed and said that no Armenian names should be made, otherwise the new massacres could happen. So Diana was ready to donate $1,000, which is 1,000 yen, which is $30,000 in present terms, if such committee could be created for the purchase of weapons. But unfortunately, no further information is available on this arms committee, or if they actually try to implement it. The next category is circulars warning about the new massacres. Diana was constantly informed of the situation in Armenia through newspapers and being in touch with the American missionaries, and starting in 1913, she was sure that a new massacre were being prepared. To spread this awareness, and she sent many circulars to different peace societies and organizations. 4 of these circulars were found. The content of the circulars were as follows. This one was sent to the World Peace Foundation. It says, the Turkish government is at present preparing another Armenian massacres. This fact is an open secret and is confirmed by reports from various sources. I therefore earnestly pray that the World Peace Foundation would take some measures which might tend to arrest the horrible and atrocious outrage now impending upon the Armenian subject to Turkish dominion. Respectfully submitted, Diana Rabek Apgar. So an American lawyer politician, so it was it is unknown whether there were responses from these organizations, but one response from an individual filled Diana with great joy and excitement. An American lawyer politician active in work for women's rights and women's suffrage, Belva Lockwood, responded to Diana's appeal by forwarding it to American Peace Society, the American Senate, House Committee on Foreign Relations, and the State Department. Furthermore, Lockwood sent to the Washington Herald, and it was published on June 17, 1914. For Diana, this news was splendid. "Ah, you do not know how content my heart is. I feel as if I had won a victory," she writes. It gave her hope that her voice could be heard and Armenians could receive some support. The next category is the 1913-14 Reforms Commission and Diana's plans to create a commission of investigation. So soon after the Balkan Wars, the Armenian question once again became an important international issue. In June 1913, resolution for reforms was announced and 2 European inspectors were appointed to Van and Erzurum. She welcomed the news, but she did not trust the Turkish government, obviously. She hoped to encourage the creation of a commission of investigation because she strongly believed that the vigilance should not be relaxed. Her main wish was to keep the Turks in fear. So Diana actually for this commission contacted many individuals such as Samuel Dutton, Charles Dole, Theodore Roussin, etc. And they themselves contacted other people like Edward Gray or Carnegie Foundation to plan this committee of to create this committee of investigation. But unfortunately, 1914 came and the World War I started, and all of these plans were just gone, were cancelled, and obviously Diana's plans to create this committee also was gone. So Diana was, it seemed like Diana was, so Diana was a strong woman of her time, fighting with a powerful will, incredible perseverance, and her pen. So fighting against the invisibility of the Armenian question and the suffering of her people. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to the 3 speakers on this panel. We'll now take slightly over 10 minutes until 1 o'clock to answer a few questions from the audience, and please feel free to approach the speakers during the lunch break or later breaks if you have questions that don't get answered.
Lunch is on us.
Yes, lunch will be available to everybody, but we ask that we make sure the speakers and presenters first get theirs. Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's open up the floor for questions from the audience. Yes.
So very quickly, Ms. Adrian, thank you very much for the, first of all, for pioneering the research on Armenian women, revolutionary women, and opening the path in front of us. Putting together these volumes that are, in fact, encyclopedias, because there are names in them that would be totally forgotten if you didn't bring them together. My question is, could you please write a book or a couple of books or series of videos about how you made these research connections? How you met these people, how you located the resources, how you put this material together, and also maybe a catalog of where the archives are. Because for us, the most important thing as a diasporic people, our archives are scattered around the world, and what you have done is so important. And the most important thing when we are doing research is we don't know where the archives are, the personal archives, and locating archives. I will very quickly ask 2 questions to you two, and then shut up. Because I don't want to take up much time, but I have to do this because this was incredible. So to Vartan, I totally understand your criticism to reduce this incredible woman who did everything, accomplished a lot in her life. From being a communist to being a dancer and everything, to reduce her into her sexuality, basically. But I also think that it is important to talk about, to bring bisexual women in Armenian history into visibility, because it is something taboo. So do you think her story, whatever she wrote about her relationship with both women and men, can open up like questions about the way we understand Armenian femininity. Also not her own experience with both women and men, but also like how she represented Oriental women, and like open up discussions about our understanding of Armenian femininity and masculinity. To Melina, thank you very much. Like Diana Apgar was this name, almost a ghost, that only, people mention about her name, but we don't know. We don't know what she accomplished, she did. So my question to you is two questions actually. So like, did you know before going to Japan that you were going to work on Diana, or is Diana the reason you ended up in Japan? And like, which archives you work, because you are a gem, like you can do research in Japan, in Japanese. So like, you're the first person, I think, who has ever done research on Diana using Japanese archives. So what kind of archives did you use? And the second question to you is, it looks like Armenian women used networks of international women's organizations, the feminist organizations, or like really like international network of organized women to bring justice to their own people, like women-to-women network connections, just like Kurdish women are doing right now, for using feminist networks and women's organizations to raise awareness around the world about the atrocities against their own people. So, in 5 minutes. Yes, sorry. I have to. You don't have to answer. We can talk about it later.
Pauline, why don't you take a few questions until they think about?
Okay. Yes. I'd like to add to Melissa's question to Vartan on the queerness of Ohanian, who, as you were speaking, even before you mentioned her sexuality, she's an extremely queer figure. I mean, not just for Armenian history, but I mean, in general, she just seems like an extremely queer figure. She's playing with the boundaries of Oriental and Orientalist imagery. Her name has got to have some other kind of meaning, and all of this. And so when you brought up the question of how she's actually written about lesbian experiences in her memoirs, I wonder if you could speak more on that, and where this kind of desire to not see her as a lesbian figure or a queer figure, even if lesbian is a problematic term there, where that might be coming from.
In answer to your question, Melissa, really, my living in Anjar was the source of my inspiration. As I said, I have a paragraph there, the way women were treated, their marginalization, in spite of all that they did for the family. That triggered my sense of justice. And the rest is a work based on patience. No other word can explain. Because sometimes I read 1 or 2 books, I couldn't find one sentence that I could use. And many of the people I went for interviews, they just refused. And I had a very hard time with Herush Papazian because she did not believe the reality was changed in the diaspora. She was so distressed and so disappointed that she didn't want to open the old books, if we can put it this way. And she said, who would be interested in the stories of long ago? There was, and in general, even women, they were all skeptical that women's stories could match the stories of the Fedais, because at the time when I was doing the research, the fedais were the all-important. They are like the cowboys doing the right thing.
Oh my God.
They were like a mythology. And no one would pay attention to women. What could women do? Just as my husband's grandmother, she told me, yes, erkek yine. She kept on repeating that. Because the value was on the male values, not the female values. So the only thing I can say is that for me it has been a labor of love. I believed in it and I worked for many, many years. But you must have patience. Without patience, such kind of, especially pioneering research can never be done without patience. But as I said, it has been a labor of love. I have no regret, and I'm sure my own children, I have 4 children, they all respect that in me. Thank you.
I will give a very short answer, just because there is no time. Who is looking at the clock?
I just thought it was interesting that the man gets the lesbian question.
I have to add that it was a provocation. That's why I mentioned it. I could have left it, at the writing that I did there, but I did it as a provocation. I just wanted to add to what Mrs. Zaytian said, that you need to have a lot of patience, because I have been engaged in the same kind of research, and this book with Arvi Bakhchinian proved the point for the emptiest time, that you need to have a lot of patience and a lot of luck. Because we're in a situation of scattered archives that we have, I can go hours to tell you, not now, right afterwards, how lucky we were finding stuff all over the world about a woman who has been all over the world. So this is just to complement what Mrs. Zaytian said. Regarding your question, I will be mention it very shortly. I agree with you. Of course, there is a layer to explore there. I'm not saying that I have all the answers. There is a lot of information. Unfortunately, Armen Ohanian's archives have not been uncovered in Mexico. Probably, for what I can surmise, they don't even exist. Because there is a cloud of mystery over her last years. We are not even sure if she died effectively in 1976, as I said. I can explain it later if you want to in lunch why. So there is a lot to explore about, for instance, a matter of sexuality. Of course, I understand that she's playing a lot. I am not, I have to say, queer studies, as they call it, a queer studies expert, or not even on the margins of that. But I understand that she had a bisexual moment. But what I wanted to mention is that I don't think that is the defining moment of her sexuality. That's what I mean. I mean, I don't believe that she is married twice and then discovering that she has a passing attraction to some woman of her own gender, and then that defines her moment, and then she goes to marry again just to cover up her traits, because she writes about that when she's already married. In 1931, her last memoir, which is only in French, I mean, unfortunately for those who don't know French, she writes a lot about her story with Nathalie Barney, and because she has Barney, sorry, I keep saying it like in French, Nathalie Barney, and she, because she had some kind of fallout with her in the meantime, we'll talk about that a lot in our forthcoming book. Then by that time in 31, she's writing very dismissively about her and the whole experience. So I cannot say for sure how much she was playing, what was the status of her status during that time. She gives an explanation for what happened to, after the Monday quarterback explanation, let's say. So it's a matter to be explored, but again, there is not so many sources to go there. I'm talking about facts. I'm not talking about interpretations of whatever she wrote or whatever happened. I'm talking about hard facts that prove a point. I mean, one thing that I personally never liked is that, when you make interpretations out of thin air, when you don't have enough facts to back up your explanations. So, but I perfectly understand that there is stuff to be studied there and to talk about that. And our research has tried to uncover those facts, to put them out, and then leave it to the experts to do their own due diligence.
Okay, I'll try to be short, Melissa. So I went to Japan actually to study linguistics, Japanese linguistics, and then it was interesting how I ended up with Diana. I had a friend, a diplomat friend in Tokyo. So he contacted me actually. He said, I would like to meet with you, come to Tokyo. So I went to Tokyo to meet with him. We were actually, I remember where we were walking, and I remember how I got this idea that I have to research about Diana. So he asked me, what are you doing here? I said, well, I came here to study linguistics. And he's like, why are you studying linguistics? You already speak Japanese. Well, like, why do you need Japanese linguistics? I'm like, well, he said, you should study something related to Japanese-Armenian relations or historical research or something. As soon as I heard that, Diana Apgar's picture that I had seen on the wall at the Armenian embassy just came up in front of me. I'm like, oh my God, I know what I'm gonna research about. And then that's how I started. Immediately on that day, I went to my hotel and I started researching, and I couldn't find anything, any article, but only one article that was written in Japanese by Hideharu Nakajima, who is taking care of of her grave in Yokohama. That was the only article, and there was an article in Wikipedia. That was this only thing that I could find about Diana. And then how I started, and actually a lot of some people told me that you shouldn't do this research because there are no archives, you can't find anything, so it's just give up. I said, no, I'm here to study, but it's like I'm here in Japan, and Diana was in Japan, and it's impossible that there are nothing, I have to find something. So anyway, I didn't give up, and I'm glad that I didn't give up. So I found a lot of new information, a lot of new documents, and actually, so I use archive. I use Japanese diplomatic archives. Because unfortunately in Armenia we don't have any diplomatic archives at that time that actually say things about the Armenian refugees who went to Japan or anything related to Japan. Only like few documents about her appointment, and so I could find a lot of documents and letters between Diana and the Japanese government, how she requested, how she asked to help the Armenian refugees to enter to Japan, because they couldn't enter to Japan. The Japanese government didn't let them enter because they didn't have passports, they didn't have any documents or anything. So Diana actually helped them, asked them for permission, and they gave, because of Diana, they gave them special permission to enter to Japan. So anyway, there is a lot to discuss about this, and this Japanese documents give us additional information about Armenian passports even before the Armenian government. 1916, there were Armenian passports that Armenian refugees had, and it was very interesting anyway. So yeah, sorry, I can't go on because of the time. Yeah, and the network, the International Women Network, I couldn't find anything that Then any letters that Diana wrote about to this to women societies. She mainly wrote to this peace workers that I mentioned. Yeah, but no one. But actually, there was an international women's society that she donated her books to those societies, and actually she donated her books to everywhere, to all the universities, especially in the U.S. So yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. We're going to start our third panel. Our first speaker is Dr. Nora Tatarian. Nora Tatarian. She is a PhD candidate and a Kono scholar at the Women and Gender Studies Institute, University of Toronto. She completed her master's degree in cultural studies at Sabancı University and her bachelor's degree in philosophy at Galatasaray University and Paris Panthéon-Sorbonne. Interested in aesthetics, feminist philosophy, psychoanalysis, and race studies, her doctoral research is focused on the representation of the Armenian genocide in Turkish contemporary art. Besides having presented her research internationally and published her work in academic and non-academic journals, she teaches philosophy of art at Aşık University in Istanbul. Nora's paper is entitled Comfortable Ways of Encountering the Other on a Genocidal Lens, and she's going to join us via Skype from Istanbul.
Okay. First, we'll show. Nora wanted me to show this short video clip, and then she's. Actually, you can see her. You're still on the screen, Nora.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Unique percentage, unique ID, unique shared habits that multi Tanzi, Sanjari, Sendeli, Amenity, Baruni, country was without English. Has a story country. So much I love. That's the Chanabamere, legal standards, Talana's, Mahasi, Ruprababuti, Bugas. She did done it in this. So I partner is very partner. Everyone looking at every Apgar Rubina standard, Matiosian, Turkish, Nitan expired. I don't know that's me. Kurva, Elbupuras, Modanu, said Baga, Patience, Hydro. Güneş barov gas, Norris gas. Yepes genom Türkiye. Palebende, Polorin as a high, Palebunetses.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm so sorry that I'm not there physically. I would like to thank Huri, Isa, and now inviting me and also enabling my participation through Skype. So you have watched a video from Armen called Memory. I mentioned this work in my papers, that's why I would like to show it to you first. Despite the coming and going in 2015 of the 100th anniversary of the Armenian genocide is not officially recognized by the Turkish state, artwork related to this phenomenon has increased considerably over the past 10 years, particularly following the assassination of Vartan. Bütün Depos's dedication of the year 2015 to artwork produced around the Armenian genocide, Sarkis' representation of the Turkish pavilion at Venice Biennial with his work Respiro. The Armenian pavilion itself located on the island of San Lazaro, Venice, and the focus on the legacy of Armenian genocide in Istanbul Biennial, titled Salt Water, curated by Caroline Christian Bakargiev, enable us to have a conversation about the repercussions of Armenian genocide through art. Some of the works and exhibitions formed part of larger reconciliation projects produced upon the promise of art's capacity to heal. Others, despite independent works, fell unintentionally into a politically charged context where the possibility of representing the genocide via arts became the main focus. A considerable proportion were artistic reinterpretations of witness narratives and post-memory accounts that I am going to focus in this paper. In an atmosphere where the emotional outcome of such a catastrophic event has been left politically and historically unsettled, it is perhaps not surprising that art and literature in the memoir and testimony genre, domains relatively less supervised by the Turkish state, have been the place where an alternative language with which to talk about the complex legacy of the genocide has been hammered out. But because the racialized other for whom the spectator feels pity, guilty, or responsibility is frequently depicted as an elderly woman, I propose reading such stereotypes as a search for a comfortable encounter with a gendered and racialized other, rather than as the opening of a crack in the grand denialist narrative. So, looking specifically at Erhan Arık's video piece, Remembering, that you have just watched, this paper will not only problematize the implicit and explicit motives for such gender depictions of the racial other, but will also interrogate the conditions for producing arts while living on genocidal land and discuss the intricate relationship between art and responsibility. Erhan Arık, a photographer from Ardahan, Turkey, begins the introductory text of his 2011 solo exhibition Horovel, staged at Istanbul Critical Debate and Regional Cultural Exchange Center, Depo Dasli. I quote, "I had a dream. I'm in the house in Ardahan, where I was born, a house inherited from Armenians, and I am in the part of the house we use as a barn. The voice in my dream is challenging me about this squandered wing of the house. Why this room is so dirty? Why this stone hearth where we once cooked our bread now used as part of the barn? And I woke with a start, haunted by this and many more questions I don't remember now. The sun wasn't up yet when I set off towards that room in the barn. I opened the door, walked straight to the hearth, touched the stone, and fell silent." So the artist's statement makes it clear that to audience that the urge to produce this piece came from a very personal place, a discomfort caused by living on colonized and forcibly evacuated land. The video installation Remembering was part of a larger project based on stories Arık had collected while visiting both sides of Turkish-Armenian border. It was funded by Anadolu Kültür, a non-profit cultural institution that brings together the art world and civil society to support the production of works that create social change. The exhibition venue, Depo, is an independent art space with a loyal corps of regular visitors, composed of left-wing and liberal supporters of democracy, already critical of Turkish racial politics. In this context, it's important to understand that the video Remembering, shown alongside photographs Arık had taken during his journey through various border cities, was not exhibited so as to elicit a radical narrative change in its audience world. On the contrary, it reaffirmed what was already widely known and accepted within Turkish liberal society without placing the audience into a position of responsibility for the past. Rather than suggesting here that art's only legitimate mission is to create change in its spectator's perspective, I argue that Arık's promise to enable a space for empathy and acknowledgement of the extent of what occurred is an impossible task, one incompatible with the nature of arts. The protagonist of the film, Tigranuhi Asatryan, a 100-year-old woman residing in Isfahan when the video was recorded, is one of the few known living witnesses of the Armenian genocide. So presenting her eyewitness account of the genocide in vignettes, the piece enables a face-to-face encounter between the victim and the audience currently living on her family's colonized land, an audience that has yet to come to terms with this inherited crime in one way or another. Watching the video, we see in the picture frame she is holding the faces of genocide victims and survivors from her family, close-up image of her face, which she hides from us at a crucial point in her story, speaks directly to us. I saw everything. When I was born in Kazıman, the calendar was showing the springtime. We had a big house. We have very beautiful orchards of pears and apples, but when we migrated, we did not take anything with us. We left everything. We migrated in hunger and thirst. I saw many killed people on the roads. These were spoiled and people were dead, and some were raped too. I saw unbelievable things. It's even hard to tell. 2 people survived out of 200. They locked up and killed 200 people. People hid me and my sister in a house. We were crying every day. In this video and in many other exhibitions centered on Armenian women witnessing and post-memory, notably mobilizing memory, women witnessing, memory without a place, grandchildren and new geographies of belonging, these are a couple of examples. The underlying assumption is often that through the unheard voices of women, the truth of genocide can finally be revealed, or at least an alternative archive can be imagined, if not achieved. In a similar vein, the words of women in Arik's video have been cut and edited to convey the horror of the catastrophe through a personal experience. The trembling elderly woman's voice is much more real than the history of the genocide, as it is recounted in Turkish history texts. It's hard not to believe her. It's hard not to fall under the illusion that one can adequately feel her pain. The representation of women in relation to war and genocide has been a widely studied subject, especially in relation to World War II and the Holocaust. And the dismissal of women's accounts in official histories and the ways in which gender over-representation is deployed for the work of nation building has been widely criticized, and silencing and agency interact in memory in complicated ways. In what can now be considered an independent literary genre, with the representation of Armenian women in relation to catastrophe and war, narratives of Armenian grandmothers have of late become popular. Serdar Can's Nenemin Masalları, My Grandmother's Tales, Fethiye Çetin's Anneannem, My Grandmother, İrfan Palalı's Tehcir Çocukları, Nenem Bir Ermeniymiş, Children of Deportation, My Grandmother Was Armenian. There is no doubt that both in literature and arts, there are historical reasons for this choice of subject. As Arlene Avakyan has pointed out, the genocide of Ottoman Armenians was clearly gendered in certain aspects. During the events of 1915, for example, recent historical studies demonstrate that women's bodies and labor were frequently appropriated through rape, kidnapping, and conversion, and many women were assimilated into Muslim families by force. Unlike adult men, most of the women and children were not killed. While such analysis unsettled the arid ethical atmosphere that Turkish denial had created by mobilizing people consciousness, they also unwittingly create a monolithic representation of Armenian women, which play into the conversion and kidnapping narratives that serve as heroic Turkish life-saving stories. In this sense, Armenian women, and in particular the surprising number of converted hidden Armenian grandmothers that have been revealed in Turkish families, play a key role in the formation and also disformation of Turkish identity. The ghostly presence of Armenian female ancestors with the Turkish community is both a way to speak tangentially about the Armenian genocide, and it serves to blur the line that separates the Turkish self from the Armenian other. In her essay, Gendered Silence, Gender Memories, Ayşegül Altınay analyzes the silencing mechanisms of stories of survival in relation to the patrilineal understanding of descent that underlines the popularity of narratives about Islamized Armenian maternal grandmother over those of Islamized Armenian grandfathers or paternal grandmothers. Altınay interprets this phenomenon as being rooted in the idea that having an Armenian grandfather, father, or even a paternal grandmother seems to characterize a person as more Armenian than having an Armenian maternal grandmother or mother. Altınay sees a potential in the profusion of female Turkish Armenian witness narratives in that they may provide an alternative to heteropatriarchal forms of history writing. Similar discussions have ensued in performance studies around the idea of repetition, that returning to the original trauma and reviving it may bring about some sort of reparation. But accounts that aim at reparation through trauma replication have largely fallen short, both in their failure to account for the victim and by ignoring the power dynamic they create by forcing trauma reenactment. A prime and early example of this is the film Ravished Armenia, shot in 1919, in which a survivor of genocide is portrayed by author and actress Aurora Mardiganyan, who wound up being heavily re-traumatized by the experience of recreating the tragedy she herself had witnessed, all in order to prove the truth and intensity of the genocide to the Western world. The post-memory artworks mentioned above are not exempt from such critiques. This is not just because, having been edited and treated, they are less transparent in comparison with raw, uncut oral history interviews. What is more problematic is their raison d'etre, the impossible task they have undertaken in representing a genocide that has no official archive. As in Arık's piece Remembering, in most of these works, women are depicted as bearers of the truth of the genocide, as the assumption is that through these accounts, the viewer, provoked to think about the atrocity, feel a measure of responsibility, and develop empathy for the victims, will be brought into a space of encounter in which forgiveness can occur. Although in terms of its intention, this vision is admirable, the gender choice involved is nonetheless troublesome on multiple fronts. Most obviously, the assumption is that the genocide is representable and that catastrophe may be expressed despite the limits of language. It also presupposes that these women may be charged with the burden of expressing it. Finally, in proceeding as through a face-to-face encounter with the victim is possible, it renders invisible the hierarchy that exists between the artist, the creator, spectator, and the victim. Arık concludes the video with Asadur saying something that can be read as the Turkish wish to be forgiven. There is a lot to tell, but I almost forgot. I cannot remember. When are you going back to Turkey? Send them the greetings of an Armenian woman. Come here again, okay? The moment where an Asadur sends her greeting to Turkey is the emotional crescendo of the piece. It strongly connotes forgiveness, and it's the verbal expression of the possibility of reconciliation. But it almost contradicts the previous sentence where she says that she has nearly forgotten everything that happened to her. Without remembering the extent of her experience, she appears to forgive the unforgivable in a Derridian sense, the only thing that calls out for forgiveness. Speaking from Isfahan outside Turkey, she appears to say what would relieve everyone, even herself, what would comfort those watching the video in the exhibition space, what would comfort Turkish Armenians who remained at the scene of crime after the massacre and who have never been given the conditions in which to forgive. Despite the fact that remembering was made with a strong desire to understand the genocide, is thus far removed from bare denialism, it nevertheless shares some of the genocidal Turkish lexicon with those accounts in which the female Armenian racial other seems to be a more comfortable and less disturbing interlocutor than do male counterparts. Rather than seeing these accounts as empowering, I am more inclined to read them as a form of denialism which makes the emancipation of narrative on genocidal land impossible. Art, as opposed to history, has the potential to venture beyond such a genocidal imagination. Instead of demonizing such accounts or looking for the most ethical ways of representing the Armenian other, the question I'm most preoccupied with is whether it is possible and to what extent to see the Armenian woman protagonist of remembering divorced from the tradition that is imposed upon her. This logic would shift the analysis from the issue of representation to that of ontology, begging the question Jessica Benjamin asks in The Shadow of the Other. Is there a way that the self can achieve a relationship to an outside other without true identification, assimilating, or being assimilated by it? Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker is Dr. Elise Semerjan. Elise Semerjan is Associate Professor of Middle Eastern History at Whitman College, where she teaches a broad range of courses on the subject of gender, sexuality, social history, culture, and politics of the Middle East. A specialist in the history of the Ottoman Empire and Syria, she authored Off the Straight Path, Illicit Sex, Law, and Community in Ottoman Aleppo, as well as several articles on gender, non-Muslims, and law in the Ottoman Empire. She currently serves on the editorial board of the Journal of Middle East Women's Studies and the International Journal of Middle East Studies. Semerjan was the Dumanian Visiting Professor in Armenian Studies in the Department of Near Eastern Cultures and Languages at the University of Chicago in 2013, and recently awarded a Cornell University Society for the Humanities Fellowship focused on the topic of skin. Elisa Merjan's paper is entitled White Bodies, Savage Marks, Medical and Racial Discourses of Armenian Women's Tattoos.
Today, listening to all the papers and especially thinking about the themes of the conference, in a way I was thinking, I regret that I am not presenting on another aspect of my research, which is actually one of the most intact narratives of an Armenian woman who experienced tattooing, who documented through oral interviews and some of her own writings her experience. But I made this decision before the conference was organized, and so I just want to let you know that when we think about resistance, and especially the question of agency, which is coming up earlier in the conference, that we certainly do have moments where women are talking in their own voices about tattooing, though my topic today is slightly different. I do want to thank Huri, Lerna, and Melissa for organizing feminists more generally last year and this year with your workshops. I look forward to many more. And please know that I'm excited especially to present this work because I need your feedback. I am writing this book thing that's emerging from this topic. So what am I up to? It's a book project that begins with the premise by thinking about emotion, affect, and bodies, and thinking about how when we embrace those various modes of thinking, we are able to excavate women's lived experience as a subject in its own right in Armenian genocide studies. I argue in my larger project that embracing this form of knowledge constitutes a critical counterpoint to the seductions of the archive, and I think that often elevates the state as the repository of knowledge. And in doing so, we often efface women's experiences. And in that way, I find Nora's presentation, thinking about post-memory as perhaps a remedy, thinking through these various ways of producing new knowledge, intriguing. My critique is that our emphasis on bodies of evidence found in what is the National Archive Project has caused us to overlook perhaps the most obvious source of history, the actual bodies of victims. And here, when I think of the archive with a capital A, I'm thinking of the Ottoman archives, which are usually viewed as like the repository of knowledge. But we know very well that the Armenian archive is multinational, based on the fact of the genocide and diaspora. So I use several archives, and I'm not, for example, overly fetishizing the Ottoman archive as the place to find the proverbial silver bullet. So 2 chapters of this book will talk about the tattoos of Armenian genocide victims. And here I want to show an image of some of the sorts of tattoos that I've been studying. So in another part of the work, I actually analyze the tattoos, their symbols, their different meanings. I'm using tattoo anthropology to do that. I won't be doing that today. But I'm looking particularly at debates about Armenian women's tattoos and the way that they're enmeshed in larger national and international rescue and recuperation efforts of Armenian women's bodies. And here I'm actually building on a footnote in Lerna's article in which she kind of called for this kind of research to take place because we didn't have very much. And this is even, I think, the emergence of Grandma's Tattoos as a documentary has really prompted people to think about them, but we still have so much to do. Here I'm arguing that surgical tattoo removal is yet another aspect of a recuperation, building on Lerna's work, by examining the way that tattoos were inframed medically and racially within medical journals, survival testimonies, periodicals, press coverage in the United States, France, and Britain. Medical discourses were embedded in the larger project of recovering Armenian whiteness. Tattoos, or what is sometimes referred to as corrupted flesh, was pathologized differently as a medical disease inflicted through genocidal trauma on the one hand and assimilation and contact with the savage other. The tattoo removal process through this method of extraction rendered recuperated skin white. Tattoo removal shows how redeeming bodies through physical retrieval from Muslim households and through reforming the body with tattoo removal was part of a humanitarian medical mission, and those missions, those efforts were at home and abroad. The first surgery actually, it seems, took place at Roberts College in Istanbul, the first that I was able to find, that is. So in the process of the forcible transfer and conversion of Armenian women and children, Armenian women's bodies were marked with symbols that indigenous groups, and primarily Arabs, Kurds, and Gypsies, to a lesser extent Turks, I haven't found as much evidence of a wider practice of Turkish tattooing. And there's also a huge debate about whether tattooing was Turkish at all. But it was believed to bolster the fertility, the beauty, offer a medicinal healing, and also signaled tribal affiliation. Subjected to the continual gaze of passerbys, tattoos served as a persistent reminder of the past, especially when inscribed on the most visible parts of the body, the face, neck, and hands. Tattooing made an indelible mark on the skin, nearly impossible to remove without advanced medical assistance. Armenian women experienced the dual trauma of forced assimilation evidenced on their very skin, and another trauma when they re-entered Armenian society looking visibly like other outsiders. And again, a lot of this is affective, right? It's about the perception of being viewed. Women talk a lot about how they're being looked at. These women sought tattoo removal in order to avoid the stigma of association with the Muslim communities that had previously abducted or absorbed them in various ways. The tattoos marked them as belonging to the communities they lived among. However, the indelible marks posed a psychological barrier to their attempt to reclaim their Armenian selves, or at least they perceived it as such. And Melina, you've pushed back against that idea, I realize in your work, the idea that these women were barred from marriage or other opportunities, that there is definitely room to problematize, but I'm talking about mostly affective, at least the perception of women of not being accepted. So this embodied otherness also traversed not only the ethnic and religious identity of Armenians, but marked these women, even by urban Ottoman standards, as outside the bounds of civilization. So it's important to say that, this kind of tattooing is not an urban phenomenon you would find in Istanbul, for example. Despite gestures of inclusion by the Armenian community, women felt stigmatized by their tattoos upon re-entry, prompting them to make appeals to doctors to eradicate their tattoos by any means necessary, cutting, scraping, burning. The story is not only about methods of tattoo removal, but the way that tattoos and their removal are expressed emotionally in memoirs, the popular press, and even medical journals. Doctors experimented with removing the stain of captivity from the skin of Armenian women, and in those accounts, tattoo removal was situated within an Orientalist rhetoric about white slavery and the effort to rescue white bodies from captivity by the physical removal of stain of concubinage. And this reoccurring rhetoric of rescue reaffirms a recurring theme in my research, which is that there's a centrality of the gendered body in the genocide project, which is mirrored actually by the centrality of the body in the ideology and iconography of the global humanitarian relief effort. So in these accounts, tattoos were not only a source of shame or disgrace, physical signs of sexual abuse and slavery, but a form of physical disfigurement. Disfigurement, that's a quote, a term that's used frequently, all of which work to internalize feelings of abjection by traumatized survivors. And that's also something I explore in the larger project. In here, I'm also really using, for example, Sarah Ahmed and her idea of shame and the feelings of abjection produced through shame. The language of disfigurement and deformity is found also in 19th century medical and 20th century tattoo discourses that appeared in the popular press accounts of tattooed Armenian genocide survivors. I just want to show you a couple of visual examples and the way that these were framed. This is from the Slave Market News. It was published by mostly women humanitarians out of Britain. And it talks about abominable atrocities perpetuated on white women and girls, focused very much on the white slavery argument, but tattooed images of women from Aleppo. And these are images that were taken by Karanyape, who ran the rescue home in Aleppo, and sent them on to many of her benefactors in Europe to help with fundraising drives. But I wanted to give you an idea of how, how some of these popular press accounts, again, to try to encourage more relief effort, more that a relief effort and financial backing waned throughout the 1920s, through the 30s, until the closure of the rescue home in the early 30s. We have more and more accounts of tattooed women to try to inspire people to donate. Here is a long text, but I just wanted to read some of it to you to give you an idea of what I'm talking about in terms of how tattoos were discussed. And this is from Current History, a monthly magazine of the New York Times. Were it not for the patriotic resolution of their fellow Armenians to regard these girls and women as martyrs of the race, their fate would be horrible to contemplate. All the world knows how Turks, Kurds, Arabs, and other savage tribes took their pick of Armenian women. Among the Kurds and Arabs in particular, it is custom to tattoo the faces of women in belief that such tattooing leads to the enhancement of natural beauty. Forehead, lips, chin, and cheeks sometimes receive only a few simple designs, sometimes an elaborate adornment. The Armenians are thus disfigured, returned to their homes with the story of slavery written plainly on their faces, which they could not even hide with veils, as Armenians do not follow the Muslim custom of veiling faces. So here it also talks about how women have resorted to try to obliterate the tattoo at the cost of permanent scarring. And then just to give you some ideas, we do have documents of women who, seeking medical help but not being able to get it, would use home remedies. They would scratch out their tattoos, use acids to try to burn out their marks. Home remedies like lemon juice is another documented form. A case of a woman who performed her own self-surgery to pluck tattoos from her chin, as the account tells us, using a sharp metal implement. And the thing is that one of the aspects of why women were doing this to themselves is that, plucking out the tattoos, removing the tattoos was not a major part of the Near East Relief medical mission. They were concerned with much broader diseases that women carried. Oftentimes, tattoos were listed as a disease, a skin disease in these documents, but the larger disease that they were trying to stamp out were venereal disease, scabies, trachoma, intestinal worms, dysentery, typhus, and malnutrition. And so for Near East Relief doctors, like one who appears, Dr. Post, who's a professor at Princeton University, who performs what I think is maybe the first tattoo removal surgery, he too dismisses a woman, Aravni, who comes to him for tattoo removal, saying this is not important, but she's able to make her case. That's the story I wish I'd told you today, so I had to mention Aravni and how she pleads with the doctor to explain how important it is for her to have the tattoos removed. And then he finally performs that surgery when he's at Roberts College visiting. She was a nursing student. So I just had to mention Aravni because she may be the first, but after Aravni, there is Nargis Avakian. And Nargis is somebody who appears in the press, and so you've probably seen her image before. It's been published in another volume, another article. But she came to captivate the attention of the American press as a fair, blonde Armenian girl. I think all of these adjectives are important. She's reminiscent of a youthful Aurora with one difference. She's tattooed on her face, neck, and hands and chest. On December 19th through the early 20s, there were several stories throughout the country about the 15-year-old tattooed survivor who had arrived. She was born just east of Sivas to an affluent family, and oftentimes these stories of women like Aurora are portrayed as middle-class families, I think, to help also with the identification of the American audience with them. She's described as, quote, the belle of Sivas. Her father was wealthy, was able to protect her from the, quote, covetous eyes of the Turkish governor, unquote. And in 1915, she was deported with her entire family to the desert south of Urfa towards Syria, and her family was killed there. And here she changed hands several times. These stories that appeared in the American press tell us in detail all of the men who she was taken by and sold to. At one point, it's told that she was sold for the cost of a few farm animals, and also she's compared, her tattoos are compared to the branding of cattle. One of the reports notes, much the same as horses on the Western Plain, these women are branded with the marks of the ranch to which they belong. So the American press was really assimilating these stories into like accounts from the Old West, which is also something I'm very interested in. But I also think we should always pay attention to that kind of animal imagery and the way that those rhetorical flares work to further whiten Armenian women for the American audience, but also inverted racial hierarchies that would have been very deeply offensive to the audience. To move to her tattoo removal, when Nargis arrived in America, the medical profession took up her plea for treatment. Professor Edith Hansen came from the Royal Copenhagen University, and offered extended comments about the procedure to the press, noting that after the procedure, quote, Nargis will be as beautiful as ever, more beautiful perhaps for the little lines and wrinkles that gathered also as the natural marks of her suffering would have disappeared and the fresh bloom of youth will be restored, unquote. So the idea that not only will her tattoos be removed, but her whole body will be reinvigorated through this process. And there is a reoccurring motif of the kind of the degeneration of Armenian women's bodies who spent periods of time in captivity in Muslim homes. So the American press also described these tattoo markings on her face as dark and evil inscriptions, nearly impossible to remove, which added to the affective horror to readers. Quote, ordinary tattooing could be erased, but not this brand of the Arabs, unquote. The brand was so deep, the author remarks that Nargis was, quote, ashamed to meet her Christian kinsfolk in the street, unquote. So the author informs that the girl thought she would be unable to remove these, if she's unable to remove these tattoos, that she may be forced to wear a veil in the streets to cover up her face due to the stigma associated with them. Quote, strange as it may seem, the subject needed for a scientific demonstration of what scientists believe would save these Christian girls from the scars of their unavoidable shame, eventually was discovered not in her native land, but in New York City, unquote. So this discovery of Nargis in New York City eventually prompts several medical boards to examine her case. I'm going to move to some of what they say. Well, I think it's important that the scientific community was very much informed by Victorian science that looked at these marks as signs of basically a kind of a social disease as much as anything else. And so one of the immediate conflations is with sexual slavery and concubinage, and that is because 19th century tattoo criminologists often connected tattoos to social degeneracy, to crime, to prostitution. And of course, we know that happens a lot at any writing about tattoos in our community. So we should always be conscious of those connections. And then, of course, there's the second side was, the idea that the entire body could be read for also signs of criminality. And so I think that it's important just to think about that background of 19th century science. I wish I could say more, but I'm running out of time. In the way that sociologists like Cesar Lombroso and okay, somebody knows who I'm talking about. Great. He basically thought that tattoos were a hieroglyph, a system that you could read criminal deviancy on the body through tattoos. And so that's why we have to, I think reading tattoos is an intriguing idea, but we also have to be resistant to that pattern that we fall into when we start trying to read the interiority of someone's experience on the surface of their body. So what was done? So scientists were experimenting in the 19th century with silver nitrate, silver salt, and other methods. These experiments became very urgent, though, in light of the disfiguration of soldiers during World War I. So some of the early tattoo removal techniques were used on soldiers who had gunpowder burns on their body to remove those dark stains on the bodies of combatants. That, too, was seen as more urgent than the case of the Armenians. In some of the archives of dermatology and syphilology, where these debates took place, we learn that Armenian genocide victims had been coming to doctors for tattoo removal, and one patient with the initials NA, which is Nargis Avakian, comes before a board asking for different kinds of advice. She's also listed as 14 years old, which makes her approximately, I would say, the same person. After a brief discussion, doctors are debating how to approach the tattoo removal. Dr. Pels was invited to comment, and he was talking about extracting moisture from the skin, drying it up using what he called a unipolar method, whereby a fine needle would be inserted in the skin while the patient was anesthetized to remove the destroyed tissue with a small curret to scrape off the dead epidermis. The skin would heal under aseptic conditions, and then he argued, quote, the cosmetic effect would be fair, unquote, and that there would be smooth scarring, which would still be determined preferable to the actual tattoo. One of the comments of one of the doctors was the nature of her tattooing was really quite deep. In fact, one doctor also from Copenhagen, remarks that the tattooing was so deep that it actually went into the cartilage of Nargis's nose. And so some of this is not conventional tattooing technique. And as one point of background, I would say that tattooing was often performed by women and not in these states of urgency, and often with clearer patterns. The patterns of her tattooing on her face do not match any of the charts and graphs and other studies that I'm consulting to try to decipher them. And it seems as though the tattoos were made under duress, but possibly, I would argue, by non-professional tattooists, so that slavers were actually applying the tattoo, and that is why her nose was, in effect, crucified through the process of tattooing. I realize I'm out of time, but she did, in fact, get her tattoos removed, and we have a diagram in one publication that describes the process where the flesh was kneaded to kind of, and a solution was placed on the skin, a compress to draw the inks out to the surface that would eventually cause it to be extracted from the flesh. This is the technique that was used on Nargis. So a diagram is made to kind of show this kind of medical miracle of restoring her face. And then you can see the final lines here is that it would leave only a pale pink tint, which resembled excessive sunburns, and which disappeared completely in from 2 or 4 weeks, leaving Nargig as comely as ever. And so it's kind of interesting where we see this kind of convergence of publicity for medical innovations around tattoo removal. I'm very interested in the way that beauty is described and is folded into whiteness in these discourses. And there's another way that this happens, and this is an image from a YWCA, excuse me, I forgot about the microphone, a YWCA publication. And this woman was rescued. She doesn't have a name. I found the original photograph as well. But she's another way in which whiteness, I think, was also portrayed in the process of tattoo removal. I don't actually think her tattoos were removed. This is retouching the photograph to make it look as though the tattoos disappeared. But there's a lot going on in this photograph where the rescued young woman is actually dressed as a boy, right? And has actual still scabbing from a tattoo, which tells us about the process, which is prickling and then rubbing in soot, a kind of a soot-based ink into the wound to make the tattoos. But she appeared at the YWCA. This photograph was taken by George Reinhardt. And then so this is a before and after shot where she's portrayed in a crisp white dress, looking very feminine. And so we want to talk about queerness here. There's a lot of queerness going on where she's dressed as a man and tattooed and then transformed into a feminine white beauty in the second photograph. And I just wanted to leave you with an example of how that kind of reform is portrayed visually in some of this visual rhetoric you find in these archival documents. So I want to thank you again for listening, and thank you for any comments you might offer.
Thank you, Dr. Semerjan. The last speaker of our panel is Dr. Talin Grigor, who's a professor of art history in the Department of Art and Art History at the University of California, Davis. She approaches 19th, 21st century art and architectural histories through the premise of post-colonial and critical theories grounded in Iran and Parsi India. Her books include Building Iran, 2009, Contemporary Iranian Art, 2014, and the forthcoming The Persian Revival, Ancient Iran in Art Historiography and Imperialism. Please, Dr. Grigor.
One day, quite some time ago, I happened on a photograph of Napoleon's younger brother, Jerome, taken in 1852. And I realized then, with an amazement I have not been able to lessen since, I am looking at eyes that looked at the emperor. Sometimes I would mention this amazement, but since no one seemed to share it, nor even to understand it, I forgot about it. Visual historians would recognize that these are the lines with which Roland Barthes opens his seminal Camera Lucida. began upon the death of his beloved mother, Henriette. Camera Lucida was an attempt to explore the unique significance of photographic meaning, which he divided into the obvious meaning, the studium, and that which is purely personal and depends on individual reading, that which pierces the viewer, that which he called the punctum. What troubled him was the collapse of these distinctions when a photograph was translated to others. With a similar feeling of amazement that seemed to me that I wasn't able to share and that I certainly haven't been able to lessen since, one day about 4 or 5 years ago, I was handed 2 photographs during a familiar gathering. Across the noise of gossip, laughter, and jokes, I could make up an elusive story about some encounter, perhaps a meeting, a lesson maybe, somewhat feebly recalled, in some time securely bygone, in some other geographies that no longer belong to anywhere specific. Overwhelmed with emotions caused by what I was seeing in those photographs, my art historically trained eyes were unable to corroborate the fragments, that which Barth called the photographic signifiers, into a holistic historical truth. They were failing me in confirming the coexistence of 2 parts in a single photograph, therefore a historical instance that happened. In the first photograph, visibly aged and discolored, the picture plane is aggressively interrupted by the surface of a tabletop on the right, against which we see a man in his late 70s. Seated on a wheelchair, as one hand rests at the edge of the table, he seems to be in the middle of a deep conversation, while five young individuals, 4 men in suit and tie and 1 woman in a floral shirt, listen to him attentively. Instead of expected papers and notes, a large ashtray occupies the tabletop. In fact, against the alertness and seriousness of the mood, no one is taking notes. The only piece of paper is apparent in the hand of the blonde figure in the center part of the photograph. The black linoleum flooring on the left accentuates the whiteness of the partition wall skirting the event. In the second photograph, where the camera eye is pulled down and a few feet to the left of the first, the picture plane is dominated by the side profile of the old man. The studium tells us that he is somebody. Here, the 2 central figures of the first image have disappeared, revealing 2 additional figures, both men, in a row of individuals lining the partition wall to the right. With this second photograph, a spatial and human taxonomy is exposed. Around the old man, the young white boys occupied the closest space to him, while the brown boys, seated on high stools, are in the photographic periphery as if buttressing the event. What is beyond or behind the photographer is unknowable to us. What is knowable to us is that the lonely woman, resting her brown purse on her lap while folding her arms, occupies the middle zone of not necessarily the photographic center, but the periphery of an awkward no place, at once privileged but marginal, at once visible but utterly silent. Barth goes on to explain that what the photograph represents to infinity has occurred only once, that it mechanically repeats what could never be repeated existentially, stating that it is the absolute particular, the child, pointing finger, as she declares, that, there it is, look, see, but says nothing else. Disappointed with his mother's photograph, he concluded it provokes only her identity, not her truth. An examination of this collapse between studium and punctum, I hope, will allow us to explore the agency of Armenian women in the art historical context of modern Iran. On that day, through the noise, when I finally understood that these photographs were indeed on that day, through the noise, when I finally understood that these photographs were indeed attesting to what Barth described as she does not conceal, but she does not speak. Such is the photograph. It cannot say what it lets us see. I lifted my head in the direction of a fragile elderly woman, silently sitting in front of me, sipping on her tea, and astonished, I muttered to myself, I am looking at the eyes that looked at the emperor. So since I have no expertise either in Armenian studies or feminine theory or feminist theory, I look at photographs to explore female architects in the 60s and 70s in the context of Iran, where especially the Queen, but during the Pahlavi period, there was an appropriation of the avant-garde aesthetics, while abandoning the avant-garde subversive role, revolutionary role of the avant-garde to maintain a patriarchic traditional form of power. So I'm looking at women who were architects during this period and how they mitigated this kind of awkward space of being in an avant-garde looking place, but actually being in a patriarchal society. The architectural profession in Pahlavi Iran was a byproduct of the rise of the bourgeois middle class, which wholeheartedly embraced the avant-garde look as its winning ticket. The rise of the increasingly cosmopolitan middle class, in turn, was the byproduct during the late Qajar era of the establishment of secondary and primary schools, financed either by Western missionary or the philanthropy of religious minority. And so this work is based on Huri's work, a few photographs of how these women eventually in the 60s are coming out of these schools that weren't just Armenians, but also Baha'is and Zoroastrians and Jews, they all sponsored, and how the architecture of the schools already and the curriculum of the schools were reflecting this modernist agenda. So here you can clearly see every period had its own aesthetics. So being modern in terms of looks had everything to do with the rise of these women later on in the 60s. Just a couple of photographs here. So, and culture, women's organization, cultural organization, and charitable organization were very important along with these schools and girls' education. So this is all-female Armenian theater group. This is I think the only my only link to the other papers in the conference. When Lerna, you talked about the Haigin, this was a Haigin organization that was established in 1939 in Iran. And I think the connection here is that I know a couple of these women were first-generation Iranians, so they were children of genocide survivors, and they really had balls because in 1939 Reza Shah was still around, and everyone was very afraid of him. But these women established, and the Haigin, in difference to the Hamazgain, was actually had a feminist agenda. An intellectual agenda. It didn't have we're just going to cook and take care of kids. And it was a larger movement. This is the Baha'is. They're doing almost the same thing at almost the same time. As the protagonist of the modern middle class, architects, and Armenian architects in particular, occupied a pivotal role in transplanting the language and lifestyle of modernism to Iran. Gabriel Gevrekian, a founder of the modern movement in Paris and Vienna, was followed by Vartan Hovhannisyan as staunch advocate of the international style from 1937 to the 60s. As their co-ideologues in Europe, they insisted on the divorce between avant-garde architecture and politics. The first editorial of the first architectural journal, co-founded by Ohanian, declared the architect is a purely technological and aesthetic publication which cannot and does not wish to have anything to do with politics. A quotation from Mies van der Rohe, the founder of the famed German school of Bauhaus. Ohanian similarly pushed avant-gardism by designing art schools for girls in the international style, by including women in his architectural firm, and when he found time, by poking fun of Reza Shah's favorite Achaemenid national style, with lions and cows, dubbing it an attempt to turn Tehran into a zoo. In the context of Mohammad Reza Shah's utopian modernism later on, Marcos Grigoryan, Eugene Afdandilian, and Rostom Voskanyan were a few of the influential architects of the 60s and 70s, during which women took pioneering roles in the arts. Empress Farah, herself a Paris-trained architect, mitigated this marriage between avant-garde aesthetics, Pahlavi brand of feminism, and patriarchal state. So these are some of the pioneering women, and this is her, also raised in the same missionary schools. And then she went on to become a patron of number important both women architect and buildings. Being a religious and gender minority in the matrix of a nation bent on pragmatic modernization was to found oneself in a historical position that enabled the turning of marginality into a privilege. To be able to separate oneself from one's ethnocentric provincialism, and through institutional channels to be tossed into the international world of modern architecture. By removing from one's local identity politics, these young architects partook in the modern movement's elitist yet universal apolitics. Being a woman religious minority was to occupy a double marginality.
Երկար տարի Վերոնիկի հետ շատ սիրահարված եմ Կուբան, այս չիմ ամուսնամ, ես գործում եմ արդեն, չիմ ամուսնամ։ Իրան ասում եմ, որ ինչ աղջիկ, որ ձեր դանışքադեից ամուսնացել է, իրա կրթությունը կիսապատում է։ Ես որտում ճոճում եմ, ես կրճում։
The year that Tehran University's Faculty of Fine Arts accepted students based on an entrance examination, 3 Armenian women, Veronique Vartanian-Saginyan, Emma Grigoryan, and Rosa Mirzayan, received the top scores in 1953. Grigoryan and her husband, Andranik, you can see them here. They went on to become practicing architects. And this photograph that I'm not going to talk about much, but it's interesting that she's carrying the camera. This is a whole... So this is one of their works in the 70s. When in June 1958, Saginyan completed her architectural degree as the highest-ranking student in her graduate class, she automatically received a state scholarship to study abroad. Mohsen Furughi, the head of the architectural school, signed her diploma, believing her to be one of the boys. The diploma had to be reissued. On July 5th, she received her golden medal in Hovhanessian's Saddabad Palace, where the king met the best students. On December 28, Ara married her. She immediately joined Hu Shang-Seihun's firm and was put in charge of the new parliament building. On Ali Amini's appointment as prime minister, Saginyan received a letter from the educational minister informing her that her state scholarship would expire if not used within a year. She decided not to go to France because she didn't know French, having been gone through Armenian schools. And sifting through her options at the Iran-America Society in Tehran, she fell upon Illinois Institute of Technology. After 2 months orientation in Washington, D.C., she began her Master's of Science in Architecture in fall 1962. Through his contacts with Amini, Ara had made sure that she would be accompanied by her mother, Siranush, who would look after their 2-year-old, Anahid. At the end of her second year as Saginian was preparing her thesis project, Ara joined them. I would go to the Crown Hall, he recalled, and help her build the trees on her model. Some afternoon, Mies too would come and sit at the center of his own masterpiece. They would all gather around him as if a deity. Saginian would sit just a step from him. The smoke from his cigar would not bother her, despite the fact that she never smoked. During those afternoons, the faraway margins of an ancient Oriental empire, an Orthodox Christian, an Armenian, an Iranian, a woman, would come face to face with the canonical center of the modern movement, a modernist, an atheist, a German, a European, a man, certainly the man in modern architecture. Mies would have been pleased, for Saginian appeared to be the exemplary model of the modernist architect. Aloof to politics, certain of modernity's certainty, foreign to her own marginality, and innocent to the systematic and structural violence that renders form follows function, less is more, and art for art's sake aesthetically and ethically normative. In June 1964, she graduated and they returned to Tehran, where the rest of the Pahlavi era was defined by an aesthetics of avant-gardism and political naivete. My first take, speaking to these women, Grigorian and Saginian, was that they were simply oblivious to their own historical subjectivity and were unable, or at the very least, unwilling to speak. Each of my investigative questions aimed at rectifying some perceived, invented historical wrong on my part. How did it feel to be a woman in a male-dominated profession? Did you feel you were unfairly marginalized, etc., etc., resulted in a normalizing but very consistent and affirmative, not really. The photograph that says, look, but nothing else. In fact, all they did was to point to photographs. And here you're seeing it's Grigorian's fingers. Emma Grigorian is holding the photograph. I mean, I had such a hard time making them speak. And it's the husbands that always spoke for them. But instead of coloring these women in the vocabulary of victimage, often ascribed to minoritarian modernity, we might want to give them the agency of Homi Bhabha Chakrabarty's theory of cosmopolitanism as, quote, ways of living at home abroad and abroad at home, ways of inhabiting multiple places at once, of being different beings simultaneously, of seeing the larger picture stereoscopically with the smaller. When Saginian went around Chicago's Black neighborhood, knocking on doors of African-American families, earnestly asking if they had a room to rent, only to be confronted with, "Are you kidding me?" She was being a cosmofeminist, where domesticity itself is a vital interlocutor and not just their interloper in language, politics, and public ethics. In a lecture that I stumbled on, although I had no idea that Norma Skleric was the first African-American female architect, the punctum was immediately familiar, where I recognized the same cosmofeminism, subverting those larger networks that refuse to recognize their own nature as specific systems of relations among others. If we were able to read images, we would notice Skerlik's handwriting in Victor Gruen's 1966 master plan for Tehran, because she was his principal designer. Like Henriette's photograph, these photographs only provoke their identity, not their truth. Rather puzzled by how Saginian's eulogy had glossed over an active life, a career at Tehran University and at IIT, and with Mies and Seyhoun, rather disillusioned by the community's persistence on praising her domesticity and docility, instead of recording that she raised her children on the backdrop of Frank Lloyd Wright's structures, quite literally, these are her 2 children, and that's a Frank Lloyd Wright building. I returned to where I had started, the photograph. With this second look, I realized the cause of my initial amazement. As Bart put it, a detail overwhelmed the entirety of my reading. Saginian's smile is his third meaning of 1971 that evolved into the punctum theory with the 1980 publication of Camera Lucida. That smile carries the subversive bearing of the event. Could we read her gentle, utterly feminine smile that generously imparts a direct, confident gaze upon Mies, who holds the thick phallic cigar in his mouth and emits a pall of smoke, as the enactment of domesticity and sentimentality as a tactic of power. This undocumented and naive photograph, Susan Sontag would have read, quote, creates a duplicate world of a reality in the second degree that is more authoritative than the one perceived by natural vision. Look, see, isn't her smile piercing through the pall, in fact, defying its aggression and thus validating the centrality of Mies? Might we read her practice of cosmofeminism as an act of redrawing power maps where centers are everywhere and peripheries nowhere? At age 77, with half a century of prolific career behind him and thousands of books and buildings by or on him, Mies had nothing new to disclose to these students. That he was there, certified by the photograph, was the sole purpose. That she was there too, smiling, shouldn't also be enough. Thank you.
I'm going to take 2 or 3 questions at a time. Who has a question?
I have a question and a thought for Elise. Yes. First, thank you all for your really wonderful papers. So I know a lot about tattoos, mostly through personal experience. I wrote a piece on what it means to be tattooed in Armenia, in the sense of the more of the immoralities attached to it and the queerness that you become when you're tattooed automatically in Armenia, especially as a woman. But there, it's more of a, it has a Soviet history attached to it, and it often is a kind of signifier of prison life. And I had once an older man who actually approached me in the street and asked me what prison I had sat in, which I found an incredibly interesting moment. So, and I don't know if this has anything to do with what you are thinking about, but have you thought about that other kind of link so not on this side in the US, but the other meanings of it in the Republic or the Soviet side?
We had another question here, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
So yes,
Yeah, a couple of questions.
So, Melina, thank you very much, both of you, all 3 of you, for a very illuminating presentations. Kali, your mother and I are friends, and your grandmother and my mother actually founded the high team in Tehran. So my question...
I need to interview you.
That's not the point. What I'd like to say is this. Tardy was alluding to an era in which women represented the face of modernism. But at the same time, I think you too mentioned that modernism was an internal feeling and depicted by the way they dressed and the way they conducted themselves silently in the public forum. Although they did engage in really significant pieces of work in terms of educating the community in the gender of the community. But at the same time, they were extremely submissive to the so-called tradition or traditional values. And the fact that someone would not marry her because of whatever it was, that the way he went about it, said a lot about what was going on. So in this conference, we're talking about revolution, we're talking about surviving, and not only surviving, but going forward, and making change happen. Do you think that based on what you're presenting today, that happened in Iran during the period of time that you were talking about? Did that revolution really come about? Gender revolution? Could they move the needle from where it was to where they perhaps wanted to take it to?
Sorry, thank you, Warner. Yeah, first of all, I want to read your article because I love reading tattoo studies. But the idea of, is your question that the link of whether or not there's an association with imprisonment or confinement of these women? Is that what you were
Kind of,
getting
I
into?
think I'm wondering if part of the immorality and degeneracy that's tied to being tattooed, especially for women in the female, might be connected to this system.
Oh my, okay, now I see where you're going. Okay. Well, that's something I hadn't thought of before because I wasn't thinking about the debates, the contemporary debates about tattoo. I mean, certainly we have these images. One of the images I showed was a George Reinhardt photograph that was actually on display here in LA. We were just talking about it over the break, and certainly even in the caption of that photograph, which is, it's a Getty photo, has an association with prostitution, deviancy. It's all there in the caption of that photo, though we don't know all that much about the woman. This is a very famous photograph taken in Aleppo of an Armenian woman who's tattooed. And it's basically the caption tells us that she's both pregnant and a prostitute who's like barely subsisting in Aleppo. So that subtext is there, but I hadn't really thought about connecting it to modern debates that might be extending that into the present. It's a good question. I want to read your article. Let's see.
Can I just add, also in contemporary Armenia, doesn't tattoo look like something Western rather than a really cool Armenian tattoo?
I mean, there is a book, I was looking for every kind of tattoo study, and the only tattoo study I came across in Armenian was about prison tattoos. Mm-hmm. And they were, I couldn't recognize them because the patterns were so radically different than the ones that I'm dealing with, the tribal tattoo. And the tribal tattoos, I mean, there's a tendency to try to ascribe meaning to each discrete tattoo. However, the meaning is completely unstable, and sometimes deriving meaning, like for example, one of the things I've done now is go back and read the photographs associated with intakes of women in Aleppo, and sometimes there's pieces of evidence that are on the face that are not present in the account. So for example, like let's say a woman ended up in Deir Zor and was abducted by a particular tribe that had a particular way of tattooing, not just one symbol, but configurations of 2 or 3 on the face for tribal identification, but yet that tribe's not even mentioned in Karen Yapain's record of that woman. Well, then that adds like another layer of meaning to the record. So that's something I'm interested in, is to know, for example, I have a woman who has a configuration of the Anaza tribe in Deir Zor, but yet that's not mentioned in the intake record. So the tattoo does give us another clue, another piece of evidence, but I just wanted to point out that they also can't be seen as discrete units because together they have meaning, but separated they may not.
So could it be that your research is asking for some field research, and I'm not saying in Syria now, but maybe in Turkey, within those tribes, their descendants are alive, possibly they have the meanings,
Definitely, and that's where like alternative modes of knowledge production have to come into play, like doing memory work and interviewing, ethnography, all of that. And part of what intrigued me about the tattoos was I met some descendants of survivors who are tattooed, and one woman is actually in the process of manipulating the body. It's an ongoing process for her as she reincorporates herself as an Armenian. She's tattooing her body, not with necessarily traditional configurations, but modern tattooing. But I did meet an Islamized Armenian woman who had a tattoo of a sun, the Gunesh, in the middle between her eyes, and then narrated around it how that tattoo had meaning of kind of evoking the Zoroastrian past, a time before Islam, a time before Christianity, when we were all one. And it was kind of, again, her take on history. I realize it's not historical per se, but the idea that Kurds and Armenians were once the same people who were unified, who worshiped the sun, and that's why I have the Gunesh, right? So you can get at that information with ethnography, and now we know a lot of our grandmothers are now deceased, right? So we have to find other archives, I think, to try to unpack some of this.
Thank you for that question. Actually, when Rubina asked me to do this, that is the real question. Sort of, you're looking at the photographs, and first my take was that, they were suppressed. I have to get this out of there, and in the interviews, it was very clear to me that I would ask these questions, but every time I wouldn't get, everything was normative. I mean, so everything was like, everything's normal, no, we're good. And often I would be answered by the male person who's sitting. So that's why I'm looking at the photographs very closely, because I'm not sure of that answer, whether the needle was moved or not. And I think it's not just a community question, it's much larger question. It's this sort of the agenda of how to mitigate this image of modernity while leaving the avant-garde subversive element out of it. And how Armenian women found themselves with the queen, who's sort of this idea of the modern yet modest embodiment, and pushing professionalism, but at the same time, then they were under the pressure of the Armenian community, which wasn't often on board. So I think, so at the end, what I was trying to do in the paper was to, I'm not sure that these women were unhappy. I mean, when I'm looking at their pictures, they're very happy. I mean, and they did what they wanted to do, I think, and they were always helped. I mean, Ara, organized everything. Like, he was like sitting there and doing the little trees on her model. So I think that the story is extremely complex, and I think these women, at the end, what I conclude here is that the women occupy this multiple being. So yes, Veronique is the wife, and she is cooking, and she is the mother of 3 children, but at the same time, she's also inhabiting this other, she has the guts to go around and like the black neighborhood. I wouldn't have that guts. So it's like, it's like, excuse me, do you have a room to rent? So that kind of, as if employing domesticity and femininity and sensuality in order to inhabit these multiple places and make it work. Sometimes I think we have lost that.
But as if you're talking about them as individuals, what I was really addressing was whether or not their example or their leadership moved the needle for the rest of the women around them. That's what I wanted to be addressed? Do you think that's happened?
Like the hiking neutral and...
Like the community, the Armenian community living in Tehran. Did they move the needle for that?
I think that they did, but the moment that the state patronage wasn't there, 79, then I think they went back to
the revolution. What the revolution did to the legacy of these women is very different.
Yes,
the Iranian revolution.
Yeah, and the problem with I didn't get to the revolution, but the problem with the revolution was a global problem because the king and the queen had attached avant-garde image to themselves so tightly that anyone who was even aesthetically avant-garde couldn't participate in the real revolution. And I don't know what the role of women, Armenian women, were in the real revolution, whether they were like marching out there. I don't think they could because now they were wearing miniskirts and that's too much dark. But I think it's very complicated.
One question here and then Uri,
I can ask later.
Okay,
Really great papers, really Nora, wonderful paper. And in these, I was very struck, unexpected to me, to hear the rhetoric deployed by the American sources that seem to suggest that these women they bear the mark of slavery on their faces, but they can be cured. And that surprised me because isn't the assumption often that once you've gone through these experiences, you're damaged goods, you can never be cured. And if I remember correctly, I read a chapter by you where you quote one of your oral history introduced by a woman from Aleppo who's talking about somebody she knows who can never be rehabilitated because she's tattooed. Right. So, I don't know if that's a local perception in Aleppo or in the Armenian community, whereas in the world of this modern American humanitarianism, through the agency of modern science, you can be cured. But I was really struck by the use of photography and the highly curated photographs. So the women they have a makeover, so their clothes, their hair looks very modern, and then this jarring presence of these primitive tattoos. And it reminded me of those American missionary photographs. There's a huge collection at the Smithsonian that I worked on for a while. I can tell you why later. But these were slides of sermons that were structured with before and after photos. So a person before they encounter Christ and they're very primitive and dirty looking, and the same person after they've been saved, they look modern, their hair is styled. So I don't know if this is related, but it just, the redemptive power of humanitarianism and modern medicine was really amazing in the materials that you were showing.
Thank you. Very quickly, there's two patterns. There's where there's kind of, again, this transformation, and that's probably the best example. But there's also the other kind of just women looking weathered, and even there's retouch, another kind of retouch, which is to actually highlight the tattoos further. It looks clear that there's been retouching to darken the tattoos, and one of those is in Karen Mattei's private collection in Denmark, and it's a slide that she actually showed in her lecture, so it kind of parallels what you're mentioning, the Smithsonian. It would be fascinating to see those. But definitely they were used for these popular lectures and fundraising, and what's really interesting is this very, it's kind of exceptionally, I don't know what the word would be, a popular magazine, the white, for white slavery, the Slave Market Press. They began publishing more of those kind of retouched images throughout the 1920s, and it's at the same time that Yapay is saying we need more funding, We need more funding. Our work continues. We still have to do more rehabilitation. So you see the slave market news is continuing to publish those kinds of images even into the early 30s, which seems quite late, considering that it's in order to keep the money, I think, flowing, and the fact that it resonates.
Thank you. We have one last question left.
Yeah, I changed my mind. I'm going to ask. So I have a question for Kalim and also for Elise. Kalim, you referenced Homi Bhabha and his work on cosmopolitanism. And I've always thought of the Iranian Armenian community as particularly cosmopolitan. I mean, going from the early modern New Julfan merchants to the modern period. So I'm going to ask you to think beyond, I guess, your project. And do you think that there's something particular about the Iranian context that has led to this kind of cosmopolitanism? So that's one. And then Elise, are there no ethnographic or anthropological works done on Kurds and their tattoos?
Yes.
There are, okay. So
Have you seen them?
You have seen them, yeah. Because I was just thinking, you don't need to sort of reinvent the wheel and do your own ethnography. And what do they say about how do they read these tattoos?
Well, first of all, some of them are not very scholarly.
Right.
So some of them are just kind of promoting the dying culture because less women are tattooing.
As
It's like
Armenians
a
are
dying-
familiar with that kind of work.
A lot of them are published out of the same printing press out of Mardin, actually.
Are they discriminated by tribes or just the generic?
Actually, they're just more like
Ignore the man.
highlighting them as kind of a cultural tradition that's being lost, a cultural tradition that's waning. And so they do try to reify the categories of tattoo and give them described meaning.
Okay.
But it's very superficial. But there are also a couple of dissertations, and some of them are really naturalist, trying to ascribe some kind of deeper Turkic past to these inscriptions as writing. And then there's also an anthropologist out of Italy who wrote a chapter about Eastern Syrian tribal practices that I have been using. So it's not a rich body of literature, and nothing in Arabic, which I was really hoping for some more scholarship in Arabic, but I think this wasn't viewed as worthy of study. And I think maybe because also it was, I don't know, I just think it wasn't deemed worthwhile, and I think that tells us something about how it's approached. But the Kurdish press that's been publishing this is highlighting it as an aspect of Kurdish culture that should be preserved by, photographing these women before they die. Many of them are very elderly.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, we're done.
Yes, of course we're done. I mean, the conference in January really mapped that out. That one of the biggest empires, multilingual, multicultural, with a very powerful center, and what unites is the culture. Culture as a capital C culture. So. Yes, definitely. And what's unique about the Armenians in the context of the Pahlavis is that, and I think it comes from the Safavids, is that they were privileged. Unlike the Ottomans and then later the Arab countries, Armenians in Iran were privileged, especially, and modernity is very much part of it. So it paid off to be cosmopolitan for Armenians in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s.
Thank you both.
Thank you so much for a great time. I have 4 more questions. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, my name is Armen Ohanian. I'm a comparative literature PhD student at UC Irvine. And I'm just going to chair this panel. So we have 2 presenters, and we're going to start with Tamar Shirinyan, who holds a postdoctoral teaching position at Millsaps College in Jackson, Mississippi, where she also co-directs the program in Women's and Gender Studies. Her research and publications have been invested in the intersections of political economy and gender, Gender and Sexuality in the Post-Socialist Republic of Armenia, her current book manuscript, Survival of a Perverse Nation, Queer Transformations in Post-Socialist Armenia, that's the working title, is a queer ethnography that takes post-socialist transformations as its object of study, showing how a widespread rhetoric of perversion, Aylandagutun, conveyed a sense of an Armenia on a queer and perverse path towards no future. These senses of perversion have been mapped onto gender and sexuality as a rising right-wing nationalist movement projects everyday political and economic tensions onto sexual perversion, Aylaserutun. Shirinyan's current research is invested in feminist movements in Armenia, especially as feminism has been an integral, though often marginalized, part of larger social movements since 2012. And the title of her paper today is, well, you can see it already. All right, good luck.
Hello. Thank you so much for the organizers for inviting me. I'm very excited to be here and very humbled by all of the really interesting talks that have happened today. So the title of my talk is now We Don't Have a Daddy, Feminist Modes of Decentralizing Armenia's 2018 Revolution. And revolution, in this case, I always keep in scare quotes. Armenia's got some daddy issues. Prior to the 2015 constitutional referendum that changed the republic structure from a presidential system to a semi-parliamentary system, Zabel Asadur described Armenia's governmental structure as hyper-presidentialism, in which the president was granted extensive powers. In some ways, these forms of authoritarian power are made even more, perhaps hyper-premier, by the new constitutional changes in which the prime minister, who now has most of the powers that the president once had, is elected not by citizens directly, but by National Assembly. According to Asadur, this system reflects Armenia's Soviet past and, quote, lack of established democratic institutions. Indeed, it can be traced to Soviet centralized governmental structures. As Lilia Kaganovsky, Alexei Yurchak, David Schrand, and many others have argued, Soviet governmental centralization was authored by Stalin, in whose name and image later leaders continued to work. The position of author was that of symbolic father, that we might liken to the Lacanian symbolic order or the Freudian superego, making him, and it was always a him, the object of fear, as well as identification and love. In Armenia, patriarchal authorship, or what John Bornemann terms political fatherhood, is linked to traditional kinship and gender practices, where we find similar forms of centralized patriarchy in local familial structures of patrilocality, and the genealogical importance of fathers in the form of heroic historical figures, beginning with the symbol, the mythological symbol in the first Armenian and the father of all Armenians, Haik, and continuing with the figures memorialized through statues that line the streets of Yerevan and other cities in Armenia. Patriarchy in Armenia is not only a mode of intimate and kin life, it is not only a mode of gendered hierarchy amongst men and women within the body politic, although it is certainly these things. Patriarchy is also the very mode of political power. Armenia's daddy issues produce a desire for a daddy, a central author, often embodied in a father figure who stands at the helm, the forefront, leading and directing Armenians through time and space. As I argued in my dissertation, now my book manuscript, the Republican Party, as well as the oligarchic elite who have been in power in Armenia since the mid-1990s, were seen as illegitimate in governance because of their moral perversions of what other historical and heroic father figures in the long line of Armenian genealogy propagated. In other words, the Republican Party was illegitimate in its rule over Armenia because legitimate fatherhood necessitated moral propriety, which, by way of corruption and other violations that produced these figures as ones who did not care for Armenians,
their kin, their children, they did not possess. These forms of political patriarchy centralize power not only in the hands of men, but produce power as the privilege and indeed at times even the responsibility of one male figure. In this talk, I want to think about the problem of political centralization through feminist interventions during the so-called 2008 Velvet Revolution, and especially the ways in which grassroots feminist activists made use of Nikol Pashinyan's call for the spatial decentralization, of protest toward other ends. The social movement now known as Armenia's Velvet Revolution had one central demand: the resignation of Prime Minister Serge Sarkisyan, who took his official oath on April 17th, even though in 2016, after major changes to Armenia's constitution through an unpopular referendum, he had promised that he would not become a candidate for the position after his second and last possible legal term as president ended. On April 13th, the Member of Parliament, as well as journalist and activist Nikol Pashinyan, had arrived in Yerevan after a march from the city of Gyumri and called on Armenians to join him in struggle to take this step for their country. On April 15th, he called for total social disobedience to take place anywhere and everywhere that citizens were in order to block the ruling Republican Party from being able to continue running the country. Unlike many previous modes of protest and social movement in Armenia, this call demanded that there not be a center, especially in the center of Yerevan, and that protesters halt the entire possibility of movement and work of the entire country. While the first major rally that took place within this movement gathered at Freedom Square behind the Opera House in central Yerevan, the site of many previous movements, the crowd quickly dispersed into the nearby traffic circle at French Square, which halted major traffic flow in the city. In 2 days' time, protesters took over the public radio station, halted the workings of public transportation, blocked traffic amongst and between many neighborhoods of Yerevan, blocked traffic on major roads to other cities, as well as those that led into neighboring Georgia, and initiated student and worker strikes. By April 20th, these decentralized modes of protest meant not only that police were unable to locate any one site of protest to target the movement, but that the entire country was now engulfed by action. It was this force that often resulted in joy and celebration everywhere that most of my interlocutors expressed as the ultimate victory of the social movement. It was no longer one group of people protesting in one place, but protest had become the mode of life and took over all daily practices, routines, and conversations. Women's massive and active participation in this movement was also critical, especially as more young women became politically mobilized in this moment than within any previous social movements that have emerged in Armenia over the last couple of decades. I arrived in Armenia on May 17th, 2018, a couple of weeks after the moment of the revolution had passed, and in a time when critical reflection on the seeming chaos of what had just happened was taking shape. In what follows, I make two suggestions. First, that while my interlocutors, grassroots activists who identified their work as feminist to some degree and who participated in the movement, largely considered the movement a patriarchal one, that its decentralized form gave way for feminist interventions nonetheless. Feminist interventions that were rhizomatic, emerging from the larger movement, as well as growing beyond it, adjacent to it, and insisting on difference within it. Second, and perhaps more critically, that the spatial decentralization of the mode of protest paved the way for thinking about the problem of power's larger centralization in Armenia as an intimate as well as public form of patriarchy. These forms of decentralization, however, became centralized once again in the aftermath of the revolution in the so-called New Armenia that for many of my grassroots feminist interlocutors was nothing new, but a reestablishment and reconsolidation of patriarchal power. While the question of gender and politics in Armenia is a very large one, I want to take the case of the formation of an online group called Archik Notes, Girls' Place. A Facebook chat that emerged during the movement and has continued to be a space of thinking gender and revolution to understand how patriarchal centralization of power can be challenged. Pashinyan's central call for action opened up a possibility of creative forces that, while mostly generating work toward the removal of Sarkisyan, could be taken in a multitude of directions. As Ruzana Grigoryan, a grassroots activist who had participated and been deeply involved in many of Armenia's social movements for many years, argued, many of my friends were saying, "What is this? They don't have an agenda." They were criticizing them for this. And I kept saying, this is good that they don't have an agenda. There has to be some empty space so people come out and they put their own agenda there, not to come out for QP's agenda, referring to Pashinyan's party, Kahakatsiyakan Paymanagir, or civil contract. When he creates a space, I can come with my communist agenda, my feminist agenda, my agenda of giving voice to the oppressed. But if he puts on an agenda, I won't go, because I don't agree with that agenda. From the very first day, it was really attractive to me that Nico didn't bring any kind of agenda. Instead, he just said we have to reject Serge and make a move to reject Serge. All we're doing is rejecting Serge. Is there anyone, can you possibly find anyone in Armenia who wouldn't join that? The Archik Notes group was born within this openness of space that emerged from the vagueness of the centralized call for action. The group was initially founded as a response to the gendered hierarchies within the actions of the movement. While shutting down streets or organizing some other action, men would take roles of leadership, whether or not they were asked to. Anna Nikorosyan, one of the women who eventually opened up the Archik Notes chat, described the role of men in actions that blocked traffic. Because when really angry drivers would get there, first they would target the men, because for them the women did not exist. They did not address you as a woman. They would first come to the man and next to you, and speak to him, "My brother, and you know, there is a sick person at home, I have to get home, and you know, all kinds of things, and you have to open up this street right away." And those men, the men protesters, they were playing a role of negotiator, and they were starting to try to convince us that, no, we have to let the street open for this one car because this is an exception, and so on. And thus they would start to debate and argue with us. But we were much more guarded and sure of our position there, and we wouldn't let them. Oops. The Archik Notes group emerged in response to these forms of hierarchy and the need for women to be able to make their own claims without being harassed or argued with by men. As Lucine Sarkisyan, a woman who had been heavily active in queer and feminist organizing for some years, explained, "I was so tired after those first couple of days. I brought up the possibility that we might organize things with other women so that we could act without the intervention and suppression of men, and also so that we could have the safety of numbers with other women." While the Archik Notes group was initially formed vis-a-vis women's need to protest on their own terms, free of patriarchal hierarchies, new conversations emerged within it and other political questions came into play. Decentralization is a feminist method, Nikorosyan told me toward the end of our interview. And as such, decentralization became not only a mode of protest, the kind that Pashinyan was urging, but also became a political concept. On April 20th, 2018, in the midst of massive ongoing protests and acts of civil disobedience, a group of young women organized through the Archik Notes chat led an action through the streets of the central district of Yerevan that is now known as the Menk Papa Chunenk action, which we can translate into, "We don't have a daddy." At first, about 10 women, growing in number as the action proceeded through the streets, chanted, "Serge is not my daddy, we don't have a daddy. Serge mer papanchi, Menk Papa Chunenk." Protesters at the action also intervened on patriarchy in other ways, for instance, playing on the role of daddy through its other, adjacent, symbolic positions like uncle or keri. They closed off many main intersections of the city, especially around Abovian Street, one of the main central arteries of Yerevan. They took over crosswalks, holding hands and chanting this slogan. They got into altercations with police officers, taxi drivers, other drivers, as they continued to insist that Serge was not their daddy and that they do not have a daddy. Some of them were aggressively arrested, pulled and dragged into police vans by police officers. This action, conceptualized both as a part of the larger revolution taking place as well as a response to the internal dynamics of that very movement, encapsulates the gendered aspects of the revolution and what they meant to feminist activists who had, for a long time already, been advocating for change at the grassroots levels of the Armenian political. The We Don't Have a Daddy action aimed to insert this critique into the larger protest, from the feminist position that insisted that not only do we not Serge to be our patriarch, but we do not need a patriarchal center. Indeed, what Nicolaosian, Ruzana Grigorian, Lucine Sarkisian, and others who had participated in conceptualizing this action were discussing was the ways in which the problem itself was not just the problem of the ruling Republican Party, which set Sarkisian at its head, but the entire system of patriarchy that for them had become unbearable, and especially within this movement. I already knew that there was something very patriarchal about the whole thing, Nicolaosian said, referring to the revolution. But I felt like I needed to speak anyway, and I wanted to say something about that very feeling of patriarchy. Lucine Sarkisian told me that for her the importance of this statement was extremely critical. I actually don't have a daddy. Sarkisian's father had died when she was 7 years old, and she had been witness to her mother caring for her and her two siblings, even through the difficulties of war while they lived in Rappan, a town bordering with Azerbaijan. As a lesbian, I have committed to a politics in which I will never be dependent on men, because that almost always, especially in Armenia, results in patriarchy, she stated. The activists who worked within the Archiknots group were not content with the process of cleaning up the government of immoralities. They were not content with Pashinyan's call for a new Armenia established by a more proper rule of law with a new center of power. They insisted that the real process of transformation in Armenia will be to work against the very logics by which the nation itself was structured. Nicolaosian explained, "We did not want our statement of, 'I don't have a daddy,' to be misinterpreted. We thought that the public might misinterpret this to mean, oh, these poor women who don't have a daddy have come out just saying, 'I don't have a daddy.' What is this? Oh, my dear one, don't worry, I'll come and be your daddy," as she laughed. That is why we added that first line to the slogan, "Serge is not my daddy." This added line, however, does not necessarily solve the problem of understanding Armenia as a nation that has been abandoned by proper and legitimate political fatherhood since the 1990s, and as such necessitates a new, more legitimate, and more kind father. During the action, as the young women stood and blocked traffic at a busy intersection, this is Mashtots Avenue or Prospect, holding hands and chanting, "Serge is not my daddy, we don't have a daddy," an older woman approached them and kissed each of them on the forehead. This gesture might be seen as a form of sympathy for their orphanness, perhaps a sympathy for the whole nation that has been abandoned as an orphanage without proper paternal and moral leadership. We could also, however, see it as a maternal blessing, a form of protection that comes from maternal honor and love, especially in the gesture of giving thanks to the young women for their work, as this woman also did. Furthermore, this gesture points to the decentralization of feminist spatiality. When you open up a space in the public, you cannot limit voices to only feminist voices, because that is not the public. There are many voices there, and some of them might even be patriarchal. Even in women who we were encountering and working with, you have to listen to all of these voices and work with all of them, Grigorian explained. The feminist method of decentralization that Archiknots was working with, in this sense, becomes a mode of radical dialectical democracy that holds space for a multitude of contradictory and differing ideas to open up a possibility of something new. In these shots of the action, in which we see this very properly dressed maternal figure blessing these young women, we also see differing reactions, various bystanders who watched and made meaning in their own ways, and a public encountering one another. While this moment, in other words, might be precisely what the Archik Notes group wanted to avoid as a meaning of their intentions, they were also well aware of the multitude in which they were acting. While Serge Sarkisyan was forced to resign on April 23rd, these internal feminist criticisms and praxis against political patriarchy through the modes of decentralization were ultimately, although very expectedly, unsuccessful in the sense of a politics as usual. On May 8th, Pashinyan took office as interim prime minister. He was eventually appointed as the official prime minister on January 14th, 2019. On May 23rd, it was becoming clear that power had once again become centralized when Pashinyan declared an end to civil disobedience and demanded that activists halt their actions and instead allow the new government to step in and take control. Dear compatriots, I once again ask, urge, and demand to stop all civil disobedience campaigns without any exception and work with the government to discuss and solve your issues of concern. He stated, positioning himself and his new government as the new daddy. Furthermore, as Pashinyan formed his cabinet of ministers, he appointed only 2 women out of 20 positions, further cementing many feminist concerns that this government would continue to be patriarchal. In describing the concept of the multitude under neoliberalism, Michael Hart and Antonio Negri poetically work through the concept of swarm intelligence, a model of insect behavior that was developed by artificial intelligence and computational researchers toward understanding forms of organized thought. While each body seems to move spontaneously and by virtue of its own creative will and lacks centralized control of a global model, these bodies are organized and in communication. The swarm model suggested by animal sciences and developed by these researchers assumes that each of the agents or particles in the swarm is the same and on its own not very creative, they write. The swarm that we see emerging in the new network political organizations, in contrast, are composed of a multitude of different creative agents. The members of the multitude do not have to become the same or renounce their creativity in order to communicate or cooperate with each other. They remain different in terms of race, sex, sexuality, and so forth. What we need to understand then is the collective intelligence that can emerge from the communication and cooperation of such a varied multiplicity. While the swarm is an apt description of how the vague call for decentralized civil disobedience by Pashinyan emerged a multitude of actions through a multitude of ideological positions by a multitude of persons, the problem with this conceptualization is the question of ideological reproduction. While what Armenian grassroots feminists understood quite well and continue to interrogate is the way in which multitudes are not devoid of ideological survivals, and especially when those forms of ideology are as deeply ingrained into systems of production and reproduction as to form senses of personhood, as in the case of patriarchy. Continuing this form of struggle will mean continuing to insist on the decentralization of struggle, that politics itself be decentralized to include modes that take seriously the sites of the intimate, the personal, the cultural, and the deeply ideological. The so-called Velvet Revolution, while in no way a feminist movement, gave way for many ways of rethinking gender and revolution. While not ultimately solving the ideological problems of daddy, actions like "we don't have a daddy" emerged new forms of thinking liberation. Liberation not only for women, but for Armenians writ large from the knots of patriarchy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shirinyan, for this rich presentation. I'm sure that we're all looking forward to asking you questions and discussing it after this next presentation. So the next presenter is Rosie Vartiter Arush, who holds a PhD in Near Eastern Language and Cultures from UCLA, with a specialization in Armenian studies and a concentration in gender studies. Her dissertation, A Life of Otherness, Identity Negotiation, Family Relations, and Community Experiences Among LGBTQ Armenians in Los Angeles, investigates the impact of the Los Angeles diasporic community on the experience of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and queer Armenians, depicts the struggles endured and strategies employed in the negotiation of their contested identities, examines family of origin relations in the multi-layers of coming out, explores the redefinition of the Armenian family and the challenges to traditional notions of parenthood by queer Armenian families, as well as reveals other such discoveries. The title of her presentation today is, I know where it is, Personal and Organized Approaches to Queer Activism in the Los Angeles Armenian Community.
Thank you. Let's do this. The diasporic community of Los Angeles is becoming increasingly complex, diverse, and heterogeneous. In its ideal form, the Armenian community exists as a space in which Armenians can identify with others and be themselves among co-ethnic peers. However, for LGBTQ Armenians in Los Angeles, this creates tensions of heterosexism and homophobia in their community experiences. My research is based on both fieldwork and in-depth interviews with first and 1.5 generation LGBTQ Armenian adults living in LA. The queer Armenians in this research all had some sort of association with the Armenian community and institutions functioning within it, either by attendance at Armenian schools or participation in ethnic-based organizations. These participants felt the full force of the Armenian community's reach, as they were influenced by three of its interconnected pillars: the schools, churches, and organizations. In this case, all being affiliates of the Armenian Revolutionary Federation, the ideology and influence of one paralleled all three and produced similar knowledge, opinions, and critiques about Armenianness. Those LGBTQ Armenians who were raised within the community and having spent decades solely negotiating their ethnic identities have a very difficult time assimilating or compromising their ethnic identities, even if it allows them the freedom for their sexual identities. In their community experiences, participants express frustrations with the systems in place, leading to a varying degree of commitment to and identification with the community. Consequently, some have distanced themselves from the greater Armenian community due to its antipathy towards LGBTQ people, while others are challenging the community for inclusivity and visibility. Silence within the community operates similarly to silence within the family, as another form of the closet. LGBTQ Armenians tend to not feel welcomed around other Armenians because the cultural and social forces shaping and molding Armenians do not encourage inclusivity of otherness. They often feel isolated. Their experiences in these environments are marked by their difference, now becoming the other, the odar, among Armenians. If there are LGBTQ Armenians in organizations and institutions, even in leadership positions, their sexual identities have a don't ask, don't tell approach, usually entirely ignoring that aspect of the individual's life. Racial passing is highly criticized. Assimilation is viewed as a betrayal of both ancestors perished during the genocide and to those who persevered for centuries maintaining their Armenianness as ethnic minorities on foreign lands. Yet sexual passing as straight, is encouraged and not regarded as denying their true identities. In this climate, participants express the lack of support in community institutions. The following recordings are readings of transcripts and not the actual voices of interview participants.
There's nothing for LGBTQ people in the Armenian American community. Literally nothing. Resources, information, materials, safe spaces. If there were, we'd have openly gay people in our community. There would be visibility. If you're gay and Armenian, you hear it all the time. We all think we're the only gay Armenians on the planet.
If there was an Armenian who was vocal about LGBTQ issues, you bet I would gravitate towards that person. No one is telling little kids it's okay to be gay in our community. Not in the schools, not in the organizations. And even if they believed it, would they say it out loud?
LGBTQ Armenian activists wish their struggles were integrated into the community social issues platforms as well. They have strong frustrations with these ethnic-based organizations. At the heart of the issue is the conflict between their Armenianness and their notions of not belonging in the community.
Especially because in the past, I have felt very uncomfortable within the Armenian communities that I have been a part of to be queer. It's difficult for me to be thinking of both at the same time. I'm kind of resentful of the community that I've been a part of. And I do think they need to be addressed and they need to be worked on. And I can't just say, peace out, I'm out. Because if we don't talk about it, it's never going to get fixed.
No one cares about LGBTQ Armenians. If we don't make people care, it's going to be like this forever. And we live in Los Angeles of all cities. We have marriage equality now in LA, but our...
Sorry, wrong one. I can't see the full screen here.
Even though I don't feel like I'm part of this nation, I don't feel like I fully belong, it's in me. I've tried to deny it, I can't. And the fact of the matter is that I love being Armenian, but I'm no longer going to sacrifice parts of myself because this Armenian identity says that can't exist or that's shameful. No, fuck that, fuck all of that. I just want to smash all this this patriarchy, all this bullshit. I just want to break it and get rid of it.
Even though they do not feel integrated in the community or its institutions, they are not ready nor have any desire to be disconnected. For the most part, it's not even an option to consider. Those with emotional ties to the community take initiative to engage in community activism. They are more invested in bettering the situation than walking away from it. No?
No one cares about LGBTQ Armenians. If we don't make people care, it's going to be like this forever. And we live in Los Angeles of all cities. We have marriage equality now in LA, but our community is still back in the Stone Age. It doesn't matter that we can get married now. Our families aren't going to celebrate our unions. Not the way they would if it was a straight couple. It makes me really sad to know that I'm not going to have that type of wedding. You don't see Armenian families celebrating those relationships. So if we want this, we have to do it ourselves. Because everyone is so caught up with other issues. The genocide. If it's not about the genocide, no one cares. We need allies. We need straight people on board with these things. When you talk about the privilege that a straight person has in our community, because things like marriage and children are such huge parts of our culture, and there are privileges that come with that. And I don't have access to those things. I don't have those privileges, and I don't think straight people realize that.
So queer Armenians in LA are not fighting for legal rights. They are fighting for recognition and access to practical and social privileges. They want rights to safety and humanity and to forge identity and strength from victimization. They stress the need for allies who make the effort to relate and understand the struggles of the LGBTQ community, because they believe straight allies are the ones who can actively change perceptions in the greater community. There's a point to be made about activism being inherent to some of these diasporic organizations. There's an activist culture in LA, especially regarding organized activities fighting for the recognition of the Armenian genocide and other historic and contemporary Armenian issues. When queer Armenians are raising these activist environments, it becomes second nature to be proactive as socialized activists in challenging systems of oppression and remedying these situations. Aside from the intrinsic value of respecting all people's human dignity, there's also a pragmatic argument regarding the greater community. By rejecting othered Armenians who, as marginalized LGBTQ people, inherently fight for their rights, the community is depriving itself from potential seasoned activists for otherwise common Armenian causes.
I think that we need to actually become active and do something instead of just bitching all the time. I think that there were visionaries in the Armenian diaspora right in the aftermath of the genocide that set up these amazing structures of community, where you have Armenians that grew up in these different countries, but in a very similar church, school, Hominid Men, AGBU, Scouts, Arts, Hamaskain, that did a great job of preserving it. And I think in the last 20 years, there needs to be a version 2.0 that is going to keep our generation engaged. Unfortunately, whatever institutions we do have are still run by people in our parents' generation, and we just don't speak the same language. You still have these people that do things like they're in Beirut or Aleppo, and it's become a power and control thing where they don't want to let go. And they still look at our generation as a bunch of kids, but they're losing us. And I criticize our generation for not making a more active decision and being like, you need to step to the side and let me take over. Because there's 3 of them and there's 10 of us. Pass it on and let me revamp it. How many years can you keep doing the same thing? It needs to change.
There's a fundamental institutional issue where the focus isn't on LGBTQ issues not being on the forefront, but rather that these organizations are not meeting the needs of the younger and future generations to keep them engaged or for them to want to be active members of the community. The policies and mentality represent the acculturation of the older generations in the Middle East and not the current needs of the LA Armenian community. Without downplaying its significance, activists stated their dissatisfaction with genocide recognition being at the forefront of social justice issues in the community when current issues are neglected. The Gay and Lesbian Armenian Society, GALAS, was formed in 1998 by a group of Armenians in Los Angeles who wanted to start an organization which solely focused on the needs of sexually non-conforming Armenians. One of the founders of GALAS shared the story of finding an ad in the back of a Los Angeles lesbian publication calling for gay and lesbian Armenians to come to a meeting. When she responded to the ad, she found out that Azad Mazmanyan had been running the circular for several weeks, hoping to reach gay and lesbian Armenians. They instantaneously became a close-knit group and held monthly meetings at Azad's house. But Azad suffered the consequences. She received threatening phone calls and her car and business were vandalized. Yet she chose to keep these instances to herself since group members were already dealing with so much fear. As a result, the group kept growing though, and within a year they organized, had board meetings, and incorporated into a 501c3 nonprofit. When they held events, they would hire security officers. These events couldn't be held in Glendale, where most of the members were from, so they would rent out spaces in West LA. In the first 3 years of the organization, their main vision for the group was to be a safe space and social network. There was no preoccupation with taking their identities beyond the closet. It wasn't until the early 2000s that they switched platforms and started focusing on activism and outreach. And with this switch, they lost members who were not yet fully out and afraid of being disowned by family. GALAS brought Armenians together socially, romantically, and professionally, offered free counseling and therapy services with Armenian therapists, and organized events where supportive parents would talk to parents with children who had just come out. The organization was very active until about 2010, when the younger generation did not volunteer to take ownership and they began having membership issues. One of the founders of GALAS attributed the rise of internet support groups for this decline. Online social networking has allowed queer Armenian youths to find support systems in more private and at times anonymous spaces, where they no longer needed an organization like GALAS. However, with a new generation realizing the needs for the organization's resources and support, GALAS has been back on the rise since 2016, with new members and even old members active once again. With the celebration of their 20-year anniversary in 2018, GALAS had a fundraising gala, and in collaboration with Abril Bookstore and Roslyn Art Gallery, hosted the first ever queer Armenian exhibit and held a month-long series of events, including panel discussions, talks, film screenings, and an art performance. These events were held in June in honor of LGBTQ Pride Month and marked the first time the city of Glendale celebrated Pride Month. Additionally, GALAS has made a commitment to expand and further develop an outreach and education program at local schools with large populations of Armenian students by carrying out an anti-bullying campaign, providing educational print materials, and conducting presentations. They have piloted a support group for parents of queer Armenians, as well as holding SUJ sessions for queers, families, friends, and allies who need GALAS's help in harnessing support. They have also reinstated their scholarship program, which provides financial assistance to students of Armenian descent who have demonstrated LGBTQ activism. Despite these efforts, some members still struggle through the same privacy issues as those in the 1990s. For example, some participants struggled with what they would tell their mothers if they attended a GALAS event. For those queer Armenians living with their parents, attending events would mean having to lie to their parents about their whereabouts, further isolating them from spaces and opportunities to perform and have healthy relationships with their sexual identities. Those who had the opportunity to join GALAS expressed their positive experiences.
When I was coming out, what was supported for me with GALAS was just the sheer collection of gay Armenians. There were older members who had gone to Armenian prelacy schools and they had been in the Armenian community. They grew up Armenian in LA. They knew what it was like. They knew how suffocating it can be and how stifling it is. They had grown up in extremely heteronormative environments that taught them the importance of retaining a personal connection to their own ethnic heritage and their obligation to the nation. But they were also at odds with that because they were gay. Your community totally rejects you, and you take a step to create a community that embraces.
GALAS brings a sense of community to queer Armenians and allows them the space to explore their intersecting identities, though both GALAS members and other queer Armenians are still striving for belonging from the greater Armenian community. The LGBTQ Armenian families in this research present the latest models of the Armenian family. They utilize different approaches to parenting and maturation separate from the heteronormative operations of their own upbringing, By marking their queer Armenian identities as an open and significant component in raising families, their approach challenges some of the theoretical and empirical approaches previously researched by scholars. LGBTQ Armenian mothers are altering existing systems of family and parenthood by providing new methods of contesting traditional family structures while facilitating these integrations into the existing Armenianist structures of parenting adopted from their families of origin.
We're just like any other normal family. I always identify with, I fell in love with a woman. That's it. I don't really think about my identity at all. My life is consumed with my children, and that's all that matters, and making sure they're good people. It didn't matter to us what people thought because we want to give our children the most normal life. So what we do is show them the bravery that we're not ashamed.
Participants were eager to point out that the steps they took or paths they followed were not extraordinary, emphasizing normalization as one of their strategies with their sexual identities and families. Realizing their marginalized status as LGBTQ mothers, they preferred to normalize and conform to traditional notions of parenthood in order to protect their children from any additional criticism. However, their perspectives on the Armenian family are about much greater understanding, discussion present between parent and child, and far less sense of strict control. In their child rearing, there's no use or concept of shame culture. Amote is not used in any capacity to reprimand behavior. Conversations about marriage are addressed as if you like a boy or girl, if you want to take your significant other's last name, if you have children, it's up to you whose last name they take, etc. Having the opportunity to parent and create families without a set family structure allows them to redefine gender and family and challenge traditional notions of parenthood while continuing to highlight Armenianness, place value in education, religion, genocide, traditions, and marriage. On the topic of marriage, participants had various sentiments. Some criticized the necessity and heteronormative nature. Others expressed a desire for and felt fortunate to have marriage rights. LGBTQ parents explained how marriage alleviated the adoption process and provided their kids with the sense of security that comes from societal expectations of parents being married. LGBTQ Armenians appreciate the equalities achieved in the United States and discuss the practicalities that come from marriage. Yet some criticize the politics of sameness that has been encouraged within the LGBTQ community, consequently neglecting many other LGBTQ causes. They are critical of the homonormativity encouraged in the movement and discuss their disinterest in traditional monogamous relationships, which are a byproduct of the heteronormative societies that their sexual identities technically do not confine them to. One participant said, "Being queer and being outside of the normative society is where all the adventures of life that you want to be in lie," end quote, referring to the freedoms that are at the core of queerness. By rejecting homonormativity, queer Armenians have the means for life paths free of gender and sexual norms. However, the majority use normalization as an activism method to indicate that they don't possess a difference relevant enough to be marginalized by Armenian society. And in this comes the unfortunateness of queer Armenians not having the opportunity to celebrate their freedoms. Although, since there are traditions in their ethnic identities to follow, that seems to be the more powerful in determining life choices in this particular moment of queer Armenian life. Yet, if in its simplest terms, queerness is taken as the opposite of straightness, and straightness as the status quo, then normalization by a queer person is in itself revolutionary. In this case, queer people choosing to marry or have children is an act going against the grain. By normalizing their identities and their families, they are actually going against the norm and even practicing the freedoms queerness provides. Normalization is revolution when the opposite of queer is normalcy. Even though it seems unfortunate to follow such standards when queerness represents freedom from obligation, following these standards by queers is in its essence queer. Collectively, these factors are providing a new interpretation of being Armenian in Los Angeles. And in this newness comes an isolated approach to activism. Is individual activism a concrete possibility? Can one bring about social change without an organization at its back? Can you be a leader, start a movement without followers?
In the past, I was fearful the community was going to let me down. But when I fell in love with my wife, none of that mattered. So it wasn't like I was walking around holding a flag that says I'm gay. I didn't. I have a thing with that whole gay pride thing. If heterosexuals aren't walking around with a sign saying they're heterosexual, I don't feel we need to. But I get it, because of the rights thing. But I think there's a fine line between in your face and who you are. I'm just not that type. For me, it wasn't in your face. It was just, this is who I am and this is my wife. It was very natural. I've spoken to girls that are older now from hominid men who have told me that what an influence I've been on them to just be who they are. And I don't have to hold an I'm a proud gay sign. I don't have to be marching in LA or wherever to do that. I do it by living my life.
There are multiple paths in the queer movement for visibility. Some want people to be outraged and loud in their sentiments, blatant against community leaders, the Larry Kramers of the world. Others want to and are simply leading and living by example. These approaches complement and strengthen each other, since they have demonstrated positive outcomes in influencing non-queer and queer Armenians, which can only attest to the power of visibility in whichever form it can be actualized, thereby reinforcing how necessary it is to support queer Armenians, because their existence alone is a form of resistance, because simply by existing, they are creating movements towards social change, acceptance, and community awareness. And I want to end by saying, just as my participants have found a home for their intersecting identities in Galas, thank you, Melissa, Huri, and Lerna, for providing an academic home where my research can belong.
Thank you, Dr. Arush, for this insightful presentation. I want to invite the presenters to the fore for question and answer session. We have about 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, Professor Berberian. So about 25 minutes. So yeah, I guess, which one would you prefer? Would you want people to ask a bunch of questions and then you answer, or one question at a time? One at a time, all right. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So, questions, please. Yes?
A big thanks to both of you for really insightful presentations. I learned a lot from both of you. The question I have is for Tamar, if I may. I'm finding your concepts, patriarchy, centralization, political fatherhood, fascinating. And I was hoping but there are three somewhat different variables. I'm hoping you could tease out the relationship between them a little bit more. So if you could elaborate a little bit more as to what is the bigger problem in your analysis? Centralization or patriarchy? While all political fatherhood and patriarchy tends to be centralized, not all centralized governance needs to be patriarchal. So I'm hoping if you can tell us a little bit more as to other policy recommendations that follow from your work. What would you like Armenia to look like if centralization of power in this new transitional democracy context that we have is not as equitable, is not as open? Would you be satisfied if the civil society is stronger, if women's groups are more mobilized, if there are more women in the parliament, majority women in the parliament? Can you continue your analysis in terms of governance models?
Okay. So just to start off with, thank you for your question. As an anthropologist, when I get asked to make policy recommendations, I start having visceral reactions.
Well, that's common, I think, disciplines.
Because I think that anthropology is very badly suited for policy recommendations. But I will say that within the Archiknotes group, there was a lot of discussion of policy recommendations. So some of the women that I discuss here were very, very close with people who are now in the regime. A lot of the women that I interviewed, although that would be more research that I would keep anonymized, had been asked to join the new government and did not want to do it. And so Ruzana Grigorian, actually, who's not one of those people, as far as I'm aware, wrote in Archiknotes at some point, Սաղ կառավարության մեջ քաքել են, հիմա ուզում են կանայք մաքրեն այդ քաքերը. So there's something about like that strange move of first criticizing Pashinyan's government for not appointing women, although there seems to be, this is contested, an effort to have appointed more women who rejected the appointments. One of the women that he appointed resigned after a few weeks, which was actually celebrated by feminists. She resigned because she couldn't do the work she really wanted to do in a cock government. Right? So my feelings about how to decentralize in terms of gender is complicated, because I don't think women joining what is otherwise largely patriarchal regime is necessarily the answer for that. In terms of decentralization, I would say that what happened in the movement was largely anarchic. That they used anarchist modes of resistance to gain power and quickly switch things up. So that is a huge criticism that a lot of people have on the ground, a lot of leftists have on the ground. For me, in my work, I don't use the concept of political fatherhood throughout my work because that often gets collapsed with the Soviet legacy, and I think that what's happening in Armenia is way beyond that. Not to say that Armenia's authoritarian government is worse than Soviet. I'm not in that kind of framework, but that there's a deeply embedded desire, like people's identities and senses of being, personhood, are produced by patriarchal forms of existence, especially kinship. Kinship is heavily patriarchal. And this is not, patriarchy here not as like the patriarchy, but it's anthropologically patriarchal. The Gerdastan has a head, the oldest man. Land ownership is happening through male and male lines. Fathers live with the fathers, and like ownership gets transferred through men in that way. So that sense of kin patriarchy in some ways informs larger concepts of political leadership in Armenia. And so in an article that was published last year, I argue that Armenia is, in this sense, what we might call a nation family, that the nation itself is structured like a kinship system, a patriarchal kinship system. So patriarchy I'm using here as both the patriarchy, a feminist mode of thought and criticism, but also kin structure in Armenia, and I think they collapse in the political structure in some ways. I don't know if I answered.
No, this is fascinating. There's a great scholarship on network governance. We can talk afterwards. It kind of gets too jargon.
Other questions? Yes, please.
Actually, to follow up on Alma's question about nation being a family, now of course I moved to Armenia and I'm having these discussions with my students almost every day about like alternative forms of family that actually Rosie was talking about. Like how can we still be a family? But I'm not saying this in a like nationalist way, that like not we should be a family and exclude others. Like in general, like how would the LGBT movement, feminist movement can change, can come up with an alternative understanding of Armenianness? Not necessarily a family, but like if we were to take the alternative forms of family, how would you, as an anthropologist, elaborate on this, like, basically that nation as an alternative forms of family. The reason why I'm asking is that like it looks like, especially during the revolution and after the revolution and the parliamentary debates, LGBT issues started being like discussed in a very superficial way. Like people started talking about like homophobic discourse was like saturated, but at the same time, in a very weird way, the progressive, the Pashinyan government was accused of being, supported by LGBT people or feminists, and then in the response that Pashinyan gave was something else. So like, I'm thinking that Armenians have a daddy problem, but they also have of course, anxiety of homosexuality, that's one thing, but also a family problem. And if we connect it to like Lerna's work and my work about memory, family, being genocide survivor and everything. So also like Rosie's research about like being a community. So maybe not a patriarchal family, but an alternative form of family that comes from queer experience, can it be like productive and creative to reimagine the community?
Yeah.
No, like you talk about it. Maybe this is for both of you.
There's so much we can learn from queer's approaches to everything. That's what I was saying. That I do have a lot more things to say about Armenia specifically.
I really like the way, Rose, that you finished with queer Armenian existence alone is a form of resistance, and I agree with that a lot. And I like the idea of queer. I like the idea of thinking in some cases of existence itself being a form of resistance. Jasper Poir is kind of working on this in terms of Palestinian existence as a form of queerness itself. But I think the queerness in Armenia is a very serious form of messing with the very well-structured political patriarchy, which I think is also the reason why it's become the crux of so many major political issues. And we see this going back to 2012. Since 2012, almost every major political issue in Armenia has been framed in some way sexually. And I don't think that's a coincidence. That has a lot to do with the fact that the political issues themselves are always in some way connected to political patriarchy. And thus, the sexual issue always becomes a part of that as well. So I conceptualize this through the concept of alternative, which exists in Armenia. Alternative space in the sense of wherever there is the thing that actually stands against Armenian notions of propriety. Anything that is ayla servats. These are the spaces that are being recuperated for thinking about maintaining an Armenia that is an Armenia but that is different. And by way of actual like forms of Armenianness, not like, fuck Armenianness and we need some, but no, like I'm really Armenian. I listen to Armen Ohanian and I get really down and queer and dirty to Armen Ohanian's music. I think that is this form of creating alternative spaces by maintaining ties to kinship that is somehow also not patriarchal in the same ways, a kind of reappropriation of patriarchy in many ways as well. I don't know if that answered your question.
So we have one question in the front and then another question in the back. Please, let's start with the front.
Yeah, so across these panels, like I've noticed sort of this theme of Armenianness being in conflict with ideas of queerness and like feminist movements. And I'm kind of wondering, sort of rephrasing Melissa's question of like, is that because there's this like, in the idea of Armenianness is so centrally like located in this idea of a patriarchal family and the idea of kinship as sort of like a sense of security and survival of Armenianness is in this patriarchal model. And so basically I'm wondering kind of two different questions of like, how can we refigure this concept of patriarchal kinship in order to include, like you said, sort of alternatives. And then also off of that, I also really like the way that you ended your paper talking about existence as visibility, and I'm wondering, in queerness certainly, I think that's really effective, but I'm sort of wondering for like a feminist movement, how, is there a way that women's purely existing in a private sphere, how can that be visible and also revolutionary, if that makes sense?
I lost you at the end. Can you say that last part again?
So you talk about like being queer in the private sphere as in itself being revolutionary. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering how, if that can apply as well to a feminist movement and a feminist framework of how can being a woman in the private sphere, which is sort of the status quo, how can that also be visible and be revolutionary as well? How can we be revolutionary as women in the private sphere? Is that possible, or is that sort of an oxymoron?
I mean, I'd like to answer that second question if possible. I would say that there's totally a possibility of invisibility. I think invisibility is actually currently the revolutionary. Because, like, the project of visibility itself is a very neoliberal project. It looks very much like status quo marketing this, marketing that, making it visible, branding it, niching it, and then creating new and more and more and more. What I have found very compelling in my research in Armenia amongst lesbians especially is their insistence on invisibility, to not become something for others, especially the target for others, which is what would happen in Armenia, which is often what happens, and the extremely creative ways in which invisibility is turned into radical possibility. Like, I've written on this before, and I still like am sometimes like perplexed by how amazing it is. I went to a friend's house who is a lesbian with her and her girlfriend, and she lives with her mother. And we walked in just for 5 minutes. She was going to change her clothes, and we were on our way to a party for the evening. And we get there, and she gets ready, and she goes into the shower, and her girlfriend, who is also with her, decides to also go in the shower at the same time, and her mother and I sit in the kitchen and have tea. And no comment whatsoever. And I know that, I mean, they often spend the night together in the non-private space that they don't have in that apartment, as in she sleeps in the living room, as many people do in Armenia because of the spatialization that comes from the Soviet Union. But there was no commentary, no discussion. And when I asked when I asked about, well, does your mom know about how you're girlfriends? Or she was like, probably she knows. And that's where, I mean, because there's this kind of like, I get to do whatever the fuck I want because I don't actually express it verbally, right? And so of course that's problematic because then, you know, it remains invisible, and so you know, other people can't feel the lack of loneliness from your example and all of this stuff. But there's something very, very queer in that possibility for me as well.
Can I actually make a comment on this? I'm sorry, I can't do this. This is so, I mean, isn't this Foucault's incitement to discourse? That you make something, you bring something into discourse and you actually like make it into the discourse. But it's a very interesting question that, like, for example, Nora, that connects Nora's paper to this. Being invisible, like genocide survivor in Turkey, Armenian women, this is my research, they were at home, invisible in the public, singing their lullabies and transmitting the memory of the genocide. Once they became visible, they were incited to this discourse, and as you said, it's a very neoliberal thing because it immediately was co-opted into denialism. It was much more, we don't want to say, I understand that you don't want to say that we want women to be invisible, but to answer, also like to comment on your questions, that sometimes, like in the domestic sphere, with that invisibility, you can resist better.
Yeah. Or do other things, like that, the other things part. I think we just need to hold on to it.
There's a maybe a comment?
May I take advantage of my co-organizer status? You asked whether there's something about Armenian society that is more patriarchal, right? And I wouldn't say that's the case. I don't think that we're more patriarchal. We're certainly not less patriarchal. I think we're equally patriarchal. I think what has happened is in the Armenian case is that with the genocide, and I hate to always go back to the genocide, but with the genocide, first of all, we lost an amazing echelon segment of intellectual and cultural geniuses. And so we were, in a sense, thrown back. And it's taken us much longer, and it's been a slower development because of that tragedy and that loss. And so I think we're stuck in this mode, partly because of genocide, because we lost all those people, but also because it's been important for Armenian society to preserve identity, to preserve culture, to preserve, and all of these things, feminism, queerness, all of these things somehow are interpreted, even gender, the word gender, is interpreted to be somehow against this kind of identity and preservation of Armenianness, which the genocide tried to eliminate.
And what it's done is it's created this fear of otherness. So anything that's not in this, our understanding of what it means to be Armenian, so whether that be being gay, an unmarried woman, deciding not to have children, it's anything that's an other is feared. And that's where the anxieties, the fear of anxiety, that's where they come from. And it started from the genocide, but then you have various histories since, and diaspora from diaspora. So there's too much to hold on to that makes you feel safer, and anything that's outside of that makes you fear the loss of your culture completely.
But that's why I tried to prove that Zabel Asadur was a feminist, right? The answer is this, that like we have been dealing with this question for over a century. Yeah.
I think Professor Semedjan in the back had a question.
Sorry, thank you for your papers. My mind is completely blown, but the first thing I was thinking is then Armenia like a counterexample of the kind of enlisting of homo-nationalism that we have in the case of Israel, where a community is under very similar circumstances dealing with genocide, biopolitical anxieties, right? So I was wondering that. And then the second part, could either of you speak to any kind of transnational or kind of solidarity networks, if whether in Armenia the queer community is engaged in that, especially thinking about how I was understanding the Velvet Revolution was, so-called Velvet Revolution was in an immediate kind of relationship to the so-called Arab Spring, all these scare quotes, sorry, but the idea that some of these modes of action resonated, but also thinking if there were queer communities that were building transnational solidarity networks that I was unaware of as well. I'd be interested in hearing, and also thinking about other communities of queers in LA that maybe Armenians are in dialogue with, in the case of Rosie's community.
So there's Pink Armenia in Armenia, and Galas works with Pink Armenia on a regular basis in any capacity they can, from helping them raise funds to co-hosting events to bringing the president out to speak to. So there definitely is dialogue in that sense. They just have very similar yet very different focuses because of the needs of their members.
In regards to your first question on homonationalism, this is what we could call the other side of homonationalism, anti-homonationalism or whatever. If Israel is branding itself, if the US is branding itself as exceptional in terms of feminism, sexual liberation, and whatever, Armenia, Russia, in some ways Georgia, and other post-socialist spaces are branding themselves ideologically as anti-gay, for transnational solidarity amongst themselves. This is also a part of neoliberal projects where there's actually no ideological difference between the European Union and the US and their neoliberal project and Putin's versions of, oligarchy. Ideologically, these are the same projects in some ways. The one difference that Putin has really been able to hold on to and grasp onto is the cultural difference. And you see this, there's an entire discourse on Eurasianism as a form of nationalist project that has its particular roots in the civilizational difference that's located in Eurasia. And Armenian nationalists speak in that language. They directly speak in that language. In terms of transnational solidarity movements, leftists in Armenia have amazing networks with anarchists, leftists, queers from all over Europe, Eastern Europe, and Russia, especially where they see their particular problems echoed. And some of these echoes have been about homonationalism. So there's leftist activists in Armenia who directly come up against pink and who have come up against some of the new emerging LGBT organizations for their homonationalist projects, especially how they're representing gayness as a white middle class existence in some cases. But those transnational solidarities are quite impressive, actually. And we can talk more about that.
We still have 5 more minutes for questions. So maybe Pauline, and then you could, if I may ask you can ask a second question or comment, actually. Yes?
I have a question, I guess applies to both of you, but something that came up thinking about Rosie's research. A lot of how a lot of these LGBTQ Armenians are marginalized and kind of how their relationships are other, it has me thinking about the way, and I'm sorry I haven't read too much literature on this, I don't know if literature exists, but inter-ethnic marriage and how that's dealt with in the community, and how, to me, a lot of these narratives, you could almost just switch a few words and it would be the same as somebody being with an Odad. And how this is seen as really antithetical to what an Armenian person is supposed to be, and almost challenging notions of Armenian identity. And of course, I don't want to invalidate, I'm sure LGBTQ Armenians based on top of the otherness of being with a non-Armenian, a whole other level of being marginalized, but I definitely see this, there's so much similarity in that experience, and I'm sure it comes back to kind of needing to preserve that one. You had a quote on there how the most important thing for an Armenian is to reproduce more Armenians, and of course being with non-Armenians. And there's also a gendered aspect to that from what I've seen. It's much worse for an Armenian woman to be with a non-Armenian man than for an Armenian man to be with a non-Armenian woman. So I don't know if this is something that you know, has some come up, but if you could comment on that, if you've experienced. Sure. So the way I had structured my dissertation of identity, family, community, any social issue that we can discuss would plug into it. So whether it's interfaith marriages, interfaith, interracial, anything that's almost, right, could have these exact. So what's important is recognizing the sameness, right? I don't have to be queer to relate to a queer. Our stigmatized experiences, our struggles, they don't have to be the same for us to understand them. And that's, you know, the point that you make, that's what it does. And what's funny is that even with queer Armenians, when they have partners that aren't Armenian, they talk about how much easier it would be for their families to accept them if their partners were Armenian. And then when they're having families, whether it's through adoption or having their own, they prefer using Armenian donors, or the mothers preferred using an Armenian donor, not just because they themselves valued the Armenianness. They knew it would be so much easier for their own parents to accept their children if the child was 100% Armenian. So.
All right, we have 2 more minutes, and maybe last question. Or comments? Okay, well, please join me in thanking the presenters for this wonderful.
So, thank you to the presenters today, to the chairs as well, who did a wonderful job, and we ended on time, which is amazing. We are breaking all kinds of boundaries with this conference. Amote, kidem, amote.
It's good to see you all again. We had an amazing day yesterday. To borrow something that one of the detractors of Rubina said about her, I couldn't sleep last night, not that part, because I was inspired, excited, and stimulated by yesterday. So, but I heard that some of you slept really well. So it is actually the great pleasure to introduce our 4 roundtable panelists today.
And I will introduce them all at once because they have shorter comments, remarks, and then we'll open it up to questions, and hopefully it will actually be a discussion rather than hearing them speak, although it would be wonderful to hear all of them speak, but you know what I mean. Okay, so we'll start with Armen Ohanian, a PhD candidate at the Institute of Social and Cultural Anthropology of the Free University of Berlin, Germany. She holds an MA degree from the Central European University in Budapest, Department of Gender and Culture Studies. Before her master's studies, she obtained a diploma with honors in intercultural communications and linguistics, and diploma with honors in practical psychology, both from the Voronezh State University, Russia. Her research interests include gender and women's studies, diaspora and transnational communities, identity, language, and cultural diversity studies. In parallel with her academic and research work, Armen Ohanian has been professionally engaged at a number of local Armenian and international civil society organizations, managing programs in the field of public education, community development, and gender equality. And then we will go to Irina Vartan. And it's actually an honor, First Deputy Minister, to have you here.
Here, here.
Dr. Vartan is the First Deputy Minister of Nature Protection of the Republic of Armenia. Prior to joining the Armenian government following the Velvet Revolution of the spring of 2018, Dr. Vartan worked in a number of international organizations and think tanks around the world, to include UNDP, Georgetown University, Eurasia Foundation, and Chatham House. She has also been a catalyst for change in the field of sustainable business and social entrepreneurship in Armenia. Dr. Vartan holds a PhD in political science from the University of Cambridge, has a number of academic and media publications, as well as recently published a book titled Post-Soviet Armenia, the New National Elite and the New National Narrative. And she actually just came for 2 days. So we're honored by that. We're honored by everyone's presence, but just one. So our third speaker, Shake Kaftarian, is a medical psychologist whose research has included women's health and gender issues. She has served as a research scientist at the National Institute of Health, senior advisor at the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, and research professor at the, is it Apgar? I like it. Okay, Apgar School of Medicine of the Uniformed Services, University of Health Sciences. As a Fulbright Scholar at the American University of Armenia, she recently conducted research on the status of women of Armenia and chaired an international conference titled Empowerment of Girls and Women of Armenia. Her efforts have been instrumental in the development of AUA's Yes Armenian Women Can campaign. Her bigger vision will hopefully be translated into training programs directed at non-matriculated rural women to help connect them to 21st century global opportunities in a high-tech business. And our last but not least speaker, participant, is Armen Ohanian, who is the Richard B. Finnegan Distinguished Professor of Political Science and International Relations at Stonehill College. Her latest 2 books are Russia Abroad, Driving Regional Fracture in Post-Communist Eurasia and Beyond, an edited volume published by Georgetown University Press in 2018, and Networking Regionalism as Conflict Management, published by Stanford University Press in 2015. She has authored numerous articles in academic journals and also contributed to the Washington Post, Foreign Policy Magazine, and Al Jazeera. Ohanian is a Fulbright Scholar, and her research has been supported by Harvard University, the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars, the German Marshall Fund, and the U.S. State Department, among others. Her work has taken her across the globe, from Northern Ireland to the Balkans, Russia, and the South Caucasus. So thank you for your patience, and if anybody was wondering, I'm channeling Armen Ohanian today. So, Anna, if you could get us going, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this nice presentation. I welcome everybody. Sorry, I listen to my voice, it's echoing. Do you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll try to... So, good morning everybody. It's evening in Belgium. I'm calling you from Belgium. I'm right now based in at home in Antwerp. Not in Armenia, as many people knew that I was in Armenia for many years before. Today I'm going to speak about a topic which was capturing my attention for many years. Being someone engaged in education both as a grad and then later on as a postgraduate student, and also during my teaching career, I've been always asking a question, what's happening when the times of revolution come? And what do the intellectuals do? Are they sitting at home, reading the books and writing, or they are going to the street and participating in the action and contributing in the street rather than sitting at home and just waiting for the change to come and change the public space. Many scholars of critical sociology, political anthropology, and social science have asked the question: what is the responsibility of intellectuals during these revolution times? But before we analyze what is the role of intellectuals, I would like to make a short overview of theoretical concepts. First of all, to go into details of who is the intellectual, what is this figure, and how should she be the intellectual, especially the female, the woman intellectual. Let me bring a short overview of theoretical definitions of intellectual. And what I'm going to do is build a theoretical triangle made of three important major categories, which will allow us to understand today's situation in Armenia in post-revolution context, where we can locate our intellectuals, especially women intellectuals, and especially why we cannot locate them at this moment. I will start with a famous quote of Albert Camus that I really like. One of his quotes from his notebooks from 1942. He said that the intellectuals, he wrote extensively about the intellectuals, and one of the most crucial citations that he did about the intellectual was that intellectual is someone whose mind is always watching itself. A valuable point describing the continuous process of self-reflection and self-challenge, which keeps the person awake and doubtful in her own understanding, being the watched and the watcher at the same time. As I said, many scholars of different fields in social science, they are posing this question: who is the intellectual, and how to better define that concept of the intellectual, and it's really a complex definition. Today, I will offer you three different categories which will, I think, better define and help us to understand what kind of intellectual we would like to see in our public space right now in Armenia. The first thing the first category is the figure of being intellectual. And I will start with Antonio Gramsci and his question whether the intellectuals are a dependent or an autonomous social group. In what relationship and connection is the intellectual, or has to be, what kind of connection the intellectual is and needs to be with the ruling power. This is a very important point, as by responding to this question, we will understand why women are were missing and are missing from our intellectual field. In his present notebooks, Antonio Gramsci suggested that there are two groups of intellectuals. First of all, there are so-called traditional intellectuals, literary, scientific, religious, whose position lies in between class relations. Their position derives ultimately from past class relations, and these intellectuals are grown culturally and historically specific to the society. They have, as Gramsci argues, an uninterrupted historical continuity. They position themselves more autonomous to the political elite, to the dominant group, and as one of the most notable traditional intellectuals can be considered the clergyman, who throughout the history had a monopoly in the role of main actor in delivering knowledge and organizing education in the society, for being the main source for morality, also holding the justice, and also shaping the thinking and the mentality of the new generations. Second, as per Antonio Gramsci, they are so-called organic intellectuals, the thinking and organizing element of a particular dominant social group. These organic intellectuals are distinguished by their social function in directing the ideas and aspirations of the class to which they organically belong to. The so-called thinking and organizing element of a particular dominant social class. These two functional types of intellectuals are very important for today's Armenian situation, for Armenian context, because we have these both functional types of intellectuals, in my opinion, and both of them, they play a corrosive role, as they both have become a corrupt source for outdated knowledge, fixed ideas, fake news, and propaganda, which do not actually contribute to the establishment of the intellectual, the feminist intellectual that we who are gathered today in this conference room, that we are striving to have one in our public space in Armenia. Another important category in our theoretical triangle that I'm trying to build is the public space. That's another important concept essential for deconstructing and understanding the current situation. And I will start with Habermasian transformation of the public space, where he admits that public sphere is the area of social life where public opinion emerges. It's where intellectuals in the modern liberal societies are expected to raise powerful arguments in response to the political, economical, cultural, and societal changes, including revolutions, or any other important events, and influence the formation of opinions. Contemporary intellectuals are supposed to respond and express with perspectives, resisting any possible jeopardy that the ruling power, the ruling group, the dominant group can bring into the society. Habermas's writing provides a vision of the ideal public space. He's admitting that it shouldn't be sensational, it should be commercialized, it should be more logical, it should be only engaged in rational and logical arguments. Actually, it's already 2019 and the public space has transformed so much since Habermas wrote his famous pieces on transformation of public space. A number of contemporary scholars illustrate how the definition and the role of the intellectual has changed over the last decades in the context of a rapidly transforming public space due to new technologies and mediatization. The societal engagement is still relevant, but the visibility of the public intellectual have developed to a great extent. Technology changed the public sphere and stimulated the dialogue between intellectual and audiences at a different level. We have an unprecedented opportunity for a diverse public sphere, even reaching millions through a live video in social media and ultimately impacting on their knowledge and opinions. The third category of the triangle is the open society. The society which is based on knowledge and critical thinking. Public space includes not only the intellectual who is engaging in an autonomous action of reflection of her societal transformations and responds back with her knowledge and suggested solutions. Public space also includes a type of a society which would be willing to listen, which would be understanding and accepting the knowledge the intellectual is sharing with them, especially in the times of revolutions. If there is no society acknowledging the intellectual authority of the intellectual, at the same time accepting it critically and analytically, then there will be simply no intellectual, or the intellectual that we would like to have in our country. So for me, the overarching definition of an intellectual is a person who is constantly engaged in inquiring social life through reflection and self-reflection, critical thinking, producing and reproducing knowledge, making it available to different social groups of the society, has acceptance as an intellectual authority figure in the public space. Now, after having brought you a very short and concise, and I'm trying to be as fast as possible, these three categories of the definition, which is the figure of the intellectual, the self-reflection, the self-challenging quality of the intellectual, the public space where everything is happening, and there is the discourse where the discourse is being built by the intellectuals and by the members of the society, and the society itself. What kind of society we want to have in order to be more receptive, in order to be more reflexive, more critical, and so that the discourse is also going forward, not having a stagnant and static intellectual conversation. In the second part of my presentation, I will go into the analysis of the current situation in Armenia, and I will try to look through the prism of these three categories. The post-revolution reality shows that the change of political regime is still the beginning, in the beginning. And the real revolution still has to happen in the minds of the people.
Anna?
Yeah?
I hate to interrupt, but we only have 5 to 7 minutes per remark, so if you could just wait until discussion time, and then maybe you'll be able to say some of the other things that you wanted to say. And I'm really sorry for interrupting you.
Okay, so you stopped me. Okay.
I'm afraid so. Thank you. Sorry about that. Irina, would you like to go next? Sure. Thank you.
Woody, thank you so much for the introduction. Lerna and Melissa, this is an incredible opportunity. I second your opinion that it sounds crazy flying all the way from Armenia to LA just for 2 days. But there's something inherently empowering about fellowship with like-minded women and men. So I wanted to make sure that I do not miss this opportunity. I'll try to be brief today as I speak about Armenia's Velvet Revolution and women's silent presence, how we saw the trajectory of women's silent presence to public speaking and political activism. There are multiple layers and aspects that are yet to be analyzed and comprehensively understood about the role of women in Armenia's Velvet Revolution of the spring of 2018. Given the constraint of time, today I'll briefly reflect on 2 key elements: the redefinition of power in the context of Velvet Revolution, and overcoming or disabling the mechanisms that silence women. Irvine is where I was born and grew up. My earliest childhood recollections are connected to mass movements and protests. I associate every corner of my city with some memory of resistance, dating back to 1988, when I was 5 years old. In many respects, Irvine embodies a space of resistance not only for my generation, raised or born at the intersection of histories, but also for those born in independent Armenia. We mobilized for a certain cause or to fight injustice ever before the inception of our sovereignty, and especially after it, when Armenia declared independence. That space was in many ways
a place where identities and power shifted. This by default empowered particularly women and youth, who otherwise did not and are not fitting into the preconceived notions of power and authority. Realizing the collective power of mobilization, Armenia's second president, Robert Kocharian, passed a piece of legislation which heavily restricted mass public events. In 2018, him and his administration used this piece of legislation to allegedly justify a violent and deadly crackdown on massive protests, which began as a result of presidential elections marked by widespread fraud. As a result of these elections, Kocharian's hand-picked successor, Serge Sarkisian, was declared a winner. In an attempt to reconcile his fraud image, Sarkisian initiated a number of legislative reforms, including a repeal of the restrictions on the freedom of assembly. This reform brought back the space where Armenian citizenry would pour out its pent-up frustrations with corruption and injustices of the government. Since the repeal, Yerevan saw protests nearly every year, and surprisingly, the first one was an environmental cause, one mostly led by women. It was the 2012 Women for Mastropian Park mass protests. In 2013, massive demonstrations hit the streets of Yerevan to protest against the price hikes in public transportation, the famous No to 150 drum campaign. The 2014 Yerevan saw mass protests against the pension reform. 2015 Yerevan saw the Electric Yerevan movement. 2016, Yerevan was the year of the daredevils of Sassoon. In a way, this decade of almost incessant protests was a build-up to the spring of 2018. But the Velvet Revolution was different, as it was marked by a clear social, generational, and gendered shift, as youth initially became the driving force to mobilize masses of people and secure key positions throughout the capital by means of decentralized road blockades. Women of all ages poured onto the streets of Yerevan and essentially became the driving force of peaceful protests. Women have consistently been present in the protests throughout Armenia's recent history. They silently captured the space, playing the important role of peacemakers, peacekeepers, and preaching non-confrontational and tolerant behavior. This, by many, has been interpreted as women taking on their traditional gender roles, until the very essence of the seemingly anemic role, which certainly does not fit into the more masculine definitions of power and authority, became the slogan of the movement. Siro եւ հանդուրժողականության հեղափոխություն, the revolution of love and tolerance. Women's decentralized road blocking strategies, mothers blocking intersections with their strollers and babies, or orchestrating a nationwide hour for banging pots and pans, these images and sounds do not fit into our cultural and mental templates of what power is. Yet it was this very collective, feminine, if you will, force which shifted the course of this movement and resulted in a peaceful and successful outcome of the revolution. Another important shift, which was largely unprecedented compared to Armenia's previous protests, was the gradual transition from women's silent capture of the space of resistance to creation of the platform for women to project their voice. This was a result of the collective decision-making of both male and female organizers of the protests, as they increasingly realized the mobilizing power and potential of female protesters. Yet, it took some convincing. Public speaking is a form of projecting power, and power has a definitive cultural and mental template, which was constructed and narrated by men and for men. In those templates, women's voices simply do not fit, and when they attempt to, they are more often than not judged by their pitch, by their hairdo or their clothes, rather than for the content of what they have to say. So the few brave women who ventured out to publicly speak during the protests carved out a very critical platform and set a very important precedent. Although many on the political platforms and in the media acknowledge the defining role of women in the protests, few, if any, reflected on redefinition of power that occurred in the process. This redefinition also occurred during the parliamentary elections when many political candidates, including female, went out on the streets to campaign. Now, potential power was no more exclusive or unreachable. It was permeable, available, inclusive, and in a way unstructured. During these parliamentary elections in December of 2018, Armenia, for the first time in its independent history, saw live, televised debates, political debates, stripping political discourse bare and giving citizenry for the first time a chance to see political candidates unfiltered and raw. This further exposed politics and their players of the previously constructed exclusive and impermeable nature of political candidates. And political discourse. Although parliamentary elections, as well as appointment of new government, brought about a major generational shift, the same major shift did not occur in terms of gender balance. There was an increase in representation of women in parliament from 18 women in the previous convocation to 32. However, only 2 women hold ministerial posts in the executive branch. Parliamentary representation has an essence of collective power, much like the power projected during the protests, the convergence of command and unity of collective action. The executive branch is largely the opposite of these power projections. It is also where much of the corruption has traditionally occurred. In my previous research on women's political participation, which I conducted in 2015, most of female respondents cited corruption and dirtiness of politics, and the conscious decision not to enter the field and not to get verbatim dirty, get dot. So these sentiments are not new, and in fact even more relevant today, because the level of dirt in the baggage or inheritance from the previous administrations is immense, and I could certainly attest to it from personal experiences, and state that it will take many years to clean up the mess as we strive to govern effectively and efficiently. I'm confident that current political leadership will continue to encourage women to enter politics or join the government, and perhaps some skilled and confident women will answer the call and join. But we need to collectively, as a society and as a community, push for more. We must benefit from and maximize the victories of the Velvet Revolution and its aftermath that permeated the mental and cultural stereotype of what power is, and power being exclusively male. We must demand a shift for gender, not just for the few. Velvet Revolution gave us a rare opportunity to reevaluate power, experiencing it there on the streets of Yerevan, or watching it from afar. The events of last year's spring proved that we must think about power differently, that we must appreciate its collaborative nature and the force of followers and not just leaders, of the fact that power is not a possession, but a process and an act. But reevaluation must be only the beginning, as we must reconfigure what the notions of power are, and ensure that if previously women were not within the structures of power, it is the power that we need to redefine, and surely not the women. Thank you.
Shaka, would you come up here or maybe sit here? It's up to you.
It's okay.
You can sit.
Thank you, Melina, for that very impressive, short but concise presentation of many aspects of our charge for this conference. Since this is an academic discourse, academic conference or workshop, if you will. The organizers of the workshop sent us an abstract, and when that happens, those who speak, those who are asked to participate in active roles in a conference or workshop, need to pay attention to all of the concepts and constructs that are framed in that abstract to be able to then live up to the charge of the event. When I looked at the abstract that I received from the organizers, there were several issues that actually gave me the charge for an analytic perspective with action orientation. And I think throughout this conference, all of the speakers have alluded to that charge, keeping in mind the fact that they had to be analytical while presenting an action orientation. There were three pivotal constructs, and there is a difference between a concept and a construct. A concept is a theoretical perspective, whereas a construct is the operationalized version of that concept, meaning that there are action steps involved to measure and to see if there are any changes in those constructs over time or based on experimentation. So there were three major constructs that were presented: activism, resistance, and revolution. As we all spoke about them, we heard them repeated throughout the conference. When you want to extract the definition of these constructs, you bump into variations of the same thing, excuse me, given by different dictionaries, by different people who deal with these constructs. Activism can be defined as direct and vigorous action, which can be loud or silent, or quiet, in support of one side of a controversial issue. Resistance can be defined as capacity to survive exposure to a toxic or undesirable agent by rejecting and opposing it. And revolution, oftentimes when I refer to different sources, is defined as sudden, radical, and complete change in a system, in a paradigm. Well, those were the three constructs that were given to us, and the organizers wanted us to look at the Armenian experience, multiple Armenian experiences across time and locality. And I'm not going to define everything as I go on, because when I say time, they talked about 19th century to the present time. They also talked about locality, which meant we spoke about many of the protagonists that came from Constantinople, from Iran, etc. We spoke about the Velvet Revolution, and we are now going to come to today. Velvet Revolution being very close to today. They wanted to know what challenges can be presented to a dominant paradigm through varied methodologies. And I'd like to actually emphasize the utility of varied methodologies. There are no specific, unique, or there aren't limited methodologies pertaining to doing something. There are many methodologies, and if you're cognizant of the range of the methodologies, we'll be better able to impact change. Many of you spoke about direct and visible methods that your protagonists have used, which in some cases have been loud, some cases have been visible, in some cases they have been invisible and very quiet. In some cases they have met equal pushbacks from those whose opinions and conducts you were questioning. In some cases they have been head-on, and vigorous and rigorous in most cases. There are also strategic approaches that we really have to be cognizant of. Many of us use those strategic approaches in many of the arenas that we try to impact change. Oftentimes, strategic approaches are calculated, they're diplomatic in nature, they sometimes can be discreet, often long-term in focus, and iterative and cyclical. And we will reflect on each of these aspects of methodologies when we have the time for discussion. In these strategic approaches, there's a lot of attention that has to be paid to administrative, bureaucratic, managerial, and organizational dimensions. So rethinking and reframing activism, resistance, and revolution should be in the context of a very keen understanding of the range of methodologies that are available to all of us. I would like to actually give you another example from Yerevan, from Armenia. It is an academic example. This is an example that I was involved in. It took place at the American University of Armenia. A couple years ago, I was honored to be a Fulbright scholar, to be selected as a Fulbright scholar, and as such, oftentimes you negotiate your goal or your functions at the university with the leadership. So after being assigned to the American University of Armenia, I started my negotiations with the leadership with a very clear goal in my mind. And the goal was, whatever time and effort I was going to expend in this 1 year that I was going to be at the university, it had to do something with women's empowerment. There was no question in my mind that that was my goal. And I put it to the leadership as such in a very soft and very pliable manner. I wanted to make sure that I would not be confronted with a lot of resistance. After all, I was dealing with a male-dominated society within which there was this enclave of people supposedly trying to apply the American system of education to the existing milieu, to the existing population. And I might add that very successfully. I thought they were very successful in doing that. But I was not going to take any chances. So I approached them by saying that empowerment of girls and women of Armenia have been questioned in the country for the last couple of decades, continuously, cyclically, by the media. There is a hefty body of knowledge and literature behind that the fact that women of Armenia are challenged in many arenas of life, and they are not necessarily empowered. And that I would like to look at that one more time in the context of the university research opportunity. And if I may be given the opportunity to do that, and present the university with a program of empowerment in the context of the educational system. It was the university leadership accepted that desire of mine to be active in that role. My graduate students and I conducted a study because I didn't want to tell them something that they had heard but they weren't sure about. I wanted them to know that their own research conducted through the university confirmed what we were hearing. Therefore, we looked through the archival databases that spanned a period of 2 to 3 decades. We conducted qualitative research. We went across the country, spoke in focus groups, spoke to women, tried to see what the data was showing was being held up by the stories that we were hearing, and try to see if they all actually match the body of knowledge that was coming out of Irvine State University, World Bank, etc., other organizations. Unfortunately, the results of our study really confirmed what was being said. And we formulated that in in a very concise form and presented it back to the leadership and requested to have a women's conference. Again, because when you have a problem, you want to impact it not based on your own one-dimensional proposal. You want to make sure that you're backed up by the community around the concepts. You want to be backed up by known experts, and we try to invite those known experts from the international community as well as within the community. We made sure that we bussed in regional women, rural women who were living that life, so that not only they can see what was happening and that their issues were being discussed, but that they would have an input in that. Based on the conference, we went back to the leadership and said that the way forward, according to the body of knowledge, as well as to the proposals coming from those who know the field, is that we need to place women academically and educationally in an arena that was going to be hospitable and that was going to be supported by the prestigious educational endeavors as well as opportunities. We articulated the necessity for gender and women's studies, hopefully a program, a 4-year degree program. We spoke about a minor in gender and women's studies. We articulated a certificate program. We gave them options as to what could be done. We also spoke about scholarships. We spoke about the fact that women of the American university are extremely progressive. They are very hardworking. In many cases, they do better than their male counterparts, and they are really upward moving in their modus operandi, and that they are really able to go into technical areas of expertise that are useful and usable in the 21st century global opportunities. And they need support. They need financial support. They need the support of an educational system to connect them to jobs and opportunities available not only internationally, globally, but also inside the country, hopefully mainly inside the country. The high-tech businesses and opportunities in the States, not the States, Armenia, are more than experts to fill those positions. Therefore, a STEM-oriented education, scholarship to help women to enter STEM-related education in order to occupy those roles. Currently, and when we start our discussion, I will give you more details as to, excuse me, the status of all of these processes that are in place and that are ongoing. And of course, Melissa Bilal has been hired to, again, appointed to the university to be able to also work on these issues. And I'm sure Melissa is going to accelerate the movement forward and make it happen fully. So the issue is here, this. We had to be very careful in our approach. Many times we had to celebrate small progresses in our process. This is a process. It's a slow-moving process because educational organizations move very slowly. We need to take the emotion out of every aspect of this work, because once you become emotional, you fail. There is no emotionality involved in this. The diplomacy is very important. You need to give credit for small steps that your opponents or those who work with you take. You cannot ever usurp all of the credit as the main actor in a movement. You need to let everyone have a piece of the glory. You have to continuously modify your strategy to be able to be effective. You need to be hawkishly aware of what is happening. Every step of the game is important. You have to triangulate all of the information that's coming your way, and you have to triangulate information from behind and give it to the leadership, you need to maintain your vigor, and sometimes really bring in those who are important in the field to speak for you. You can't do all this thinking yourself. CEOs and presidents of high-tech companies were brought to a fundraiser this past weekend to support this STEM orientation for the university. And when they do that, not only they're speaking for you, but you have hooked them. Now you can go back to them and ask them to be supported in terms of bringing funds and bringing opportunities to the endeavor. So with that, I will stop and we can talk about this some more later. Thank you.
Anna, how would you like to do this?
I'm going to come over there. Let's see.
Would you prefer to sit?
Neurotics, I'll stand. My brain works better. I'm standing up. Thank you. I also wanted to join everybody to thank the organizers, and I also wanted to really explain how much I appreciated this conference because it allowed me to think about my work in the context of extensive historical research. And the key takeaway for me has been the fact that feminism is not a Western idea. It's not an idea that should be thought about as being imported into Armenia. And as Irina probably can testify, that discourse in Armenia has a life of its own. It's really important who controls it, what is said. So a key message that I'm taking from the conference is really that feminism in Armenian culture is essentially feminism, advocacy for gender equality is as Armenian as the bread of lavash, if I could put it that way. But also that misogyny, backlash against women, that also unfortunately is deeply culturally rooted. What I would like to say within the 7 minutes that I have is that the stakes are so high in not mainstreaming these issues of gender equality, advocacy for women's issues, and that moving forward without women is just nearly impossible. Not nearly, it's just impossible. The data shows that greater gender equality is simply essential to consolidate the democratic gains. So essentially, what I will be arguing today is simply substantiating what Ms. Zabel has been doing all her life, and simply bolstering that argument with some additional data. So, in terms of what I would say specifically on the Velvet is that Velvet has demonstrated that women can make or break political campaigns. Irina already alluded that the mass mobilization, political protests are not new in Armenia, have not been new in Armenia, particularly in the post-Soviet context, even during the Soviet years, all the advocacy for genocide recognition. But what is special in the case of the Velvet Revolution, and this is the reason that it is special, is because it was so gendered, is because women came out in such large numbers, is the fact that Armenia was actually by many political scientists, leading political scientists, was described as a deeply institutionalized authoritarian system. So it was a hybrid regime, described, I'm being a little jargony, but stable competitive authoritarian system at that. So there's a paradox. On the one hand, authoritarianism was so fully entrenched, Armenia was being ranked and analyzed as a stable authoritarian system, with not a typical traditional authoritarian system, hybrid, meaning there are democratic tools available, there are openings that civil society can use, some openings within the media, and Irina already described that, so I will not focus on that a lot. And in addition, but the coercive apparatus was very strong. Coercive apparatus of the state was hardened as a result, as a legacy of the Nagorno-Karabakh war. So there's very little that was going in favor of a democratic opening. I was talking to Tamar yesterday. I did not envision that what happened in Armenia would transpire. I did think that transition would happen through the ballot box. And that's what I have been working over the years. So, on the one hand, authoritarianism was entrenched,
But at the same time, Armenia was also seeing the highest level of mass mobilization in the streets, post-Soviet period. So why is it that the Velvet Revolution succeeded in 2015? Why is it that a democratic breakthrough became possible in 2018? And the argument I'm making, and I would really hope that additional researchers would explore this further, that it did succeed because the people power was used. It was a very specific signature that the Velvet Revolution had, mass-scale, decentralized, grassroots, and non-violence applied as a strategy. And in order to succeed in applying non-violence as a strategy, women are really central. Because women came out in such large numbers, it was possible to keep the movement successful, hence bringing more people out to keep the movement peaceful. And if the movements are peaceful, more people come out. In similar cases, democratic transitions, it's a numbers game. There's a lot of data on this, that for democratic transitions to succeed, to go against the tanks that will emerge, that will very quickly appear in the streets, you need 3% of the population mobilized out in the streets. So this is a fascinating work of Erica Chenoweth, if you're interested. And Armenia did apply this strategy. I do not know how much work has been done, but the way it was executed, it was very clear that it was really well thought out in that respect. So I also wanted to echo Huri's question. To what extent was this revolutionary? I will not engage in the question whether this was a revolution or not, perhaps in a Q&A, but I would like to highlight that this was revolutionary in global context. Because the Velvet Revolution bucked the trend of global democratic decline. It unfolded at a time of strategic uncertainty in world politics, with neoliberal rules-based world order under stress. So while democratic transitions have been coming in waves, always followed by reversals, this particular decline at this moment, in terms of its levels, is very comparable to what was happening in 1930. This again really makes the Velvet Revolution very special, and the role of women in it particularly significant. So I argue in my work, and I should mention that I'm drawing from a book, a volume I'm editing with Lawrence Growers on the Velvet Revolution titled Armenia's Velvet Revolution, the Decline and Defeat of Competitive Authoritarianism in a Multipolar World Order. What I argue in this work is that the movement, Armenian Revolution, bucked the trend more in terms of the strategy rather than the structural conditions on the ground. So going back to the notion I already touched on as to how women played an important role in keeping the movement peaceful, and again, to just clarify, what I'm arguing is that the women participation helped the revolution to get the math right, to get the numbers needed to force a regime change. And this data, this strategy is not really unique because it compares really well to over 300 studies of political campaigns throughout 20th century, and the number crunchers, quantitative political scientists, have demonstrated that non-violent peaceful strategies are twice as likely to succeed than violent campaigns. So in that respect, Armenia really followed something that already has been established. But the women also helped to get the chemistry of the movement right. Because they were present in such large numbers, they also signified that this movement was led by the civil society, as opposed to the political parties or the political elites. And in this respect, I've been arguing in my work that Armenia's Velvet Revolution shares very little with the color revolutions in the post-Soviet context or the Arab Spring, and that it has a lot of attributes to democratic transitions in Latin America from 1970s and 1980s. Because similar to the Velvet, they also were driven by the civil society forces. They also had heavy presence of the women, who for many of them, economic disparities that were driving the democratic transitions in Latin America. This was daily politics, this was bread and bread issue. Because when poverty hits, inequality is high, it is the women that will shoulder the cost and the burdens of economic challenges. I'm skipping over because I know I have time constraints. So, in terms of the structural conditions, though, and a little quick nod to Tamar's presentation yesterday, that authoritarianism does entail centralization of power, in that in order to succeed in consolidating authoritarianism, autocrats do like to keep the women's out. The minute the women organize, come out in large numbers, that increases the cost of repression. So in that respect, again, Armenia's authoritarianism was consolidated by centralization of power and by keeping women outside of formal politics, and the existing women within the existing party structures were really co-opted. They were not necessarily advocating for liberal values. And the studies show that the cost of keeping authoritarianism in the 21st century, so this is the good news, it's much harder, very difficult to continue with a hybrid, a little bit open, a little bit closed authoritarian system. This hybrid competitive authoritarian regimes in 1990s actually were observed in Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, Zambia, Croatia, Russia, Ukraine, the list goes on, Paraguay, Peru. But the likelihood of personalist authoritarian regime succeeded by an electoral democracy was only 26% in 1975 to 89 period. Now, currently, the math has shifted. The personalist authoritarian regime likely to be succeeded by an electoral democracy is now 78%. And 94% for competitive authoritarian regimes to be succeeded by electoral democracy. While this does not take away from the significance of the Velvet Revolution, it does signify that strong civil society is a very powerful avenue in challenging these types of specific pattern of authoritarian entrenchment. And and I actually call the role of the women gender in the context of the Velvet Revolution, women were the Trojan horse, essentially, because the authoritarian system pushed them out from the formal levers of politics, and women concentrated in the civil society. And guess what? It's the civil society that is directly linked to effective democratic transitions and effective democratic consolidation. So, let's see. Okay. In terms of the women's organizing is central to democratic transitions. Again, there's a study on this. This is specifically for Ms. Faithley, and I've been telling her about this research. 173 states in the period from 1900 to 2012 were studied. The research is published in the European Journal of Political Research. And again, the link is that better gender equality correlates with democratic transition. It correlates with the success of consolidating democracies once you have the democratic opening, and that Latin American transitions, Chile, Argentina in 1970s, actually were driven heavily by women's campaigns for human rights. In 1980s, by some accounts, 80% of the people in Brazil, in the streets of Brazil, were women. Moving forward, greater representation of women in legislatures links with the establishment of participatory democracy, because they bring in, women do bring in the civil society. I'm short on time. I will just simply conclude, sort of probably, we could also talk about the link between gender equality and foreign policy. There is also research here that shows when women are represented in peace agreements, durability of peace is higher, peace agreements last, they are implemented more effectively, and the implications for Nagorno-Karabakh conflict are enormous. There's a lot of talk in the discourse that it's important to reconfigure the existing peace processes, but that is not possible to be, reconfiguring the peace process without the women at the table will hardly succeed. So I will stop here and perhaps we can talk more.
Okay, so thank you very much for starting us off with a lot to think about and to talk about. So I would like to ask two questions to get us started, and then the floor is open for questions from the hundreds and millions.
So one question is to Anna, since she did not get the opportunity to go much into this. The question is, what was the role of intellectuals in the Velvet Revolution? And for everyone else, whoever wants to address it, where do we go from here? Because just, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, in Parliament, a trans woman, Matiosian, I think, yeah, I apologize to Lilith, spoke for nearly 3 minutes and received a tremendously negative, to say the least, reaction. So we've come a long way. There have been many strides made regarding gender in Armenia, but it seems there are some walls that are harder to topple. So whoever would like to go first. Anna, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sorry for talking more about the theoretical concepts and not really getting into the second chapter of my paper, which was actually more important in my understanding for the audience. I was going to talk about more a post-revolution space, more about the situation which is now, which is more fragile in terms of societal transformation, because post-revolutionary space is as a transition from one system to another where emotions prevail, actually. And I was trying to see whether there were women, or there are all these years and all this year, 1 year, that helped people understand what's going on, and what were the sources of my information that gave people more certainty. Here someone is disturbing my opportunity to read my paper. Okay. She doesn't hear you. They are bored too alone without me. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that there is. Bye bye. By the way, saying hi. Yes, and bye bye. There's a lack of institutional voice. The institutionalized feminist voice. The only, as one of our speakers today said, that there is a chance that we were going to have a gender department at American University, but we had it at Yerevan State University, and unfortunately we missed it. Something that was going to be a chance to breed new intellectuals and to grow a feminist school in Armenia. Unfortunately, all this 1 year, it would have been, in my understanding, it would have grown into something more important than it was during the previous regime. So we have really a few institutionalized voices in Yerevan. We have just a handful of feminist scholars that are basically within the academia, also in the civil society, trying to work in parallel, both for the non-profit organizations and the teaching in the academic world. But this handful of academics, they are not enough to bring the feminist discourse to the public life. Unfortunately, in Armenia at this moment, we don't really have women public intellectuals. The women that we have talking about feminist or women who are talking or trying to explain the main understandings, main concepts of the feminist theories or women's rights, they stay within the narrow circle of intellectuals, of the like-minded people. They don't go to the public. Most of the time, the majority of these women, they don't really feel themselves self-confident or strong enough to be in the public space. That's again going back to what Irina said, redefining power and how women are feeling. How they are positioning themselves to the power and the notion of power, and how they are feeling to be within that public space. I talked to a number of scholars, women scholars, of young and middle-aged intellectuals whom I consider intellectuals, like, for example, young scholars from Socioscope, or a number of women who are doing a non-profit work for many women's organizations. I talked to them, and most of them, they said, why do you consider me as an intellectual? Why do you call me as an intellectual? I don't consider myself, or if I try to consider myself, then maybe I should first work more. I try to let's say do more work and raise my quality to become an intellectual. So this is again deeply rooted within ourselves, within women themselves, and many of them that I talked to, they said women, they themselves, they should redefine their position, and they need to be prepared to go to the public life. Otherwise, nobody is going really to push them to the public and to become an intellectual. Back to 2015, when I was doing a gender discourse research in Armenia, one of the things that struck me was the lack of cooperation between the non-profit organizations doing the same actually work in gender, on women's rights and women's issues in Armenia. There was no absolutely bridge between the non-profits, and the same is happening among intellectuals. People create, if they write, if they publish, but they do it alone. So we don't have that, either the institutionalized voices, institutions that would read the intellectual, but we don't also have these bridges among the intellectuals, individual intellectuals. So also in terms of the higher education system, which still continues to be an ineffective stakeholder, and in building the necessary terrain for breeding those women intellectuals. As I said, the brilliant example of the Irvine State program in gender and women's studies, gender and leadership studies. I think we should have cherished that opportunity, but we missed it. So the department was closed, the program was closed after the first year. The first flow of students they graduated, and I still feel a lot of regret about it. And I wonder why there was no resistance from themselves, from the women, from that handful of public intellectuals, women intellectuals that we have in Yerevan. Why there was no resistance? Why we didn't try to save it? I don't know if I answered your question, but unfortunately, as per revolution, last year, the process that took place last year, the Belgian Revolution, we didn't see much intellectuals. We saw a lot of women going to the streets. The hidden force and the big work that was done and to succeed, to have that Velvet Revolution to take place was done through women, by women. But unfortunately, there was no intellectual voice. People who would write who would react on the situation in a scholarly way, who would go to the public, who would talk or create as an artist. We miss that. And at this moment, right now, a lot of intellectuals, people who would write and publish, we also have them in the politics. So the space, it went emptier because many intellectuals, they took a political stance, this positioning as a politician. They went to the either to the positions within the government or in the parliament. So the space, public space for intellectuals, it became even emptier at this moment. So
thank you very much.
My point was, I was trying to do, first I was cut because of the time constraint, and then my daughter intervened. So my point was that that's the perfect moment to intervene as an intellectual, and this conference is a valuable moment to gather and to make a bridge between people who consider themselves or are considered as intellectuals, especially women intellectuals, and contribute to the public space of Armenia. We care about what happened last year because, as I said, I will repeat myself, the Velvet Revolution, it happened, political elite has changed, it was changed. But the real revolution, it needs to take place in the minds of people, in the thinking of people. And still, we don't have that in Armenia. We don't have the critical thinking. We don't have, we have a very low public awareness on many issues that we care for. One of them is gender issues, and one of them is LGBT. Another issue is the representation of women in politics. So many things are going back to the way the society is thinking. The low critical thinking that we have in Armenia, it contributes to, it will contribute to the unsuccessful aftermath or conclusion of the revolution that we had last year. So we really have to contribute. We as intellectuals, we have to be more proactive and fit in the public space.
All right, thank you, Anna. So I would like to now open up the floor. You may do whatever you like with my question. I'm sure that if you don't answer it, somebody else will repeat it. So any questions from the audience, and then let's have a real discussion. Please.
I want to second my friend and colleague's opinion on lack of intellectual discourse, but disagree on the need for the level or volume or the scale of intellectual discourse that we need out in the open at the moment, and I'll explain why. We are dealing, Anna is talking about defending a PhD in the concepts. I'm talking gender 101. There's very low awareness about what gender equality is, and I can confidently say from top decision makers in the government to school teachers to your other educators, there's very low awareness. So before we go into the intellectual discourse of understanding what feminism is, the rights, the equality of rights, etc., we need to do one-on-one. And we need to do it at an accelerated pace at every platform we can get our hands on, at every opportunity we can get our hands on, because the lack of knowledge and awareness about these concepts is heavily used in politics of fear. not just domestically, it's used regionally, it's used internationally. And unfortunately, this lack of awareness has become the battle of the titans in political discourse, and is used and misused heavily. So in that sense, I would say that A, we don't settle for gradualism. As I said, we use every single platform to talk about this. We certainly have Anna's plans to have, in the long term, major intellectual platform where we can talk more in depth, but for now we focus on 101. Because when I say gender in Armenian with men, they think that I'm the evil of the Western conspiracy embodied in me. And I'm not joking, this is what I've confronted many times. So in that sense, let's just get down to the basics and see how we can shift the narrative to just making sure that there is good awareness of the concept so that they're not politically misused and fought with.
So I would like to actually confirm what was just said by Irina. We talked about Yerevan State University's Gender and Women's Studies program. The head of at the end of this experimental period, they had some kind of a discussion in one of the rooms, and outside the room there was a notice which said gender and women's whatever issues will be discussed. It was a seminar. The head of the department was going by, so he took his pen and put a big cross over gender, because when you say gender, it means homosexuality. And homosexuality is a taboo concept. So there is a big confusion, I do agree. There is a lack of understanding and knowledge. And what they do next, after putting the big cross in their minds or publicly on notices, then they start talking about equality. Men and women are not equal. And it's very important to point out, all of us, to point out that there is a difference between equality and equity. We are not talking about equality because they will say, well, look, men and women don't look the same. Men and women have different body parts, etc. Then what we should really push forward is equity. It is not whether or not we look the same. We do have different talents that we bring to the world. It is equity. It is equality of opportunity. That is what we're talking about. At least that's what, we were trying to do.
Melissa and then Vartan.
Okay. Anna, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I hear you.
So actually, what I want to do is to bring together Anna's, Irina's, and Shake's points. So I agree with Anna, and I understand Irina's and Shake's concerns. But I think that what Anna means by intellectual discourse, intellectual intervention, is not like elitist intellectualization of things. She made it clear. I think that's why it was really good that in a weird way it worked out really well that you gave the theoretical opening and then you were cut and then you gave your response, because in the theoretical part that she gave, she actually was talking about redefining all these women, activists and everybody as intellectuals. And I find it very important that, as she said, that women don't think of themselves as intellectuals when they have intellect. So this is a very anti-feminist thing too. So when we talk about, like, I disagree with you, I agree with your concerns, but I think I have a way of, I don't like the word reconciling, I don't know, like to bring them together, and find a way of working together. Because as an educator, I saw in my class this year that we are intellectuals or scholars of feminism. We are equipped with bringing intellectual information into like everyday life conversation. We are for that. Like we, as intellectuals, we are trained. This is our training to basically digest all the theories and make it accessible to the public is our job as educators. So then the problem is we're not talking about like intellectual, well, I know your concern very well because I had enough time in Armenia, and in activists in Armenia, people do that. People are very elitist. I have met some activists who are very elitist. They're like, I know feminist theory and I don't have to explain it to anyone. I totally hear you, and this is a big, big, big problem. I've never seen it in my life in Turkey, because in Turkey, like, feminist scholars and activists have a history of working together. So in Armenia, we have to break that. You know, that's part of the reason why people of Armenia, and Anna has a research about that, when you say gender, because when as an NGO activist, you go say like, now we're going to talk about gender, and as one of Anna's informants said, can we eat gender? What are you talking about? What's gender? Like, let's talk about poverty. So I think I experimented with that in my class a little bit, and I saw that if you give the young generation or old generation or anyone with these the critical thinking, equip them with the basic tools of critical thinking that comes from intellectual background and from scholarship of use feminist theory to talk about and you know, from like anthropologists and political scientists don't get along, and sometimes like political scientists sound very too neoliberal for my ears. But I see that like this is really great, because those of us, we can push forward to the radical critical thinking, and then make it available, because we also have activist practice, make it available to the public, and make people understand where this comes from, because it's firmer that way, theoretically like that. And then everything will be like crystal clear, because there is a confusion. People, it's very easy, if you know feminist theory, to say that gender is not what you think. It's very easy. Why do we have to do this when feminist theory has been doing this for over like a century? So Zabel Asadur was trying to explain this, right? Feminism is not what you think. Feminism is this. She was doing it in 1899. So let's use feminist theories or queer theories, you know, tools, but let's not do what I agree with you that like, I'm an intellectual, I know better. What I tell to my students, when in a classroom, we were reading Anna's paper about this woman who was saying like, gender incha, like, can I eat gender? Students were laughing. I said, no, you can't do that. You can't go to a person in the village and say, oh, you don't know what gender is? Gender is important. You're a backward-minded, closed-minded person. You will die. You will go to hell. You can't do that. Feminist theory or intellectual practice gives you also the tools to bring that information, like the organic intellectual Gramsci that Anna was talking about. You have to put a lot of effort into make it accessible to people. So I said that we played a game in class. I said, okay, you are in Armenia, you are going to your families or to somebody, and taboo. You can't use the word feminism. You can't use the word gender. How can you explain to a mother of a son and a daughter that feminism is good for her? Come up with the simplest example. Say like, do you want your daughter and son like have a wage difference? Because if your daughter was paid equally as your son, you will be less poor. You know, very simple calculation. Or domestic violence, or something that really touches into their lives. This is the beauty of feminist theory, that breaking intellectualism, but also using intellectual rigor and critical thinking into something active. So that's why I think this is so great that we can bring everything together, and we have like people who understand policy making, we have like critical thinking, art, music. That's why this, like, all of us are needed. Like, we have to find a way of bringing all this, all the skills together to pull this off.
Vartan and Tama.
I just want to say something that may overlap a little bit with what Melissa said. As you all know, we Armenians we love to, to go and look into the past. or at least repeat things of the past. And if you remember, until 1991, we had two guys who were not Armenian, but were the favorite people that had quotes for everything, Marx and Lenin, right? For everything. You could read a book about music and find in the prologue, because you had to find a way to put Lenin there and Marx there, you know, and Marx or Lenin or both of them had said something about music, I don't know, whatever it fancies you, there was a quote. So then 1991 came, Soviet Union died, and Marx and Lenin, quote unquote, died too, at least in the prefaces of the books. After the quote-unquote vacuum of the 90s, in that sense, after 2000, we have another guy, now this time a home guy, replacing them. That was Karekin Neshte. And Karekin Neshte played an enormous role, not him of course, because he is a white dead guy, but his entire intellectual output played a big role in reinforcing the authoritarian system we are talking about. Because the Republican Party, its ideology is steeped in Neshte thinking, if you read their platform. So they took every single opportunity to put Neshte there. Of course, in Armenia, people knew little about Neshte until practically 2000. So they put Neshte out there, and then you started finding at every turn by any people who were Republican activists or not, or many people I didn't even know who they were politically speaking, quoting Neshte here, quoting Neshte there. Neshte is best Assad, I'm best Assad. So for everything there was a Neshte there. I mean, it was really looking like Lenin and Marx before 1991. So, what I want to say? You need to change, or we need to change, the low level of the discourse and the narrative in Armenia by coming, in this case, to put back all those examples and discourses of the past. The Western Armenian feminists, the Eastern Armenian feminists, their work and their quotes and their thoughts and their narratives of the past, they should come to the present and come into that discourse of today as a way of showing to people that what we are talking, the issues that are being discussed today, they are not issues just of today. They were there 100 years ago, but they should be understood by the simple guy even in the village. You don't need to go to the village or anywhere else and talk feminist theory or whatever theory you want to talk, because in the end what you need to make people understand is the outcome of that theory. You don't need them to learn the theory necessarily, unless they are going to become scholars of that theory. Otherwise, you just need to show them the practical results of that. So, if Zabel Asadur or I don't remember now any name from the eastern side, from Eastern Armenian side. Okay. So, if those people said stuff that was valuable 100 years ago and strikes us today as something progressive and according to the times and whatnot, let's take that stuff and bring it today.
So change the discourse, reinsert feminist voices.
Exactly, because in the end, of course, they won't going to say gender. They will probably say feminism. They won't say gender, but you don't need to put, your big words into, stamp on their face of people. You just need to bring the ideas this way or that way as a strategy. So I think that should help. I'm not saying that I'm bringing the solution. It should help to change that discourse and bring it on a more terrenal level, and bringing it down from, the stratosphere of these kind of discussions in a closed room or, in a certain academic setting, and bring it down to the street. sort of, or through TV.
Okay, so let me take a question or comment from Tama and then come back to the panel and then go back to the audience.
So I kind of wanted to also talk about this question of intellectualism, engagement with ideas in public space, and what that means, and what I think it necessitates in Armenia, which I don't see happening very often, is you have these kinds of like major debates that are happening between sides, and they're so dismissive often of one another. And of course, like I want to dismiss nationalism. Like I think it should be dismissed. And in this room, we can dismiss it and say they're stupid, they're ignorant, they're crazy. They are all of those things. But they also are right in their own particular logics, and I don't like how we don't engage with them directly. Activists in Armenia rarely engage with these ideas directly. Instead, they get dismissed as ignorant. Like, for example, the gender question, gender. It gets dismissed as they're so stupid they don't know what gender means. And on the one hand, yes, they're ignorant and they don't know what the word means. But on the other hand, they have a very interesting logic of what that means that I want to, on the one hand, recuperate, because their understanding of gender is the queerest thing that has ever happened. They think that just by employing the concept of social sex, we're going to get rid of men and women altogether, and it's a radical project that it would be so great if they were right. So on the one hand, there's that. On the other hand, there's the question of like, how do we actually create dialectical democracy? And I think we have to take them very seriously.
Yep.
Thank you, Tama. Panelists, would you like to address anything that was said?
I would just like to come back to Melissa and make myself perhaps a little more clear. I'm not against intellectualism and feminism and combining the two and having a platform, but I see that more happening at this stage, at least in Armenia, in the back office. And on the front lines and in the field work, we have to normalize. I like Anna's metaphor of feminism being the bread and lavash. We have to normalize, because that is the norm. This is part of our identity as human beings. It's, again, it shouldn't be nationalized or used like it is being used for political purposes. So in that sense, I would venture not to use intellectualism combined with gender and feminism, because another vernacular layer on what something is, on what we have as an unknown, as it is in the political discourse today, would add complexity and would add lack of understanding and would further put it on the fringes. So if we can work in the direction of normalizing it as much as we can, making it a daily bread and lavash thing, and avoiding putting additional vernacular layers, that I believe would actually help us in communicating what we want to say.
All I wanted to say what we agree, I think we all agree with you. The thing is, to be able to do that is also needs some intellectual background. That like it's our job, intellectual job, to make that intellectual discussion available to the people on the street. I mean, I think we are just talking about trying to find a method, because we agree that there is that problem in Armenia, that like intellectualism is, I mean, I'm against intellectualizing things, because also it's against feminist theory, because as Vartan said, like, you know, the history itself, feminist theory grew out of an activism. Feminist theory was never detached from the people on the street. Feminist theory is there because people were fighting for something. So that's why, like, we should never forget to bring it back to the people.
And to the question, can you eat gender? I would say absolutely you can. You use that absurdity in the question to fire back and say, oh, absolutely you can eat gender, because guess what? If you teach your daughter a skill or a craft, she will be earning money and giving you additional income to the family, as opposed to marrying early and having children. So in that sense, as much as we want to lower it to the rural and provincial communities, the same is when I had an actual conversation at a higher governmental levels trying to explain equal pay is good because it brings economic benefits to the country. So we just have to admit that there is a massive gap in understanding of the benefits, and I love the lavash, a normalization of this as opposed to fringing it with matawurakan, because the word matawurakan, intellectuals, has been so discredited in Armenia for years and years that I just would say that we have to avoid it.
If I may add something to what my colleague Irina said. Once again, as Melissa said, my point was not to bring the urgent question of building an elitist intellectualism in Armenia, especially knowing how low is the awareness and how low is the acceptance of gender and women's, whatever, starting from the word of gender up to other concepts which are less in public, but not at all, because that will be just the opposite reaction, bringing this intellectual elitist sort of attitude to the people who don't even have, they don't really understand what it's all about. You eat gender, you don't eat gender. I think it just the work of the intellectual is also to adopt to the level of knowledge, to the level of awareness of the people that you want to contribute to their knowledge. And in our situation, in our context, this is just a very important moment, because as far as I understand, sitting in the diaspora and looking at and following the news coming from Armenia every day, Facebook has become the only source for information. People see black and white. People don't really go into details. And here we definitely need a group of people, or I don't know if you call it group, or just people, intellectual people, who would intervene and bring into the public light adapted knowledge, adapted to the level of our people. And starting, as Irina said, from the very basic things, one-on-one, or just going and talking to the people in enough language, more adapted, more accessible, more understandable language. The elitism, it won't be anyhow accepted in Armenia, because the word elite is also understood differently, you know, and it's a very problematic one. And something that I don't really know who talked about it, but one of them, I think her name was Tamar, she said how to address that nationalist intellectuals. Yes, why I brought Gramsci's concepts of organic and traditional intellectuals is that we do have both of them, both categories right now in Armenia. One of them is these traditional intellectuals who come from the clergymen, from the Armenian church, and another one is the remnants of the previous regime of before the revolution. And both of them, they are very corrosive in terms of bringing knowledge to the society. What they are doing is just keeping control over the knowledge and not allowing people to think critically and approach things analytically. And we're still dealing with these two really dangerous group of so-called intellectuals. First is coming from the Armenian church, dogmatic ideologies, very conservative. And another one is the remnants of remaining like-minders of the previous regime, which are every day we keep receiving fake propaganda, fake news from that group. So we really have to intervene somehow, not at the level of our conversation now, at a very adaptive, very available, very simpler way, but somehow we have to figure it out how to approach our society.
Yes, thank you. Anna, you're next, and then Shake, and then Rosie, and then Sona, and then lunch. I might add lavash wraps. I thought
She's getting traction. I'll be very quick, as I imagine the topic that probably would be an interest to also open a new line of conversation. But I think this notion as to who should speak about gender, when and how, it is too critical. But I completely, fully, I have to say, I'm not disagreeing with Anna as well, but Irina's points are hugely important. And Irina, I wonder if you can, would it be fair for me to say that the way we're thinking about mainstreaming gender, we could call it a cup, you could call it a pen, you could call it, I don't care what you call it, is the challenge somewhat similar to environment, to get environmental issues into the mainstream. I am thinking, so to me, this debate is very much a communications issue. I wish we had, if there was a communication specialist, they probably, I would love to see data, how do you get some of this research? Scholarship is important. I'm a firm believer in evidence-based, absolutely. I'm also a firm believer in public scholarship, ability of scholars to communicate their ideas in order to make an impact on the ground. But that's a very difficult skill, I have to say. So in that respect, going back to the lavash, it is important to reframe gender. And in a way, I'm a political scientist in international relations, and I'm not a feminist IR scholar. I was actually talking to Tamar yesterday. I've looked at issues of international development, and guess what? If you empower women, that's the shortest, quickest way to get results globally. I've looked at issues of security, and guess what? If societies have better gender balance, they tend to be better in their foreign policy, pacifist, deeper diplomacy, etc. I've looked at, and I can go on and on. Any issue I've taken outside of feminist scholarship per se, gender, everything linked back to gender. So reframing the debate, instead of saying feminism or feminist scholarship or gender, and then kind of try to change the mind of this or that group, reframing the conversation as security. The research I have looked, if you do disagree, unless you, I guess what I'm trying to say, you being advocating for gender is essential for statecraft. And statecraft, unfortunately, is such, or security. These are such masculine words. These are such buzzwords. But only if you co-opt, you take that vocabulary, you insert issues of feminism in that discourse, it becomes very clear that yes, you can eat gender.
That's a very valuable point what Anna says. I think I would like to add what she just said. You don't have to be, if you're a woman intellectual, you don't have to talk about gender and feminism. And that's not really the main aim of a woman intellectual. It's just her being there. That counts more than talking about specifically or finding a way to explain what gender is from this or that perspective. It's just building the woman intellectual, her figure in the public space. And later talk about everything, as Susanna said, security, international relations, anything else which is important for the society, which is urgent for the society, and the people want to know. But let it go through the woman intellectual. This is what I was actually, I guess I was trying to say, that we lack that figures in our public space. And men have, they have been controlling the whole discourse, of course, and everything was done from the perspective of a man, from a male patriarchy. And now that's the time, the space is empty at this moment, because things have changed, because people have gone to politics, and a lot of space is remaining empty, waiting for people, women intellectuals, to come and join different types of topics. It's not just gender or feminism. I think it's not even, I think we should just even have to leave topics alone for some time. Maybe strengthening the role of women intellectuals. I do believe in education. I believe in teaching from the schools, but not just what the definition of gender is, but simple, basic, fundamental things about equality between people, about the diversity among people. This will change people's attitudes to gender, ultimately.
Right, thank you very much. The environment question, Irina will answer, and then she has to go to the airport.
Thank you. Anna, thank you for that poignant question, and thanks for bringing this up. The whole concept of this ministry, of the state agency, has been marginalized, and there was a perception, even within the government and largely with the society, that what this ministry does is plants trees and sings kumbaya. So in that sense, there's certainly been marginalization of what this ministry does, yet the ministry holds the largest portfolio in the government, which is the climate portfolio. And if we want to breathe clean air and drink clean water and eat good food, come to us, because the entire climate and environment portfolio is led by this ministry. So we've even went with the minister and our team at the state agency to understand how do we change the perception with the government and with the society on what we really do. And actually we pushed and lobbied for renaming of the ministry from Ministry of Nature Protection to Ministry of Environment, where it reflects really the portfolio that we do and how important it is. So in many respects, yes, it's been on the fringe of the government, largely neglected. So we're trying to push it back, and we're trying to put a very progressive agenda, especially related to climate. And also, I wanted to come back to the nationalism and the idea of how do we find avenues. And I think we have to. It's a no-brainer that we have to find avenues where we can engage in some type of discourse with them, where we could find avenues. And for example, with church, the avenue that I can think of is 2 years ago, I think, the Armenian Church of Iran, for the first time, ordained a female deacon. This is a great opportunity for us to take this topic and say, hold on, church is experiencing a crisis and lack of people to lead congregations throughout Armenia and throughout the diaspora. Women are there to lead. Take this opportunity. So that's just one example where we can find avenues with different groups to see how we can engage in a dialogue.
You can also stress that that's a tradition that existed, and now it's coming back.
Yes. So I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be able to take your questions. But we have the discussion after his lunch, and we can continue. And perhaps, I'm sure that they will all be relevant again. So let's thank the panelists. And lunch is back there, and Pauline's going to open it up really fast. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Melissa Jan. Talk to you. Bye-bye.
discussion, if you want to just share it on your own website.
Oh, just use
If we could just have one more AWA, just show
For
our hands.
she's our chairman.
Okay, can work with.
Well, I know you're hungry.
And for the background, let's have.
And women are trying to maybe, you know, because in Turkey also, I mean, environmental justice is very much important than justice the other way around. So maybe that
And my youngest too.
very
And I said no.
Like, because
I'm very
progressive.
I don't want to hear it.
Feminist sisters.
how do you put environment, you define it, that includes like the community and the social life.
I would say what? Yeah, we're all together.
Maybe the first step of action.
I can't get the thing to disappear.
Who else was a speaker? You were a speaker yesterday? Your mom. Yeah, Sona, can you get in the beginning? Oh, should we go behind her?
No,
Wait,
that's
what
she's trying to get. No,
I
think it's a rotating chair. I think it's a, they have to walk in front. Maybe if she stands right here, and then we'll take a photo so she only has to.
She's considerable. Sorry.
No, you didn't. We were all saying the same thing. I just want to also say that this is also a diaspora issue. It's not just, and that's also clear. And on the church level also clear. What I want you to hear is that in LA, one of the couples that I knew were married.
You're going to use other people's phones to go to the center, and if they want you to take a picture, you're just going to be useful.
So I wanted to share that with you too.
Was that in Van Nuys?
I know people, I know a lesbian couple
Diane.
that their son in the Armenian church, they were
Yeah.
I know.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We want you in the picture too. Of course.
And we can work with
Can you take a quick picture so I can call your Uber?
Don't go in there.
What airport? Okay, that was far, but we're the other one driver myself.
Do we want to turn this off?
Yeah.
No. Oh, it's going to be in the picture.
Rosie, can you just turn off that light? It's actually counter, it's the other one.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nicer.
Somehow
Were you a speaker yesterday?
Okay, can we take
Yeah,
a
she was.
Put her in the picture.
How about
Okay,
Sona?
hold on. If you want all participants are here. We can do all participants.
Yeah, where are they?
Okay, I think we should quickly go because we don't have a
Quickly,
picture
she
like
has got to catch an Uber.
Okay, let's go.
Come on, yeah.
Yes. All the participants, can you all come here? Quickly, because we
I
have
think-
the poster
And
in the
anybody
back.
Where's the panning though?
Yes, I mean, no,
I'm not a speaker.
yes.
Helena.
I think I'm not.
We want this here in it. We need this in it. I would, but Sona
We can take photos. Chloe, pick up a camera and just take photos and then switch them and take. Start with this one, Ace.
Okay?
And then just that.
Okay, absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
Okay. Well, you might have to go to the back though, no? It won't fit in.
Are we looking at anyone specifically?
How is it, Helena?
Ali,
Just a second, one more person.
Yeah.
Coming.
My phone doesn't make it.
Leave the poster there.
Okay.
Let's just see a little bit more.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, whose camera? Whose camera?
We can all send it to each other.
More than one. I will.
Do you want to get this up here?
Yes.
Diane, look
Mainly
here.
just the
Diane,
faces.
face here.
Face and program, the top.
The top, it's hard to get
Yes.
that. As much as you can. We need a Nasser in here.
Okay, We need to really do this.
Nasramichne.
3, 2,
I will
1,
give you
photo.
only one more minute, I'm sorry.
What? That's it. Okay.
That's it.
That's it.
Give me more,
not more.
Yes.
You have to send it.
Diane, make up Diane.
Yes, please share, I have.
Okay. Everybody got their pictures?
Okay.
Because I couldn't get all of
Can
them.
you start lunch and I will call Irina's Uber. Padrastes, Irina.
Oh my God. Oh, that's the same. That's the same.
Yes, sorry, I couldn't.
Should I drive her? How long does it take the Uber to get her?
I don't know yet because I haven't asked it. The drop off is 1:43, so that is.
Nowhere. I'm going to be useful.
Oh, very nice.
1:40. And what time is their flight leave? Oh, it has to be 3 hours and not international, right?
I don't think 3 hours at this point, and because it's taking longer.
I just think again that it's from the Chicano, so it's fine. Yeah.
Quite a job. I know, yes, it is more es el Jacobus for the Noremas. Make Hamlet are actually yeah, education project. We did consider and they ended up. Those ones are Mia, but sister, say go
I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Where's my phone?
Your phone? Is this your phone? I wasn't left or
It's okay.
Oh, okay, Eleanor. Bye-bye. It's
My pleasure meeting you. Hope to see you again, and you will email me.
Yeah.
The press release.
Both of them.
Perfect. And when you speak again, maybe we'll drive.
Yes, I call her my intellectual friend because she gets me into all this, things.
She is the facility.
I know.
There you go. I'm the facility.
Jenny has got.
I said, come on, let's go. You do well. You do well.
Big destination, okay? Okay, good luck. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
אוקיי.
They have to learn that word.
Pasabina Shanteluchi Artemite, Pasabina Gamglendela needs in Morocco. Okay.
Yeah, they're really behind.
Social environment da giriyor.
And a lot of strategizing.
It's a national we thought about 20 this year, and national general has 5 years,
Out of the entire nation, women are only 30% of and then, I started looking at the nations and then I started looking at how many international women of color are still invested. There's only one. There's only one on my campus. So, I was like, wow, and there's just absolutely no information.
So, but this is stated somewhere in the Republican Party.
paragraph says that the Republican Party of Armenia is the national conservative party, and its ideology is has its roots in the 16th all the different groups in Armenia.
Who was the ideology spokesperson or whoever he is? Rubina was responsible for that.
Their idea were already thinking
just because you're an intellectual. So that's one level of position. Another level of position is what
all the thesis that they which they
There's always a person, there is no such thing as a party that somebody, always, what's that?
What makes the meaning for us shows the way to reframe. That is, how to take the word service. Let that be our denominator. Because it is giving something with the heart that is effeminate and frivolous. Giving something to serve disenfranchised people. The service of the nation. That will be the common denominator to join the women without the isolating intellectuals and you can be
and I thought maybe you would really like it. I do like that, but not that, but that must be.
The example set
What are some of the obstacles of the girls going back to
everything. Service, that is the key word. Service of loaded meanings. We can get rid of those loaded meanings by just using the word service and the example of this wonderful village women who did so much for the nation. And without any explanation or a position or recognition, except they had a very good way of putting it. I think that there is, to memorialize, I think that